Okay, I did not forget to turn on the microphone this time. Hooray! Clap for me! So, let me get in our wonderful co-host before we properly start. You guys should be audible now.
You definitely are.
Say hi, everybody!
Hello.
Hi, everybody!
So, welcome, everybody! Glad to have you all here on this wonderful day, to this wonderful stream, to start wonderful discourse! Hopefully! We have 27 people viewing! Nice! Total over 2 platforms! I'm going to introduce the chat now! Hi there, we've got Peekabler, we've got Spark the Dog, we've got Say, we've got Pear Juice, we've got Guad Renee, we've got Flynn Perry Growney, we've got Yossi Coin, we've got Lucy, we've got Yop Alonso, we've got Randy, we've got so many people, we've got Shadow Kitsune, we've got Shadow Edge, we've got Staroside, we've got Liz. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi there, we've got Liz Cario. We've got Snowy. We've got Shadow. Oh yeah, there he is! Hi, Shadow! Ironically, the reschedule means that you can oh, that's so cool! Spark the Dog, Charge Man! Poking around! Lime Green Fruit! Knut! Mauricio! Hi, everybody! Clap for the chat, everybody! Clap for the chat! So,
my sister's here too.
Yes, I saw Knut. Hi, Knut. And my boyfriend is here too. Hi, Randy. Randy is incidentally a mod, so we are also protected from the evils of spam bots.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't need to have the Twitch chat. I need to have the Twitch chat open.
I mean, you can have it open. It's good when more people see the chat, but it's good to have you all here.
I was just saying, you know.
So, as some of you might be aware, now it is Easter Monday. Wonderful time. Regardless of whether you celebrate or not, it is spring. It is a spring festival, a time of hope, a time for birth, a time of renewing our energies. So you could say that this was planned, but the truth is, this was not planned. Not at all.
That's what that day is about?
Yes. What the original plan actually was that we were going to have the stream on Saturday, on Easter Saturday. Except we did some terrible miscalculations, not taking into account the masses and masses upon people who will be using Netflix in Vienna on this very beautiful day. Because it's a holiday and people and families are sitting together, just having eaten, and they're all watching Netflix. So, just like about less than an hour into the last stream, it just started stuttering and nothing worked anymore. We tried for a while to weather through it, and then we gave up. The bots for it are still on my YouTube channel. You can check them out there. But yeah,
there's some fun there.
Yeah, it is.
Some.
Yeah.
We had some Puyo.
We played Puyo, so yeah, it was a Puyo stream. We got it. Somebody just followed. Hang on, I'm just looking in who followed. I should have put. No, that's not a follow. That's a hydrate. Anna. Oh wait, also a follow. Snow Present followed, and Anna gave a hydrate. Thanks for the hydrate, Anna. Wow. Now that we're here, I have consumed the Aqua. So, now that we're all here, we can finally continue where we left off last time. And by continue, I mean continue. We are not rethreading the 2 topic points that we already managed to cover during the last stream. That's what we've decided, because we actually want to finish the stream at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just skip the 2 points we already covered, just say what they're about, and go past them. If you want to see the 2 points we already covered, you can go to the VODs. It does break off very annoyingly in the middle of a sentence of mine, but I think the point I was making is still clear, so yeah. Maybe I'll clip some highlights from that at some point. But that said, let us move over to the main screen. And there we are! So, now, for those who don't know what the stream is about, let me give you the cliff notes. A while ago, Mamono and I did a stream about covering the results of the unofficial Puyo Puyo popularity polls for the English fandom that we did. Well, actually, Mamono did them via a Google form. Hi there. And that stream took 10 hours, but it was so fun that we decided to do it again, even though it almost killed me.
And probably more, as the 2 implies.
So, yeah, oh god, my focus, my brain was elsewhere. Okay, yeah, exactly. As Mamono was saying, we are planning to do more of this. Because it's actually really fun to just sit down and talk about Puyo Puyo. Just like, have a little chit-chat, discussing everything that is going on in the franchise or might not be going on. Everything that might or might not be happening.
Among friends.
Yeah. Sitting together with friends and with you guys in the chat. Chat participation is very important. And just having a nice talk about everything and just having good vibes. It's kind of like a more casual and more opinionated version of kind of what the community streams by Sega themselves are already supposed to be. I guess, but like with the difference that we are not sponsored by Sega, we are completely independent.
I'm not even inspired by it.
Yeah. Oh, we just got another subscribe. Thanks for that.
Nice.
Aside from that, I would just like to Paul, thanks for the subscribing, Paul Bryan. Aside from that, I would like to note, because since I just mentioned the official community streams, that Alyssa, the community representative for Puyo Puyo by Sega, just got a promotion. She posted about it on Blue Sky. So everybody clap for Alyssa getting her promotion.
I'm looking at the screen. Boy is on the higher layer than a lot of notifications, so you might want to do something about that.
He's allowed
that
to
is
be
true.
over notifications.
I will move.
I'm
moving Boy down.
Boy is not rude.
Boy is not rude, but Boy is supposed to be here. Anyway, so
Boy knows no wrong. He only knows oops.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to highlight that Alyssa is doing well, which is good, because if the community representative for Puyo Puyo is doing wrong, then clearly something is going right there, you know? Is doing right.
We have someone in.
Yeah?
We have someone in chat saying that Maya and Mamano's voices are a bit low on the low side.
Okay, let me fix that.
I'm not sure how.
I can fix that, don't worry.
Okay. Yeah.
I just need to turn down the music a little bit more, I guess. So you can keep talking. Same one. Okay, yeah, that works, yeah. So, yeah. I pointed out that Alyssa got promoted because it just makes me really happy to see that works. That said, I hope she still is the community manager even after a promotion, because I think she's been doing a pretty good job, even with the thick carbuncles. Oh wait, no, the Puyos was
And
thick.
we'll say no more about it.
We will say no more.
Did she have to do that?
Yeah, that was her.
Oh, okay. I didn't mind it, but I'm also not like you people. I'm lonely, is what I'm saying.
Flynn Perigroni Mamono is stuck today.
No
Why do you
comment.
say, what do you mean with duck?
Mwah.
Oh, that's right! I thought that is a duck! I thought that was Waluigi!
It's King Dedede from Smash Brothers.
Oh no! I didn't realize he sounded like that in Smash Brothers.
Wow. It's Sakurai making noises.
Sakurai
It's actually
did the voice?
Sakurai making the noises.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, the chat is having a field day with you. Who used the soundboard just now?
It's not me.
Maddie!
It's not me. What?
Is it you, boy?
Mama no.
It's not me. I've never touched a soundboard in my life. You gotta trust me here.
Maybe somebody here's just that good at imitating the duck sound effect. There just happens to be a hidden duck on stream. So, I'm just looking what everybody has been saying, but let's move on. So, hello, with our hosts, back after last time's issues. Yeah, this is me!
And this is me. I'm the presenter today. Honestly, I should be leading the stream, but I'm being nice.
No, you should then lead it. Go ahead.
Okay. With special guests, Madeline Himegami, drawn especially for...
Hi.
This picture is drawn especially for this here.
Come to think,
Actually, it's a recolor of an older art, but...
My art was actually...
My bad.
Mine was drawn especially for this. I still haven't uploaded it anywhere. Whatever.
Nenny, give some quick cliff notes.
Yeah, okay, cliff notes. Last time, before we all died and went to hell, and now we're all back because it's Easter. Last time, before we all died and went to hell, we talked about some really weird takes I've seen people having about Puyo Puyo to Tetris 2S and Compile and comparison, like basically glazing as if Compile was that much better as the stuff than Sega is. Spoilers, they were not. That's not saying that Sega is doing amazingly, but it's just like, guys, let's not pretend that it has ever been that much better. And the other thing was also kind of related to it. It was about Madofia and how people have reacted to it in the Japanese community. Thanks for the subscriptions, Mauricio. Basically, that I've seen some opinions in the Japanese community that basically are kind of like that kind of amount to Gen 1ing, but for Puyo Puyo Madomonogatari. And I'm just like, guys, it's not the 90s anymore. We have to... Robert said in the chat, Compile is better than Sega. Just saying, Compile is also dead.
You weren't even there for Puyo's 90s.
Most of us weren't.
I'm just saying, I actually lived in the 90s, so I'm allowed to talk about the 90s. As a former Gen 1er myself, this sounds accurate. Says Randy in the chat.
And yeah, look, there are so many remakes that were already like this or worse.
Yeah.
Even outside of Japan.
That said, before we continue, I should say, I am not glazing the fact that Sega is using shovelware strats. And not just for Puyo Puyo, but for all the franchises for the Switch 2. Like, basically, if you look at Sega's launch lineup for the Switch 2, it's all re-releases and remasters. And most of them are for games that released less than 5 years ago. Like, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is still one of the older games they're re-releasing for the Switch 2. You know what else they're re-releasing for the Switch 2? As not just as a remaster that nobody asked for? Sonic and Shadow Generations. Yeah, that came out in December. Which is like exactly the situation I pointed out here. Like, what the heck?
To be fair, Sonic and Shadow Generations could use an upgrade more than Puyo Puyo Tetris could.
What? Why? What would you update about that game? It looked great.
Higher frame rates.
I have no issue with the frame rate.
Yeah,
Okay,
I never did either. But some people just like it
True.
at 60.
But it is lower. It is lower on the Nintendo Switch 1 than it could be on the Nintendo Switch 2.
True, but they could also just use an expansion package, and they're not doing that because Sega's got a Sega.
Oh, I agree there.
Yeah.
I have a Steam Deck, so I don't care.
Honestly, I am not glazing Sega. Honestly, I get why they're doing it. Because the whole strategy with Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S is just to have a Puyo game on the shelf right next to the new Switch 2s. So that when the millennial mommies and daddies, who as Japanese people remember playing Puyo when they were little, or as Western people remember playing Tetris when they were little, see the word Puyo or the word Tetris on the shelf as they buy little Timmy a new console, or if you're in Japan, little Tado, and are like, this is a game that I could play while little Timmy slash Tado is in school, and grab it and take it to the cash register with them. It's not meant for us. It's a rat catching tactic. It's a shovelware tactic, basically. And like, I get it. It's annoying. It's so annoying because it's like, oh gosh, we get news. Oh, it isn't actually anything new. Well, that's disappointing. And it annoys me too.
Also, let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Also, let's not forget that we did get, even though it's on a really bad platform, we did get a new Puyo game last year.
Yeah,
they can't
but
just pump out another one.
Yeah,
they can't just make...
I mean, they could at this point because I want them to invest. I want them to invest their development time into doing it. So there's definitely some development time that went into the port. I don't think it was much, but at least a little bit.
I don't wanna interject. But I feel like we've all touched upon this yesterday. 2 days ago, I mean.
Yeah, we should move on.
I'm wrapping it up now. Don't worry. It's just all I'm trying to say is from a coldly capitalist standpoint, it's a completely understandable thing to do, but it sucks for us because we're not getting new content yet, and that's it. It's not going to destroy the franchise. It is just annoying. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Super Sue censors Momomo here, and that's just unforgivable.
Why would they do that to our friend Momomo?
Why would you censor Momomo? 1,000 years of dungeon. 1,000 years of dungeon.
Also, do we need to...
No, I already talked about that, so let's move on.
Okay. Laidback Puyo podcast fan art, retroactively.
Hooray! Everybody! We got fan art!
So, here's a clip of episode 1. Be quiet so we can understand the context of the... Hopefully you can hear it.
I'm just gonna turn off the music for this, hang on. No, it's not audible. Hang on, wait, maybe it's not audible because I didn't... Hang on? Turn it back?
Oh,
There. Also, this first thing is not fan art, that is my art. No, it's not audible, oh wait, I muted it. Okay.
They could have been eligible.
Okay, now go back, sorry.
Live, everybody!
I didn't know you were Any Cranky Fruit Friends characters, asks Mr. Man.
They could have been eligible.
They could have been.
Fun fact, Feli's number in Puyo Puyo Quest is replaced with a salt shaker.
Really?
Really. And that's so hilarious.
Why? Why? That is so what the hell?
And that's the context.
Okay, that's the entire context we needed to see. Turning the music... Oh yeah, I should probably change the music to Puyo music. That's what I noticed, so that's what I'm doing now.
And then Crimson Slushy came by a few weeks later and graced the world with this.
Amazing!
She looks a little upset.
A little?
She is a cranky fruit friend. She is a cranky fruit friend.
You don't deserve this, Feli. Not anymore.
Really doesn't.
Not anymore. She has already atoned for her crimes.
Unfortunately, but lucky for Feli, So here is Feli's lowest number, I think, for Puyo Puyo Quest.
Yeah, index number. All the games units are indexed. Yeah.
And here is where she should be.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong.
It's soup. Why did you think it was salt?
There is no Feli equivalent.
Yeah.
Curses.
Unless it's in a version of Cranky Food Friends that isn't archived. It appears I'm mistaken. I'm gonna assume I'm mistaken because it would have been funny if it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, thank you for the fan art, Crimson Slushy. I love it. I would hang it on the wall if I had a printer again. But,
Everybody could donate to Mamono for a printer. I'm just kidding.
So anyways, if this podcast inspires you to make fan art, then please send it to our Blue Skies.
Yeah. Just add us at Blue Sky. We're there. And it's always fun to get, like, fan art for stuff that you make. I would know. It's always a great feeling. She must be souped.
It's... it's fun.
It is a good feeling.
Okay. The story so far, we've already went through it, but let's give it a quick recap. Danny and I did a 10-hour slideshow stream. We liked it, you liked it. We left a Puyo fanbase a better place, we like to think, and we want to do more. Hi there, thanks for tuning in. That's so succinct.
Succinct, yeah.
Yeah. Momono, me, was workshopping ideas. And then he saw that egg, 123's Mother and Earthbound Hot Takes video, which you should go watch. This here. You'll recognize it by the thumbnail. And now we're doing it for Puyo Puyo, but lower effort. Hi Jonathan, sorry for us having a hearty disagree with your take in advance. I do really apologize, Jonathan. I feel guilty, because I would rank one of your take one of the worst. And
oh boy.
I don't want to be mean to you. So no bad blood on my part at least. And thus your Puyo Puyo hot takes.
Actually, I think in regards to no bad blood, we should generally talk about the thing is, oh yeah, as you see here on the slide, we put in there a stipulation that you need to be ready to have us like roast your take if you send in a take.
Yeah.
But the stipulation is we're not here to roast takes, we're here to discuss them in a reasonable manner. It's not just about being spicy. Yeah.
Read this if you want to.
I will read it. I will read it out.
Okay, I'm giving this. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Wake me up.
Okay.
Wake me up for the next slide.
Since the last slideshow stream went so well, and even though it was pretty long, we too wanted to do more streams from interesting topics, like what is a boss battle in Puyo Puyo, like what qualifies as a boss battle, to dumb topics like the Bechdel test and Puyo Puyo. But for now, we like to keep it simple, so just give us your Puyo Puyo / Madomonogatari hot takes, which Urban Dictionary defines so helpfully as an opinion that is likely to cause controversy or is unpopular, or an opinion based on simplistic moralizing rather than actual thought. Nice. But in general, we accept any big-brained opinions or even stuff no one would ever think about. We just want to muse about it and give our honest thoughts, even if we disagree. The point here is to discuss about what the thoughts that are like just kind of floating around in the community have an actual discourse. That's why the chat is here. The chat participation is very encouraged. We want you to disagree with us. We want you to discuss with us. We are not some Tumblr confessions blog here, where you just let it hang in the air for everybody to start yelling at each other. We want to have like an actual podium here, where we can like have a platform to talk about our thoughts. So yeah, the rules were here.
The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form.
Exactly.
The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discussion happens and more ideas form. The diverse opinions just means that more discus And that's a good thing.
Okay, I gotta hydrate.
So 1 hot take per person, please. So we did this to keep this length a reasonable time. At some point, we decided if the amount of hot takes / submissions went over 100, we'd cut it short there, to be on the safe side. So in total, we have 101 submissions. It will be streamed on the place you're watching it on. The idea was sparked by, that eggs. So, Jonathan's. We don't have to do that. And this is pretty much where... what's the word? This is pretty much the time frame. We started pretty much 2 weeks before this because we wanted a lot of buffer time after the last stream. Because it took 10 hours and we needed a break.
Oh god, that stream, I was hungover after that stream. Not from alcohol, but from pure stream.
This is the picture I used before you put in anything. The joke is it's because it's hot. So here's your hot take. Hot as in the sun, Maddie, don't worry.
I get it. I do get it.
I also added in how hot you think your take is. Because it's not scientific, but it's interesting to see. Might give insight on how common you think the take is or something.
By the way, spice level at Koko Ichibanya, a Japanese curry restaurant chain, goes up to, I think, 12 nowadays?
Ow.
So this is still
Isn't that
pretty...
Soul Melter?
Yes.
That sounds like pain.
It does.
Ow. So, is this... I put in the option to make you state if the take was influenced by something. Full disclosure, when I made this poll, at the time there was some drama going on where Cream the Rabbit and Aral Naja were in some kind of poll on Instagram battling each other.
Poll.
And
Oh, boy.
a lot of people were upset that it was 9 to 10 on Cream the Rabbit's part. But dudes, that's really good against Cream the Rabbit.
90%
or any
to
Sonic
10%,
character.
yeah. And it's like Cream the it's so look, it's Instagram is a mostly Western platform. Almost everybody in the West knows Sonic. But if people don't know something, they vote for the thing they know. It's just simple.
It's
math.
irrelevant how relevant Cream the Rabbit is currently in the Sonic the Hedgehog games. And I also gave the option to leave your name here.
Yeah.
Also, Cream is just
Adorable,
character.
yeah. She is adorable.
And we basically added this as a joke, but we're kind of serious about this. By submitting this form, you will give permission to Mr. Momono and Nedeline. We give some extension to Maddie here.
Yeah.
She wasn't planned from the beginning. To be honest about your hot take if they so wish to. There was no way to submit the form without clicking this box.
It's very important that you know we are going to be honest here about what we think.
And then, yes.
And maybe
And then
we
have
might
a hot
also...
taking.
We pass a fun day!
Yeah.
I just was gonna say we might also disagree with each other. That is also to be considered. That doesn't mean we won't be friends
I
anymore.
won't share my opinion.
Oh, come on, Mamono! How dare!
You can't be a coward now.
No backing
I'm
down!
not a coward, I just have nothing to say.
Untruth! Untruth! Going to the untruth corner!
Oh yeah,
the Pope didn't die for
some
this!
stats. Some stats before we start. 9% only had 1 spicy rating. 12% only had 2 spicy. The majority had a 25% spicy.
So, you mean
30%
sweet,
for
you mean
spicy.
Not 25% sweet spicy.
I'm going to ignore you. And 15% 5 spicy. So, as you can see, the majority is around here. Which is not too bad, honestly.
it's pretty close to a normal distribution.
Yeah, most people are just middling.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is, yeah, as Maddie says, this is a normal distribution. This is what it's supposed to be like. The stream was
And for record,
the stream was how me Nat in the chat found out that the Pope is dead. That is hilarious. Sorry to break the news to you on a Puyo stream.
also, this is how many people agree to make, to allow us to make fun of them.
Wow,
Not that we will.
I mean, I wonder
Probably,
how.
but I don't know. So here's what to expect. 101 hot takes, submitted by you, presumably. A break every 25 hot takes. Perhaps we may play some Puyo during them. The chance to cut off the stream early and continue at a later date at the 50th hot take, so it doesn't go on for too long. This is a, how do you say, precautionary thing. Because we're still feeling things out.
I thought you were gonna say it's because we're still feeling human. We're still full humans who have emotions. Need a break.
I mean, arguably we're that too.
Yeah. What Mr. Momono asked of the fellow hosts, so strap in. Refrain from commenting on the hot takes until the hot take has been read. Not a hard rule, but it is preferred. Give the go-ahead to reveal who, if anyone, submitted the hot take and why they did so. Give boy head pats with your mouse cursor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You can't see me doing it, but I'm doing it.
I'm doing it.
I trust you.
You also can't see it from... Wait, you can see it if I do it like this. No, you can't. You can't see it, but I'm doing it.
I believe you.
Okay.
Okay.
Just saying, Staroside in the chat, rest in pieces the Pope, you didn't get to play underwater mode.
There's some morbid jokes you can make there.
I mean, I'm... Somebody can play excavation now, but... No, I shouldn't say that!
Oh!
No, I should...
I need to make that joke.
I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! Francis, you were actually really good at your job! I'm actually kind of sad that you're dead! You were pretty good at what you did! I am sorry for the joke, but on the other hand, I feel, like you're probably in a better place now, thank you! He would have laughed,
So,
Quest.
next slide.
Okay, yeah, let's continue.
Next slide.
Yes.
Support us at I'm giving I'll silently count for 20 until 20 for this to be on screen. Starting now.
I should count to 20? Oh.
I'm counting to 20.
Ah, okay, makes sense. So yeah, here we have, this is our self-promo.
More.
Our self-promo, everybody. It's for the engagement! Ah!
And time's up. Any questions, either about this presentation or us?
Okay, and we'll look at the questions in the chat. Also, I got another hydrate. But first, Deltrix asks, do we think the Pope finished Undertale? That is not the topic of the stream. I regret everything.
He probably didn't. He probably, because like he would need a PC to run it first. Did the Pope have a PC?
I don't think he had a PC.
Yeah, so probably couldn't.
Ah. Is it fine if I eat popcorn? Asks the only guy I know.
Yes.
Please eat all of the popcorn that you want.
Just don't munch too loudly. You know, eat with your mouth closed.
Daxter Iced Cocoa asks, so what kind of stuff were you expecting? I'm expecting a lot of takes that I've already seen before and have opinions on already.
I have nothing to expect besides some incoming reactions.
Deltrix says the Pope has a PC, so the Pope might actually have played Undertale.
Oh, then.
I hope he did.
I don't really.
I hope he did.
I don't really have anything to expect. Like I have a few guesses, and I know one of them is mine, but It'll just be nice to be able to just have have everything laid out and just be able to discuss things, talk things through. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
So, Flynn Perry Growney asks, what is your opinion on Battle for Dream Island? I should know what
Never heard of it.
I should know what that is, and I don't.
I think that's the thing that they post a lot about on your Discord server.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no idea what this is. God Renee in the chat asks, will you be playing Chronicle? Yeah, I actually got a hard modded DS from Mamono just for that purpose, and I still haven't done it. I should do that.
Finger wag.
I will do it. I'm so sorry.
Puyo Chronicle or Sonic Chronicle?
Puyo Chronicle.
Yes.
I don't think. I mean, I could play it on a hard modded 3DS, but yeah, whatever. Deltrix, and anyway, enough Catholicism onto Puyo. Yep. The people commenting on the music playing. Yeah, that's my Puyo playlist, everybody. The themes are always written on the screen, so you always know what is playing. Darkstar is Cold Core. I wonder what kind of hot takes Japanese fans have. We talked about one of them last time, so you can go on to the VOD for last time to look at that.
I'm not seeing too many questions in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, there aren't really any other
I think
questions
people just
to really
want us
cover.
to move on. Yeah, so let's go on.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Start.
Ah, that's so cute how you did that.
You're welcome. Hot takes 1 to 10.
Oh.
The series history as a whole is cool, and not just any individual era. Y'all are just mean.
Oh, what a great take! The perfect take. This is the, this is the ideal take. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. I sent that one.
Oh, well, yeah, that is true. But it is. I mean, like, I wasn't even going to.
I agree.
I'm not blindingly agreeing, but I do agree. Like, there's a lot of good stuff to it. You just gotta be willing to look at it, and sometimes be willing to accept that you don't like some parts of it.
I vote we don't say anything about this because I think we'll prove our point over the course of this stream.
That was pretty. Also,
Fair enough.
The only reason I sent it was basically because Mamono needed a dummy take to test if the form was working. So it's not even really a take. I just sent it in to test the system.
It could have been Nanny's take. It could have been Fred's take. I just needed someone to test it. Okay, so ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm in love with the Dark Prince.
Oh, I think we know who that one is.
Just say
Hi,
next
Aqua.
slide.
Hi, Aqua!
This take is influenced by me, myself, and I. By Aqua.
I swear, Aqua.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, I guess that means we're discussing Satan as a character now.
No. There's a better take later on where we can discuss
Oh boy.
it.
Oh
Trust
boy.
me.
Then should we discuss self-shipping then?
I guess.
As long as you're not hurting anybody, go nuts, go ham.
I'm not hurting
Yes.
anybody because my opinion is go nuts. Because I don't think there's an issue with it.
No, that is my.
Yeah.
That's what
That is your take,
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are often like too judgmental when it comes to people having blorbos or characters they really love. I think it's an extremely unnatural thing, and I think most people can distinguish like reality from fiction. We just like hyperbole because it's fun to be like really overly excited about something. It's really, really fun, especially when you're neurodivergent.
Being happy about something makes you feel good. It gives you good brain chemical.
Yes.
And Satan is by far one of the best characters, so... And not just for lore reasons, just character-wise.
I mean...
He's one of the most lively ones.
I mean,
He's kind of a hoot.
He's not very high up on my personal list, but that's just because there's a lot of competition for the title of the most lively or fun character for me. So it's
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
And I
So,
wouldn't
ready
want
for the
him.
next?
I will just say before we go, Satan is definitely important to the series and definitely a really fun character. I won't say anything else, but he actually has 2 small semi-anonymized cameos in... Actually more, he has a couple of semi-anonymized cameos in Madofia. So if you're gonna play Madofia, while he will not show up in person, you will find him. If you're looking for him, you will find him. He's in there.
Yes. Ready for submission number 3?
Somebody in the please, people in the chat, I would like to ask for some restraint, to not insult people's takes. We're reasonable here. It's a reasonable discussion. Anyway, continuing.
Oh, hi, Slushy.
Hi, Slushy!
You miss your Salt Felly.
Salt
You
Felly.
miss your Salty Felly.
She's so great.
We showed her off. Okay, ready for submission number 3?
Yes.
Let's go.
Arl's hair color being brown or orange is fine. I just think her current cut is a bit too clean and neat for someone like her. In my opinion, it should be a bit messier.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
I don't disagree, per se.
For this, hang on. You two keep talking. I need to bring something on screen for this. Hang on.
I have seen... I don't disagree either. I have seen some really good messy-haired Arls. I do... in my head, she is kind of scruffy looking like that. At the same time, you know, just for ease of consistency in drawing, I can easily see why they went with this. Because it's like, you know, if the messier it is, the harder it is to just get it to look consistent.
So,
and draw consistent.
Probably, if Arl was a real person, her clothes would look unfolded too. Unironed.
Yeah.
Just
Very
messy.
true.
So, my take on this is that I actually go a little further and would say that her hair should absolutely be brown. Because, in the very first Puyo Puyo manual of the very first game, she's outright called the sorceress with brown hair, or rather with chestnut-colored hair. So her hair should be chestnut. And you can stretch the definition of chestnut, but what she currently has, well, if that is a chestnut, it's a very sick chestnut. Hang on,
I think it's because of Puyo Puyo. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying that I'm switching the screen over to Facecam right now, so you don't think that the slideshow is not gonna be on screen for a bit now, so hang on.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Say what you were gonna say.
Let me think. Oh, it's because of Fever, because of Fever's colorful style.
Yeah, you think
Arl's just kind of stuck with orange.
But the thing is, do you think that is all? Because, like, Klug was also in Fever, and his hair color is much closer to chestnut than whatever Al got.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
I mean, granted, Klug is meant to look extremely plain, so you know the brown might have just been thought of as too plain for Arl.
They wanted Al to stand out more. That might be it. But the thing is, when I actually think that the color bothers me more than the hair not being messy enough. When I draw her, I also try to make her hair a little bit more messy than this.
Yes.
There is enough art of me drawing Al online. You've probably seen how I tend to draw her, that I tend to make the hair messier. I also did this. It's on screen now. When I got my garage kit of Al, for those who don't know, garage kits are like when you buy a figure that you have to build yourself. It's a hobby, basically. And the advantage of garage kit figures is that you get to paint all the details yourself and can make a lot of alterations. And when I got her, as you can see, I repainted her hair. It's not the best paint job, I could have done better, but like, this is much closer to I think her hair should look. The only thing that bothers me is that her eyes are still this yellow, and that's because the eyes are stickers and I couldn't repaint the stickers. It's way too hard with the details, but I generally like it better when Al's eyes are like a more of a vivid brown, like yellowish brown, golden brown, and her hair is more of a chestnut color. So that's what I try to replicate when I draw her. The problem I think they're trying to lean more into it. I mean, in Puzzle Pop, they at very least in her textures gave her a more of a vivid golden brown eye color again. So I think they're trying to lean back into that.
Slowly but surely, probably.
Just so that it doesn't look like a sudden jump.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so
as far as color goes, I do think I like. I think brown is a really pretty hair color on a girl. That said, honestly, the fact color shifts happen. It does. I do think that color is pretty close to how it is on MSX2 123. But it's like I like both personally. I think both colors work good and suit all personally.
I have no opinion.
Flynn Perry Brownie in chat. It looks too glossy. Oh, you mean this? I always try to. That's because I gave it a coat of clear. A clear varnish coat, because that's always what I do with the hair on my figures, because I like it better when the hair has like a noticeable gloss. You don't have to do that yourself if you ever get a garage kit. It's personal preference. Cheryl in the chat. This is not for Al specifically, but on the subject of character designs changing slightly, I kinda prefer Ecolo's original palette. The thing is, I get why they changed Ecolo's palette, because the pure black, while it is the intention and is still what is referred to in the text, like he is supposed to be pure black, it gets really hard to look at for a long time.
Yeah, and it's not really friendly looking per se. I mean, unlike evil Popoi, black Popoi, who's not supposed to look friendly.
I mean, Ecolo is also not supposed to look friendly, but like when a character is like this pure black, it kind of draws too much attention, I think.
Yeah, especially when it's the only black on the screen. Like you ever look at other characters' art? They don't have any. There's no black on them. It's all very dark. They're dark colors, but not actual black.
Anyway?
I think Ecolo should turn black for a spell or two.
Yeah, that is fair. That would be cool. Anyway, hang on. I'm just putting the owl back into her case. You guys keep talking.
Okay, something I forgot to bring up, here's the spicy meter with the curries here. 1 spicy, 2 spicy, 3 spicy. The submitter considers this 3 spice. 3 out of 5 spicy. This is them. Just a thought I had from a character design standpoint, I guess. And the submitter is Darkstar Kokao.
Who we have in the chat, I believe. So hi.
I think so.
Thank you for your submission.
Actually. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission, Darkstar Coco.
Just give me a heads up. Go ahead to show the.
Yeah, the slide is on stream. I've put the slides back on stream a while ago. They're back on screen. I was gonna tell you.
No, I mean to go to the credits bit and the influence bit.
Oh.
Just from this to this.
Yeah. Okay. We're already there.
All right.
Okay.
Hang on!
Ready for
Hang
4?
on! I need to advance the playlist because it's the fear theme, and the fear theme gets immediately the stream
talk
state
over.
It's already we already skipped it. Let's go on.
Okay. Carbuncle should have kept the long tail from the very early Mado games. It made him appear more like creature. Trademark. That's probably a reference to that one video on my channel. Than just a yellow rabbit.
It's more of a queer person quirk thing. It's like, adding the extra team just kind of give it that little extra bit of emphasis. It's a gay thing.
I'll take your word for it. I live under a rock.
Honestly, I think Carbuncle's design is malleable enough that both works. Generally, Carbuncle is just kind of a shape, that is kind of scalable in Blender.
There was no consistency in Sega Puyo for a while.
Not even for Sega, not even in compile, and I mean, not even in the same game. Like, if you look in Madoff, oh, we got a super chat from Snicks. Let me see what the super chat says. My hot take, Napu. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. Oh wait, Tillianissa is Snicks, isn't it? I'm pretty sure Tillianissa is Snicks. Or am I wrong?
I'm not sure. Anyway,
I'm just gonna say.
I mean, it's still a very valid take.
It is Tillianissa in any case. Thank you for this, Tillianissa.
It's also a very innocuous one.
Yeah.
It's like a shower thought of a take.
Napu napu. Napu napu.
Napu.
Poop out next. So, as I was saying, Carbuncle is kind of a shape that is scalable in Blender. It's, again, I literally finished Madofia the other day, and even the Japanese people were talking about how Carbuncle's height, even within that game, just varies wildly. On the Live 2D models, he is a shoulder pad that just casually, like a little hamster, sits on Fia's shoulders, while in his model is the same size it is in Puzzle Pop, which is like... And then the CGs...
And looks like a...
Yeah.
And looks like a
small
foam
dog.
puppet.
Yeah.
Looks like a foam puppet.
And in the CGs and the cutscene images, he's just all over the place. And it's the same in the Sega games. We never know how big is Carbuncle, how small is Carbuncle, what is Carbuncle? Does Carbuncle grow? Does he shrink? What is going on with him?
Honestly, it's probably just convenience. An example I can give is ever play a Mario Kart game and the NPCs on the sidelines are inexplicably huge?
Yeah.
That's something you only notice. That's something you only notice if you slowly ride up to them. When you drive by them, you won't notice.
Oh, huge Bowser is in the final battle of Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh,
Well, except Bowser canonically does have the ability to change his size. He's magical like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got another super chat.
Also,
This time from Vivi.
Okay.
Los personas de Puyo Puyo están muertos. I don't speak Spanish.
I could look at it as soon as I see it on my end.
in the meantime, another example I have is Sonic Forces. The first battle versus Infinite. He's huge, but you're supposed to see him from a distance.
Yeah, I know. It's a camera trick. Also, yeah, as Maddie was about to say, Deltrix translated that. All the Puyo Puyo characters are dead, is what Vivi said in her super chat. Amazing.
That is true. That is canon.
Well,
No! I'm trying to think of what the joke is, but no, they're not! Don't kill my blobos!
That sounds really game theory, or no, dream theory, or everyone is in purgatory.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, the Priptown is purgatory! They are confirmed! They all died!
I believe it. So, Darkstar Kaka is the submitter again, which is my bad. I forgot to turn off
double submissions.
multiple submissions. But after this, I'm pretty sure no double submitters.
Okay.
So I kind of lied.
Okay.
So
I did want to.
Darkstar Kakao kind of sort of asked me if I could somehow combine the two, and I guess I have. So in total, there are only really 100 takes.
That is fine. I mean, those two are very similar. It's about design. They're both about design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People in the
Personally,
chat. People in the chat are talking about my fanfic now. Okay, continue.
I was just gonna say, personally, the wait.
Go ahead.
Were you talking to me or?
I don't know.
I was gonna say.
Just go ahead.
Personally, it's like I think the tail is fine as either a knob or as a tail. But what I really want to see more often is Carbuncle having floppy ears.
Oh.
It's like they're always. It's like it feels like they are always just rigid straight up and down, and it's just like he's a rabbit. Let them be all flopsy and
he's
stuff.
not really a rabbit. He's a carbuncle.
I can do without
yes,
the rabbit feet takes of him, though.
For those who don't actually know, carbuncle are actually a mythological creature related to the Spanish conquests of the South Americas. Basically, it's this idea that there's like a little creature that has a small jewel embedded on its forehead that will run away when you try to take the jewel. That's the whole thing.
And some of them think that if you cut it open, they'll have gemstones inside instead of organs.
No, don't cut open Kirby.
Ready for submission 5?
Yes.
Let's go.
Dark Owl should have been a separate character from the start. Her just being Echo in a trench coat is not enough.
I'm sorry. It's just, and it would just be Doppel again. And like, we already have Doppel. We don't need...
Sort of. She hasn't been an actual game for years,
Look,
but...
I dig this look as much as the next guy, maybe even more. But I don't think
it's a really good
that's
look.
Really how I think it should be an alternate non-canon skin on the roster. And that's the extent of it.
I mean, that's what they did in Quest. There's like a whole story where Owl dresses up in that dress, and it's still Owl.
Oh yeah, Undark Owl.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that one.
It's really good.
And she tries so hard at trying to be possessed, but she's really bad at it.
She tries so bad to roleplay as Ekolo, and she can't because she's not a good actress.
But her effects are dark magic anyway, so...
And like, I get it that, I get it if you like, I get it if you like Owl with Ekolo's personality. I get it. Because it's an interesting combination. But the thing is, we already have a character with that personality. His name is Ekolo.
It's Ekolo.
Yeah.
It's just, but again, it is a really cool look, and it would be nice to see it more often, but, you know.
I want to see more people possessed by Ekolo in whatever this is.
Everybody should wear this outfit when Ekolo possesses them.
Why not make that a quest?
Where the hell did they even get that anyway?
Just stole it from the local tailor.
So, I gotta assume that's a drop plot point from 7, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Ekolo breaks into the tailor in the shopping district, just grabs the first prom dress he sees, and is like, mine now.
So, not much else to say about it. It is influenced by Possessed Klug and the 20th alts getting alts as of late. Steam City, Possessed Klug, or even Darker Sig, for example. And I don't think they're really equivalent, because I don't think they're really equivalent.
Yeah.
Because the 20th alts are either Satan dressed up in pajamas, or different characters anyway, more or less. Okay, maybe not Dark Sig or Amity, but still.
We got a raid!
There's a huge difference.
Everybody, raid!
Oh, nice.
Say hi to the raiders. We got 22 raiders from Commissar Bear. Hi, everybody!
Hey,
hi.
Welcome all raiders.
Commissar Bear in the chat is asking, solve the technical issues from the other day? Well, there are no technical issues now, so I think it should work. Thanks for the shout out. Thanks for giving the shout out, Maddie. Oh, wait, who was it? Randy gave the shout out. Okay, good. I'm sorry. I suck at giving shout out and such because I never remember the comment for it. Okay, we have raiders now, so I need to tell the raiders what we're doing. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Puyo Puyo fan base. Please take a seat and sit down. We're chill here, I promise.
I want to agree with Schul's chat real quick. He says, I think it would be sick if they changed costumes for an alt voice, like PP2 Aurel changes her design to Dark Ariel, or how the Ghost Twins would swap positions, or like how Marl does it. I want more of that.
That needs to happen more often. That sort of thing needs to happen more often. It's such a fun thing to do. It's like there's a reason why so much thought is put into fighting game characters having alternate palettes and such. It's because it's fun.
For those who don't know, because they just joined via the raid, what we are currently doing is we got hot takes from the Puyo Puyo fan base submitted via Google form, and we are discussing them. Some of them are anonymous, some are not. That is all you need to know. If you don't know what Puyo Puyo is, please inform yourselves. We always love new players. New victims. New players.
For now, just roll with it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's pretty much what you have to do when you experience Puyo Puyo anyway.
Yeah. So for
Yes.
now, I just would like to say that my opinion on this take is, as I said, it is. We have Ekolo. Is the thing with Ekolo is that he has his own distinct form and identity, and we can't have the same character twice. Even though I get it, Vivi, I get it. It's a cool aesthetic, and it's a cool aesthetic with a cool personality. And I'm sure there would be ways to find excuses to have Ekolo possess Al more often. But also, those excuses would be like an investment story, technical investment, and I don't think I don't think it would pay off, to make this investment necessarily.
Yeah.
The whole thing, though, is because possessed Klug is also brought up. The main difference is just that the Crimson Soul doesn't have any other host than Klug on hand. The Crimson Soul can't interact.
They're stuck with each other.
Yeah, they are stuck with each other.
Meanwhile, Ekolo could possess anyone else.
Yeah.
If
He's even possessed Satan that one time.
He did.
yeah, and didn't get an awesome dress like this.
They should have done
Yeah,
this.
what the heck, Satan?
Satan should have got an outfit change when Ekolo possessed him.
He should
He
have.
should have.
Yes, that is my take. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. So, ready to move on?
Yes.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Take number 6. I want Puyo Tetris 3.
Oh, that is a hot one. Okay, but they weighted it as 3. I think that is higher than 3.
I don't know. I think it's perfectly neutral.
It's like there's not really anything to discuss. It's like you want a Puyo Tetris 3. Okay, it might happen, it might not. We can't make that decision.
I think
Whether it happens or not is just kind of something that will happen or won't happen.
I have opinions on this one. I think the fan base would explode if that happened, because some people would absolutely love it, and others would be like, Puyo as an individual franchise is dead, it's all Tetris now, it's all Tetris down the way, and I'm just like...
Ignore that all the stories in Puyo Tetris are Puyo anyway.
They are about Puyo,
Yeah.
the stories aren't much Tetris focused, it's still all Puyo. But I get
You
it.
don't know what the Tetris world looks like.
We've never actually been to the... I think all we've seen of the Tetris dimension is space. Did you realize this? We've only seen space.
Yes.
Yep.
It's called the Constellation Zone. That's all it is.
I will just say, rather than a Puyo Puyo Tetris 3, I would rather have a solo Tetris RPG with the characters from the SS Tetra.
That would be
That's
fun.
what I would really like, because I think these characters deserve their own universe as well.
And hypothetically
we
do
have-
have their own universe.
They do, but we don't see
Yeah.
much of it. The Tetris world is all
Yeah,
space, the
that's
planets...
exactly.
X counter chat, the Tetris world is all space, the planets aligned and fucking disappeared.
The planets are flat in the Tetris world. You realize that, right?
Well, they're not flat. They're cubic.
Wait, does
The
that
surfaces are flat.
mean that in the Tetris dimension, round earthers, globe earthers are the conspiracy theorists?
Yes, probably.
I think it's more of the world is square.
So the influence thing has been on screen for probably more than a minute now.
Yeah.
It's probably just as whatever, no disrespect, as the take itself.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I know Ellipson, and I think that it's understandable. Like, wanting a sequel, but on... Okay, I will say it. The reason I don't want this a direct sequel to Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is because the story, I think, ended on a really satisfying note. And if you just have a direct sequel to it, where like the ending is like ripped open again, then it will just feel like all the forces, the world building, all the built forces from the previous 2 titles in this little sub-strain of the Puyo series, it will feel like they're all incompetent, because okay, X can't stop this, Mal can't stop this, Squares can't stop this, they all can't stop this from happening, it will just keep happening. I guess the universe is just screwed. I need a little bit of a break for me to believe that this universe is actually held together with more than a little bit of duct tape and gum.
If you allow me,
let's have a crisis involving the world merging with some other world.
Yeah,
it's a dream world.
Panel the pawn. Oh no! Come on!
The dream world will be a
Oh no! I mean, many to be true. I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there will be takes where we can talk about that. Charles, is my take on Puyo Puyo Tetris 3 is that it could actually go hard as freak, depending on if it does enough to expand on the formula, but even then it should be what Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 should have been. I mean, gameplay-wise, I agree, but story-wise, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is, for me, kind of the magnum opus when it comes to storytelling in Puyo Puyo, so I don't know how to top it. I don't know how to...
It's the most realized story of that the series has gotten.
Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 made me proud to have media literacy.
Yeah! Sorry
and
for that
some people don't have that, and that's not an insult. And that's not
media
insult,
literacy
that's
is a
just...
skill that needs to be developed just like any other.
Yeah.
Oh, Parmesan in the chat. Let's not have the world end for once. Okay, you know that the world has been almost ending quite a little bit lately in the Puyo games.
So,
let's try lowering the stakes a bit.
Yes. Take number 7.
Let's go.
Okay.
Puyo characters are too one-dimensional, and their dynamics with other characters don't get any development / improvement in any game.
What? Okay, no, let me be.
So you were mentioning media literacy here a minute ago.
No, let me just. I get how people could get that impression, because I think the main issue is that what most of us, aside from a lot of the fan translation patches that are available are either incomplete or old and have issues in them. And because of that, what people get in the West tends to be very fragmentary. So if you go directly from Fever 1 to Tat 1, then sure, it doesn't feel like much change, because Fever 1 didn't really showcase the characters much. But the thing is, and then by Tat 1, Tat 2, the development is subtle, and it happens like in stages from game to game. So if you don't have all the context, it's not really super visible. It's like having an anime that you tuned into at episode 2, not even episode 1, and then 50 episodes later you tune in and you're like, oh yeah, same shit still, and you shut it off because you don't have the context, you know?
Yeah, that's really a lot better than what I was saying. And it's something I keep kept thinking about in preparation for this stream. Was just the fact that the Western Puyo community just does not have a lot of context. Like, we're all the three of us are way too deep into the into this franchise, especially Nini. Yeah. But we know, and so what seems obvious to us just isn't to most people, and that's something that's really kind of frustrating to deal with. I think that's going to inform a lot of takes that come further down the line.
And it's also an issue of both who is the writer in any given game and who is the translator in any given game. And I'm not... Look, everybody... translating. I'm a translator. I've made mistakes. I've made translation problems that I want to take back by now. I've made translation errors or wonky translations I would like to take back. But the big issue is that I think especially officially, none of these games that have come over have ever had the same translator between two entries. And due to that, a lot of character development and character arcs get lost, because stuff that is supposed to be continuity and callback gets glossed over because the translator didn't get it, because the translator just jumped on for this game and didn't know what this scene was about and just winked it. So that happens a lot. And that same thing also happened with the fan translations. That is why I'm so critical of a lot of both official and Japanese, and not official, but also fan translations for the series, because I think we need to unify stuff a little bit. We need to have like an understanding what is happening. But yeah, there's also you basically, okay. The other problem is that so much of the development, like a lot of big milestones for development, happen in the drama CDs. Which, while I love the drama CDs, and also the novels, is kind of a sin. Because not a lot of the people playing are not going to read the novels or listen to the drama CDs. And I know that this used to be kind of a plague with video game and anime for a while, that big development stuff happened in drama CDs. But like, they should be made accessible somehow, you know? I know Magia etc. right now, like the current Madoka Magica phone game is actually trying to make some of the old drama CDs accessible by adapting them into the game. And I think Puyo Puyo needs to do something similar, because like so much of the actual development and stuff is stuck in the drama CDs, and nowadays a lot of people don't even have CD players anymore, and drama CDs never get translated and dubbed. I don't remember of a single drama CD that has, from any franchise, that has ever been dubbed.
I can't either.
It's a big issue, actually. I mean, like for example, a lot of important lore for the Persona games, especially Persona 3, is also stuck in drama CDs. And it's like, really relevant stuff, like where the character Metis got her appearance from, but it's stuck in a drama CD, so nobody in the West is ever gonna find out, haha. And yeah, as the chat has been talking about, an anime adaptation would solve so much of this, because all this stuff could be adapted into the anime, and then you could actually see the development in a linear fashion. Without needing to buy 15
It would be the dream.
games. Yeah.
So the moral of the story is, I agree with this take in relation to Arl.
That came out of nowhere. Agree. I explain why.
I think that means it's his take.
Yes.
I mean, why do you agree in regards to Arl? Is it because her characterization in Compile was so inconsistent, or?
We'll get into it later.
Yeah.
This take
Anonymous.
is influenced by NA. Yeah. Ready for the next take?
I'm thinking about it still. I mean, I think we said everything that is to say.
I agree, and I agree with all of that stuff, by the way.
Okay.
Don't unload some big story stuff into a drama CD or a light novel.
I mean, it's not even.
Please.
They are not light novels. They are young readers' novels. Big difference.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Reading material.
Reading material.
Let's take a breath.
I mean, a lot of stuff. To be fair, they put a lot of the raw lore from the drama CDs and the novels into the character profiles for Puzzle Pop. But I'm pretty sure we will get takes about
It's
Puzzle
true.
Pop later on, right? Also, if you just see it in a character profile rather than actually see it play out on screen, it's not the same feeling, you know?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Oh, comments up there in the chat. Al has character development in the games. She went from being a drunk child to a drunk teen.
So,
Not wrong.
spoilers? Spoilers, actually. No takes that are directly related to Puzzle Pop.
Seriously?
Because Puzzle Pop is in hell.
Oh right, yeah. Not enough people have played it.
Yeah, but I thought there would be takes about it being in hell.
Nothing directly about it.
Huh, interesting.
There's some
Also,
indirect connections, but nothing direct.
Also, I don't think there's anything really much of a hot take about. It sucks that this game is stuck on Apple Arcade, because I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, everybody agrees that we want it
and I'm
off.
glad.
You agree?
Ready for submission 8?
Yeah. I mean, I could talk about every single
Okay.
take for 8 hours, so yeah, let's keep moving.
Because submission 8 pretty much explains the take I gave on 7. I wish Arl got to interact with post-compile characters beyond Amity, Ringo, or the new character of the day again. I get compile nostalgia as a factor, but it doesn't feel like much of the Arl who was set to hang with Accord's class a lot in Fever 2 and 15's left. Nobody feels as secluded like she does, with others like Shazo getting to have regular interactions and dynamics with the Primp folk no problem, while Arl is, in cases like 20th and the Puyo Tetris games, deliberately kept away from them. Even when she does get that kind of interaction, like in Puzzle Pop, it comes off as awkward, distant, and impersonal. I agree a lot with this take.
It's not. It's
and
not wrong.
I do
It is
want
true.
Arl to be.
It is
not-
true
do
that the
want-
games do have.
It is true. It is true. Al kind of still feels like
It
a
is true.
tourist in Primpton a lot of the time.
Yeah, and the games especially have a really big problem with putting all the characters into little cliques.
Not necessarily. I think other characters are pretty good at interacting with each other. Like we had a whole drama CD track about Rafina.
No,
Why did I say Fia?
I meant the games.
Rafina interacting with Chazo, for example. There was a whole
Well,
drama.
no, I said in the game. I said in the game.
Well, even in the games, like Puyo Puyo Tetris Chapter 9 is all Shazo and Sig for one thing.
Well, yes. I mean, I'm not saying that it never happens, but it does. But it is fairly common that characters will get grouped together and then not have that many chances to break out of those groups.
I mean,
And Arl
it's-
is in
it's
so
like- it's like-
few
it's not
of
that
those
it-
groups.
I'm not sure if I agree with
I'm
that, Maddie. I'm not sure if I agree with that, Maddie, because if I think about it, I've seen the characters cross-interact with each other much. I think the clicks are just that. The clicks are just natural because people gravitate to people they already know. So I think it would actually be weirder if they didn't try to stick to who they know a little bit. That said,
I guess that's true.
I do
Yes.
agree that Al still feels like a tourist in Primp a lot of the time. Which is funny because in 20th it is shown that she has a friendship with Lembrus, but we never saw that friendship happening.
That interaction is like a drop of water in a desert with Arl.
But the thing is, like, I want to know, when did she make friends with Lembrus? She seems to know him pretty well in 20th.
I want more.
But we
They're about to. They're like. Is about Lemur's age, and it's like they probably have similar
It's weird to think
goals of
about.
education. They should have a lot in common in terms of, of their education
Arl
and such.
is about his age, that's right.
Yeah, she is. Al is about the same age as Lembrus, and God, I don't want to do. Basically, while I was playing Madofia, and I'm not going to spoil, but we talked about Al a lot because we realized that there's a lot that could possibly be going on with Al because Al never talks about herself. So that is a big problem. I think they have been very secretive about Al as a character. She is kind of somebody who happens to others, but we don't, except for some drama CDs, we don't really see what is her deal. She doesn't really have a deal because she kind of like she passes through everybody else's lives. She is an adventurer. She is a dungeon
Nanny?
crawler, but like
Nanny?
yeah.
Please keep this in mind for hot take way further down the line.
Okay.
Because I came up with something.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
But also, I think she should at least hang out more with the
Rest of the cast,
print
yeah.
kids.
I think
because she is said.
I want to see her more interact more with Lambros because again they are around the same age and they had a good dynamic in Witch's Story and 20th. They seem to get along pretty well. I want to see them talk about magic. I want to see them talk about magic.
I want to see more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see more.
So,
yeah.
That explains my opinion on this take here. Which is why I put Arl here.
That said, I don't think she's one-dimensional. I think her role is kind of like a big sister figure to Amity. But that's the thing. She's like
That's just one character.
She's a bit.
It's just one character.
She's a bit like the mysterious mentor who suddenly showed up in Amity's life, but we don't know anything about. She's
Moral of the story.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi, but she's not dead.
We can. Okay. Let's just sum it up. Yeah. We all agree that we just want Arl to do more with different people.
It's true.
Yeah. And Chronicle doesn't count!
I do think Arl's actually pretty good in Chronicle.
I think she didn't do much in Chronicle except for... I think Allie kind of carried everything, and Al was just there like, can we get this over with now?
I'll get into it later. Yeah. There's a take related to that.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay.
This is inspired by anything Arl from 20th onwards.
I would agree. I would argue that in 15th there's also that is also an issue in 15th that she just kind of tourists her way through life.
Well, to be fair, 20th has a more up-to-date translation than 15th.
That is fair. Yeah.
Yeah, especially in the near future.
Yeah.
So who's ready for submission 9?
Me.
Okay. I feel we're getting to a point where Amity is going through a DTVA-Protag/V9 Ruby Rose /Kanto 7 Don Quixote level depression crisis to grow if she were to receive major focus in the next mainline Puyo game. I don't know what half of those words mean.
What the hell does any of that mean?
I think I know what they're talking about. It's something that I talked about.
Before you continue, if you have questions, then there are chances that the influence has some answers for you. So keep that in mind.
I have enough context on Ruby to understand what is meant here, and it's something I've talked about. It's about, do you guys know the hero's journey? Like the storytelling concept of the hero's journey?
Yes.
And all of these characters have a big hero's journey thing, even if in various levels of how well it is written. But the important thing is, like, Amity is kind of on a hero's journey story circle, and she has been since Fever 2. But the problem is, she is moving along it very slowly. And she's only now kind of approaching the second third of the story circle.
The hero's half-pipe.
Wait, I need to show the story circle, but how do I put it on screen? I have it.
Gonna go mute for a bit. I need some drink.
Okay, then. But you can still hear. You can still hear, right? Let me just put the story circle on screen for a moment. Story circle. Oh, this is an image.
Yes, we do know that that Amity does have self-esteem issues, and those will need to be addressed at some point.
Yeah, but I hang on. I'll do this with Wikimedia and browser.
I drank.
Okay, like, hang on. Oh god, no, this is not very visible. Then let me do this another way, hang on. I need to show this to explain this. I'm sorry that if I'm being annoying with that, but this is kind of important for my point. So, window, story circle. Wait, this is already in use? What do you mean? Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. Yes. So, let me try this again. Story circle.
Let me switch to slides, which has a cleaner backdrop.
No, it's fine. I can do this. Hang on. I'm already there. So now I just need to put this in front of the slideshow. There we go. So this is the story circle, everybody. Basically, there has been criticism of it. Good criticism, but it is still a very good guideline, especially for like action stories. Or any story that has like one protagonist, to see how the beats of a plot and how it progresses. And if we're talking about Amity, wait, I need to make it so that my oh, this is the wrong one. Hang on. Hang on. I need to make it so that my mouse cursor is captured. Is it here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So if this is the story circle, then Fever 1, Amity was here and stayed here, and nothing happened with her. She was here the entire time in Fever 1. Fever 2 is when we get the call to adventure, but nothing else yet. She's just called, but she doesn't do anything with it yet. Then when the whole thing with like her head starting to become relevant happens in like the novels and everything, that is when we get these
and
parts
20th.
here. And 20th, yeah. This is like when we get here, yeah. We are only now with Puzzle Pop here. And if they speed up the story development here, we will end up here. Which is basically the darkest hour. Which means that if Amity keeps going down a regular story circle, which characters of her type usually do, she will end up in a spot where she is seriously not in a good headspace. And that is what this take is talking about. It's we are approaching territory where it will be hard to reconcile the plot that is laid out with Amity with the upbeat nature of Puyo Puyo. It is doable, but it is kind of hard. Like, for an example, if there's any Steven Universe fans in the chat, as when Steven Universe got Steven here, the writers realized that they were at the point of no return, and as a result, the show never returned. It could never go back to being funny, fluffy slice of life. Afterwards, like, the entire rest of the show was about Steven first trying to fix everything, and then in the epilogue season, about him having PTSD. The show didn't even pretend to be a comedy anymore. And I think if they don't find a way to like reconcile this, it will be really hard to both keep developing Amity's plotline and also not change her character so much that she basically becomes somebody completely different.
I think it can be done though, but it needs to be done very, very, very carefully.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that is what this take is about, and it's absolutely, I don't think it's spicy, I think it's absolutely true, because it's like, it's the natural result of where her arc is going, yeah, because she is showing confidence issues, she has like a huge magical destiny, she's basically going down a very Steven Universe-y path. Or Ruby Rose, I guess, but I know Steven Universe better than any of the examples named.
I'm only familiar with Owl House personally. She's basically she's loose but less cynical, because she didn't grow up with the internet. But
I'm
yeah.
too busy watching the Donkey Kong Country cartoon.
Why?
Why are you doing that?
Because it's fun.
Okay, that's completely fair. Okay, I had some hydrates. I drank my hydrates. I hope you guys are happy. Also, Commissar Bear did note that Kanto the 7th Don Quixote is from Limbus Company, which I also only know about True Friends. But, Flim Perigoni, so basically Amity is pretty much locked into having depression next game. I think what they can do is that they can speed up the arc so much that she has her darkest hour and recovers from it within the same game. Which is not what
That's
happened in
probably the
Puzzle
best way to
Pop,
do it.
because she didn't really hit the darkest hour in Puzzle Pop. She was worried about sick, but that is not hitting a darkest hour. She worries
Just
about...
one question.
Yeah.
Will she wear Phoenix Wright's outfit from Apollo Justice?
I mean, she's already got the hats.
Oh, boy, Amity!
She's already got the hat. She's got kind of a hoodie.
Amity gets expelled from magic school.
Don't do that to her.
for grievous crimes against magic.
No. It's an accident on a quartz part. A genuine accident.
That's some accident occurred.
So, I have nothing really to say about this. If it happens, and I'll let it happen to me. I have no interest in speculation.
I remember you said you're generally not really fond of how heavy the hero's journey's plot is being played with Amity, as far as if I remember correctly. Right?
Well, the talks we've had, I don't think we've ever talked about the hero's journey in relation to Amity. I just maybe take further on will explain things.
Okay, good, yeah.
Ready for last take of this segment? Which
Yes.
doesn't mean a break, just... Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a beefy one.
Right.
What is this wall of text?
Don't expect a few more, like 9 more.
Oh dear.
I don't understand why for Sonic, which is a fellow Sega franchise, that it's seen as acceptable and even celebrated that there's plenty of pieces of media, including entire video games, that exclusively utilize only the classic characters and settings with no modern elements at all, and will even occasionally bring back old staff members from that classic era to contribute to these projects. And yet for Puyo Puyo, it seems like such a taboo prospect amongst us Western fans, like the idea of only the Compile era characters being in a new game would be a negative thing. The only thing close to this that we have received, I think of, is with Versus Puyo Puyo Sun, but I hesitate to count that since it's ultimately just a re-release of a previous game.
Where do we start?
The thing is, I haven't actually seen any discourse about this. I find it really interesting, especially
Let me
because...
tell you, I think this is a false equivalence based on that they're both Sonic team properties.
I mean...
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's pretty much just a false equivalence between Sega properties, and
I don't
even
think
we did kind.
I don't even think that is happening because... Can I just say that real quick, maybe? Because, if it's about fan projects, for example, well, Robotnik Ring Racers only has Al in there, and she only has her one of her 2 design, I think it is. So, and nobody complained
Fun
about
game.
that. Right?
Fun game. That's all I
It
said.
is a really fun game, yeah, and nobody complained about Al being the only Puyo character in there and only in her 2 design. And also
Because it's all retro themed anyway.
Yeah, and also Sega recently did like a whole... okay, that is Japan only again, but in Sega recently did like a whole pop-up store in Tokyo that had nothing but Tsu and Sun merchandise. Not a single Amity or Ringo in sight. So,
I think the problem also is that Sonic just sneezes out a new game every now and then. And even in Japan, you have to wait a while for a new Puyo game. So if you go classic for a single game, that's a few years you're not gonna see Amity & Co.
I mean, that's
And also
I
there's the
disagree
fact-
with that. Puyo has it's actually Puyo has only recently slowed down with developments. It was pretty consistently every 3 years at longest that you'd have a new game.
That's still 6 years before you see Amity & Co. again.
still, the other thing is that the Sonic as a franchise has just a very, very messy history. That it's like
Yeah.
also all these continuity problems. It's had. I mean, granted,
And you say
I've never been.
Puyo does
I
not?
don't know the Japanese. I don't know the Japanese
Okay.
side of it.
Puyo
But
doesn't.
it's like Puyo's. We don't really have the context of classic Puyo in the West.
Okay, in the West, absolutely.
That's
yeah.
that's a plain fact.
Yes.
We didn't get much.
if there were a classic, a purely classic Puyo game released for the West, then it might not even get localized, or it might just be completely unrecognizable because
Sonic is poisonous to my
we never got that.
Also, a thing is, while I think I really hate the distinction between classic and modern Sonic, because there are several distinctions between those distinctions anyways.
True.
Sonic games can play wildly different. Puyo Puyo is just all still the same at the end.
No, I think actually, look, we're talking about this, but I think actually a lot here is similar. You know what the one difference between the two franchises in this regards that I would say? The one difference? That Sega is still not entirely sure what they own. And they keep proving that they're not entirely sure what they own. And that's probably why they're scared sometimes of messing with it. And Jonathan, I think we are overdue for a re-release of Yon. And Box absolutely needs a re-release. Box needs a
Agreed.
re-release.
The last time they were re-released was on Japanese PlayStation Network on PlayStation 3.
Yeah, and also, I get why Dax/Jonathan is saying this, because
What?
no, I get why Jonathan is saying this. Absolutely, I don't think I've ever seen this be discourse in the fandom, like at all. If it is, I was not in the corner where it happens. But I would be all for getting more compiled throwbacks, you know? As long as we still keep getting, like, developing the stuff
Agreed.
that is already there. Sure, give us compiled throwbacks.
It's the whole.
Yeah.
It's the whole
Give
us worse and shorter games made by people who paid more to work less.
Yes. And
That's that whole thing.
you know how upset and I'm not the only one. There's a whole bunch of people who are upset that in Quest we have never visited the Mado world in Quest yet, even though every other world is being visited sometimes more than once. And I get why!
Of course, there's a reason for that.
I mean, Sega is scared. They don't know what they own. They don't want to fight with D4. That's sad. Madofia just came out. They worked together on that one really smoothly. I have hope that means that they have figured out how to divvy up the rights. Or rather, how to not divvy up, how to share them. And it would be nice. I want the classic Mado games re-released as well. Or not just via
Yes.
Project Egg. I want them on modern consoles. And it
Translated.
would be, yeah, translated on modern
Translated,
consoles.
please.
Yeah, that would be so cool. I don't know anybody who would, I mean, maybe a handful of people. I don't know anybody who would disagree with that. Please, give us the, re-release everything from the 90s, re-release everything from the 2000s. Generally,
Yeah,
stop
to make something.
re-release something that is not 2. Or just the versus mode
Yeah,
of Sun, basically.
Yes.
And I wasn't saying that we shouldn't get classic compile throwbacks. I'm just saying it's like Mamano said. The comparison to Sonic is such a false quote. Is not really the same thing. It's different. It's
Similar, but too different.
Chargeman in the chat.
Yeah.
Bring back everything from the 90s, especially the housing
I do want
crisis.
to apologize to Jonathan because I kind of implied that this is a worse take, but hearing you two, it's still probably my least favorite take here because false equivalences just make me angry.
And Sonic. You have a history with Sonic, I
I
believe.
get what he... Look, the big thing is that Jonathan and Cosmic, those two, are huge fans of...
Want all...
They are
and
huge...
I get that.
They are huge fans of Ragnus Bisashi. And the thing is, Ragnus Bisashi rarely shows up in the Sega games, if at all. He had a storyline with Alien Quest where he was really good. He also was in a hamster costume for most of it, so that's another thing.
He's a JRPG parody. There's like, he only has anything resembling a character in Saturn Midou.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't do more with him.
It is, but it's just like,
So...
what character are you expecting to see if they get added?
Okay, let me put it like this. Ecolo was just a sci-fi parody. Even a Space Channel 5 parody. And now he's one of the most well-developed characters in the franchise. They can do more with Ragnus.
Yes, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying it's just a matter of what, like, you want this character. Yes, that's great. If he gets into a game, then I'd be just nothing but happy for you. But it's like, who is the character that you're hoping to see? Because you might not see that character if they come into a new game.
Because the same writer has never written Ragnus for more than one game. It's always been a new writer every single time. But I think it's possible to establish a really good character arc for Ragnus. I think it's absolutely possible.
It is.
Also,
Absolutely.
comments up in the chat. Mado 123 plus AIS compilation set. That would be cool. That would be really cool.
Yes. Please.
I think
also,
the core
also
is
MSX 123 though.
As a base at very least.
I think the core of this is more classic Puyo iconography. Because Sega Puyo is apparently really insistent about nostalgia pandering to classic Puyo Puyo, but it can't look the part ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Compile had like a settled art style, but Compile leaned much more into 90s television art, while Sega leans more into pop art. And that's like a sharp... that is just the art style. I think it would be... I would love to have a Mado game that leans more into, like, say, early 2000s anime art styles, maybe, and is actually like a dungeon crawler, first-person dungeon crawler. And I mean, yes, I would include the FIFA era characters, but I would use much more Mado elements, you know. But I also...
You know what I would
really need to work more on...
And I would...
you first.
What I would do is that I would, for people like John, I would just also make more games that are set before Arl ends up in Primp. Like, why not? We could even have a game that explains how she ends up in Primp. We never saw that.
She tripped.
I mean, yeah, she tripped over Puyo mid-battle.
Okay, what were you guys gonna say?
What I would do is just make a prequel Monogatari story.
Yes.
Featuring a character that's not related to the main cast in any way, but is an old character.
Ragnus.
and just see how that character interacts, and maybe has some interactions with baby Arl back in kindergarten. And we see
that's
some...
what you're talking about your fan animation. You're talking about your fan animation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And then he protects her because she does it dumb. And
Yeah, as
And
you
then
see,
she gets very adorable.
as you see, Dag, people are making fan works like this. The demand
You
is
make-
there. The demand is there. It's not that really I don't think the fandom is rejecting this. I just think that Sega is really bad about re-releasing the Puyo games because they are too busy re-releasing Sonic games.
yeah.
And all I was going to say is like it would be really cool if someone were to make some sort of first person judging calling framework so that anybody who wants to see an old school who really wants there to be more old school Monogatari style games can make them themselves very easily
Basically,
with a lot of
yeah.
help from the person who made it.
What we're saying is Maddie has been working for months now on trying to make an engine plugin for Game Maker Studio for people who want to make Monogatari-like games. And it's looking really
And
good.
what's there has been really useful for Blue Demon Story.
Yeah.
I make my maps in that, so it's pretty good.
I want to use it too. Like you people have probably seen that I've tried to adapt the novel Six Secret as a Monogatari game. So, yeah.
And then we
Yeah.
got Puzzle Pop.
And then I'm still trying to do it. Even if it's not as necessary anymore, because Puzzle Pop has a lot of the same hits on a lot of the same points.
No,
yeah.
Which is perfectly fine.
And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it still.
So what we're saying, Daek/John, is I don't think anybody disagrees with you there. I'm not sure who you are talking to, but I think that it's not just you who wants this stuff. There's a lot of people, pretty much everybody.
I'm sure he was
we
in
know.
I'm sure he was in a bubble he didn't want to be in
Yeah.
when he came up with that take.
Possible.
That goes for a lot of these takes, probably.
I want to see more of Ragnus too, by the way.
He's not gonna be in Blue Demon Story. Sorry to disappoint.
Oh.
Also, go watch Blue Demon Story. I actually have not plugged it in any of these slides, so I kind of have to do it verbally.
For those who don't know, Blue Demon Story is a fan animation in the style of the MSX Mado Monogatari games, which presents itself as a side story to Mado 123, featuring...
Starring this character design.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's very charming and very well made.
It is really well made. It is so cool.
Episode 2 is still in production, just had a few setbacks.
It's always cool that we have fan animations like that, though. So,
Yeah.
let's keep
So
going.
that was the first 10 takes. We probably have to cut it short at 50 at this point.
Let's just keep going and see how things go.
Yes.
Yeah. So who's ready for number 11?
Me.
English VA of a Court and Rosette does not do the characters justice.
Okay.
I Though I have no frame of reference for Rosette's Japanese actress.
Okay. Rosette is voiced by a man by a masculine voice in Japanese. I know Astro hates Accord's VA because she's apparently a terrible person, from what I've heard.
Hang on. Crimson Slushy, please draw Blue Demon eating cookies.
Yes, please do so.
Please do that, yes.
Yeah. So the thing with Accord is, I think, and I'm sorry to say this, Astro, I think her performance is a lot better in Puzzle Pop, at least.
Do we want to check if this take is Astro's?
Possible? No, we
doesn't
don't.
seem like it. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't. Oh,
But yeah,
I've actually seen more people really dig the fact that English Rosette gives him a bit of a transmask flavor to his character, which some people think is really cool.
the thing with Rosette
And I can see why.
The thing with Rosette is it's a very different take on the character. I do think it still works, It's just a very different take. But generally, I'm very permissive when it comes to voice actors, as long as they don't give an outright bad performance. That said,
Yes.
A Accord goes a little too hard on a Miss Frizzle, I think. Then again,
it's like. That is what I was going to say. I do think that, at least, especially in Tetris 1, they were trying to go for a Mrs. Frizzle kind of take on her. And it's like, I get it, but it's not really a chord because it's too loud.
The thing with
for
Accord
one thing.
is that she has in Japanese, Accord always has the perfect poker face. And that's something that doesn't really come across in English, I guess. It comes across more in Puzzle Pop than it does in Tet 1 and Tet 2, though.
She's always smiling and always sounds polite, even when she's terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. As Astro says, Wendy Lee here as the VA who took over a role that she previously had. Wendy Lee's a bad person. If you're just talking about the performance, I'm just talking about the performance, but Wendy Lee has been extremely rude too, where other actors have not been, so yeah.
Also, I feel like she's been phoning it in a lot of stuff she's been in recent years, but that's just me.
I will say that Wendy Lee was incredibly. I will say that Wendy Lee was incredibly terrible as Draco in Puzzle Pop.
Yeah.
Isn't Wendy Lee wasn't Wendy Lee like a darling VA? So.
Yeah, she was until she started insulting other VAs on Twitter.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if she was
her name
darling
was thrown
but
out
she
a
was
lot.
she was in a lot of things.
Superstar VA, I guess.
Yeah, she was in a lot of stuff. It's just yeah.
Shoel in the chat
My
says...
take on Accord... My take on a... Yeah, you go.
I just say Shoel in the chat says, I think as far as different takes on the performance goes, but... I think as far as different takes on the performance goes, but it still kind of... it still kind of works. I'm trying to parse what Shoel is saying, actually. I think what Shoel is trying to say...
I think as far as different takes as performance goes, but still it's kind of wrong. I feel that way with Possessed Clue.
Working. Okay, I think what Charles is saying that that as far as for performances that are very different but still kind of work, it was charring. I feel the same way with Possessed Klug. It was charring when I first heard it, but it didn't feel wrong either. I agree. Possessed Klug sounds actually really good in English.
They do.
It sounds very different than from Japanese, but that's because Klug is voiced by Mia Sonozaki in Japanese and by Mick Winchard in English. So yeah.
Also, there's kind of in Western media, there's kind of a precedence for demonic possession giving people much deeper voices.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. He sounds like Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, and I like that.
It's a very fun voice, though.
Mm-hmm.
You go.
I was going to say my only other thing about Record is that actually no, I probably shouldn't say it because it's kind of dumb.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say. I was going to joke about how I could take over a chord and Popoy's dub voices so that we can have the joke of them both having the same voice actor again.
I mean, you have to range.
I can be very nice and polite like a chord, and I can be very canny and weird like Popoy now.
I mean, you could.
That's a decent Popoy.
That is a decent Popoy, yes, and a nice chord too. Let's keep going because I think we have talked enough voice actors now. Meow.
I did not get my takes out there.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Please, Mamono, I'm sorry. Say it.
So all I really have to say, I don't agree with the take, but I do think it's kind of missing the forest for the trees because Popoy and Accord are supposed to have the same VAs, and that's just something lost in Not even in translation, just in voice casting.
Yeah.
And as someone who does, who respectfully doesn't care, I really like Rosette's voice. I hope that's okay to say.
It's fine. I know Rosette's voice because I play Quest. I know his Japanese voice. It is different, but it still vibes with him. It's still like the right vibe for him, I think.
So we've spent
Dramatic as
enough
hell.
on number 11. Ready for 12? Eklo's obsession with Ringo is the most uncomfortable dynamic in the series.
I do get where this one is coming from.
It's
another thing about the whole, a lot of
context.
Western fan base just doesn't have the context. Yeah, and it's like it really doesn't help. Like there's the one joke in Tetris 2 where Eklo tries tickling Ringo, and it's like if you had the context of 20th, and if it was actually Midget that he was trying to tickle her, then it would be a lot less creepy looking. But
it's a
when
problem
I was
with the
first
translation.
it just
the problem is also that look, Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 has some translation errors, and one of them is that for some reason a lot of Ekolo's lines were handled in a way that somehow ignored his character development. Like he was basically written as if it was still Puyo Puyo 7, which is like, how did you even know that used to be his personality? How?
I think they were trying to lean more into into the generic character archetype of weird trickster person.
Yeah, but
maybe it's because the Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 is also to simultaneously serve as an introduction to the West.
Yeah.
And they had to fit that in wherever they could, even if it's misguided.
It is misguided because... Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, like, in Japanese, in Tetuan, a lot of what Ekolo says is a lot less mean. A lot less mean-spirited. And it does come across... And his interactions with Ringo are generally a lot more gentle. And it does come across a lot more like Ringo is like his self-proclaimed babysitter. And he's like the annoying little brother, That's how it comes across in Tetuan in Japanese. While in English, they're kind of still stuck in 7 mode. Which makes it seem like he never had the character development he had in between the two games. Which is... interesting, but it also obviously makes the fact that they are constantly on screen together less comfortable, because in 7 he was trying to kidnap her into a pocket dimension to make her into a host body. So, yeah. I guess,
Also, we gotta recognize, Ekolo looks like intergalactic pudding, a slime monster. He isn't, but he looks like one.
It's not really hard to see why someone would come to this conclusion. It's just again the whole translation thing, the whole lack of context. It's like, but Ekolo is such a really great character, and I really hope that at some point there will be a way to overturn this person's opinion. Because
the problem is that a lot of Ekolo is like a victim of what we said with one of the earlier takes, that like the character development is extremely fragmented, not only across the games, but also like, especially with Ekolo, the drama CDs and novels, like the most important step in his character development, the point where he actually made friends with Ringo officially, happens in the drama CDs. To the point,
Dumb.
yeah, and it was never adapted to the games proper, which it should have been, because this is actually a very pivotal point for his character, because it shows a lot of how he is not actually like just a pest in Ringo's life, but somebody he actively sees as an important friend for herself. And again, Ted 1 had like the translation issues. I think it was a lot better in Puzzle Pop. Thankfully.
It was, yeah.
And with Ted 2, we have that issue with that one scene where they completely missed that it was a callback to 20th. And as a result of it being a callback to trend, because okay, for those who don't know, there's the scene where Ecolo tries to make Ringo smile, and there's like some weird comedy routine, and they briefly go off screen, and then Ringo makes some noises, and then she says, "Why are you doing things that we can't even show to the audience?" And
It's meta.
and
It's a meta joke.
and also in the English translation, for some reason, Ringo mispronounced improv as improv at that point. The thing is, that is not what was happening in Japanese. In Japanese, this was a callback to 20th, where Ecolo asked Rich how to make people smile. And Rich explained to him that you make people smile by tickling them. So Ecolo started tickling Rich, and Rich got angry at him, and they had a Puyo battle. And so what he did here was he was trying to tickle Ringo to cheer her up. Because he was still in this mindset. He did not get the implications, because he is not a corporeal being. That this... He is very knowledgeable in some areas and very naive in others. So there was like... It was more innocent than it seemed. The joke was that it is more innocent than it seems. You know?
Yeah.
They kind of missed it.
I did laugh hard though, because my eyes went wide.
I kind of went off screen when that happened, because at that point I didn't have the context myself yet. And also I was playing in English, so yeah.
Yeah, I just had to put the controller down for a while when I got to that part, and I was just like, why is this in here?
It's a rare flub on Puyo Puyo Tetris 2.
Yeah. I get it. It's something where context was lost again in translation. And I get why you would feel uncomfortable with the dynamic if you're missing so much context in it, you know? Again, it's the issue with, again, you seeing only episode 2 of an anime and then episode 50, you know? Again, yeah.
Yeah.
Her friendship is so good. It's the thing. It's like once you get into it, it's just like these two really care for each other a lot.
Getting into it is the problem, though.
Also, what Wendy is saying
that
here
is the problem. Yeah.
Also, what Wendy is saying here is also very true. I think worrying about overturning someone's opinion is the wrong way to go. Even if this person is given all context, it is still possible that they are uncomfortable with that, and that's the point. And we just accept it. I agree. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I phrased that poorly. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Ecolo's still intergalactic space stalker incorporeal blob, you know?
Yeah.
The potential he has to do stuff is still there.
I know we're not on a break, but I need to be right back.
Hang on. Yeah.
Okay.
To that, I see a lot of Ecolo love in the chat though, and that makes me happy because he's a very fun character to me. And I love his dynamic with Ringo. I wish we had like a linear look at his dynamic with Ringo. But yeah, it is, yeah. And also, yeah, the drama CD is not just translated, but like they should be adapted somehow. They should
I also think Ecolo and Arl should interact more.
True!
Not to form Dark Arl, but
usually
the awkwardness because of Dark Arl.
I mean, usually when Ecolo and Arl interact, it's just Arl being very around him and side-eyeing him because of what I know
and
what
Arl remembering
yeah,
him.
because Arl remembers what he did to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty charming. And the other thing with Ecolo that a lot of people don't realize is that Ecolo doesn't actually consider himself as having a crush or being in love with Ringo, because, and that is explained in the novels, Ecolo does not believe in love as a concept.
He's love atheist. No, not even love atheist, love agnostic.
Yeah, he's love agnostic, exactly. He thinks that love is just a social construct and is in no way different from just having a personal preference. And he tells that to Amity, straight to the face. And Amity is kind of like brain shattered by it.
Yeah, I mean, you can believe in love, sure, but it's probably not a thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he says. The other thing, yeah, he also says that he has the highest respect for Ellie for believing so highly in love. So that's pretty cool.
I would too.
Yeah,
So, a big question. This is take number 12.
Yeah.
I'm curious if this should have been take number 13 or if take number 13 is in its rightful spot.
Let's wait for Maddie until we get there.
Oh yeah, I'm just
I'm back.
making small talk before she comes back.
Yeah.
And she's back.
Welcome back.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Also, Randy in the chat is saying you're fine, Madeline. It wasn't pointed directly at you. He just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, and that it's a good thing to say, because, like I said, that was very poorly phrased on my part.
Also, Shoal,
So yeah.
he does love. Ekalo does love. He just does not believe in the concept.
Yeah, he does not believe in
He's
the
also-
concept of love. He thinks it's a social construct, basically. So if people
And a
think
Jet
that
Set Radio
yeah.
song.
So if people think that Ekolo considers himself as being in love with Ringo, he doesn't. He doesn't think that's even a thing.
He's too cynical for that.
Yeah,
He's
he-
way too cynical for
Yeah.
that. But he also does. But he does care. He cares
Yeah,
a lot.
he cares a lot about
Not just
Ringo.
about-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not just about Ringo. He also cares a lot about Allie and Rapusol, as we saw in Puzzle Pop.
Yeah. I think
He's practically Rapsol's dad.
I think he's still adjusting to the fact that he has a social connections. That's something he didn't have before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ringo's changed
So
him.
who's
For,
ready?
Yeah.
it changed him for the better in a lot of ways.
Also, Lemmo talking about Ekolo as a species. Ekolo doesn't have a species. Ekolo is a glitch in space-time. He just happened.
He's not really supposed to exist.
He can't even explain
I mean-
what he is. Yeah.
Theoretically, there could be another one of him out there, but it's not really a species then.
Yeah, it takes a bit
So-
more than a few more than one or two to make it.
Yeah. Let's continue.
So who's ready for the lucky number 13? Puyo Puyo
Yay!
Fever's English
Hey.
dub is
better.
superior to Puyo Puyo Tetris's English dubs.
Well, that is certainly a take!
Look, you can have preferences. The Puyo
Yeah.
Fever 1 dub is actually really good in a lot of regards,
In a-
ahead of its time in some ways.
It's fun.
But
it's
no.
cheesy fun.
It's
But
it is
also-
charming.
It's also it's not. It's it's probably not the best way to present these characters in English.
Yeah, look, the Fever one, the English Fever one dub is very charming. It is incredibly charming. I do
That's a
not
lot of
want.
qualities.
I do not want some of the more serious storylines in the series voiced by that dub. I'm sorry. Imagine Fever One Amity going, "Oh no, we might lose Sig."
Diamond Cutie. The sun was in my eyes.
What would they?
Okay.
What would they sick from that dub even sound like?
That is a good
Good.
question. They would probably have had him voiced by a woman, though. Also, now we're getting really real for realsies. Somebody pointing out, okay, yeah, Klug's voice. Okay, I will say that Klug's voice could probably still work to this day. But to me, my headcanon is that Klug just hit puberty between the games. That is my headcanon.
I hope that would have happened if we got a Fever 2 dub.
Probably, I would love to just
That would
have
be amazing.
I would love to just have a Fever 2 dub where Klug is just constantly screeching because he's in the middle of his voice changing.
Which would make him seem even more chuny.
So, a take I have that I didn't put in myself, a few of my takes are in here. I've talked about this a few times before in several places, but I think the Fever 1 dub isn't really meant to be a dub per se, more like an option for the English players to, what's the word? To enjoy.
What's the word? Enjoy. Look.
Yeah, that's a foreign concept to me.
The thing is, like, the Fever 1 dub sounds like a Saturday morning kids cartoon from that era. Which is very fitting because that was the aesthetic. But if they had kept these voice actors, they would have had to put in so much work and change their performance so much through the years to make it work for the more serious storyline bits. Which I think they could
Oh.
have, because to a degree, that's what the Japanese cast did too. Because the performances in the Japanese cast changed as well. Like, compare Sig from early on to now.
Apparently, it was because they liked hearing Rafina say "damn."
To be fair,
Yeah.
that is pretty accurate to a
this
character in
might be-
Japanese.
It is. I mean, if they weren't cowards, Arl would be swearing like a sailor, and so would Ringo sometimes. Ringo
So-
does get very kind of mouthy at times,
I
which he
don't-
freaks
Given
out.
given they voted for Alexei Pachinov, this might just be a meme thing.
I mean, it's a.
But
I get.
it's not impossible, but
I do see the charm in the Fever 1 dub, but like if they kept the voice actors, they would have done so much work to evolve the voice direction to make it work for later games. I
God,
think-
especially since nothing got localized between Fever 1 and Tetris 1.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be such a leap.
It would be.
yes. So I think we've all everything. That's all we have to say about this one, I guess.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Let's
Okay.
proceed.
Number 14, go. The English dub for Puyo Puyo Pop Fever isn't as bad as people think it is. They think it's cheesy, where I think it perfectly fits the atmosphere of Puyo Puyo.
I mean,
I
look,
agree.
It works for the earlier games.
It's cheesy.
Yeah.
It's cheesy, but it also fits perfectly well.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not
But
bad.
I do definitely think it's just English voice acting for the Japanese to not pick up on that it's bad English. Not bad English.
But it's a
Weirdly directed English.
Yeah, it is pretty weird.
Yeah.
Again. Okay. The voice direction for Fever 1 would work for 2, well, for Puyo 1, for 2, for Sun, not necessarily for Yon, because of the art direction, so that wouldn't work. It would work for
John is
Fever-
chamomile tea.
Yeah. It works for Fever 1. With Fever 2, it could get a little tricky at points, but it could still work. 15, it gets.
I want to know
Seven,
what Possessed Flute would sound like with the Fever 1 dub.
7, it could
Pretty
still
amazing.
work, but it gets dicey with Echolo, but then again, it could work. Starting 20th, it absolutely would not work anymore.
No.
Yeah, because it
No.
just doesn't work with Yoshino's writing style at all.
So,
Yeah.
is that all we have to say, given it's only slightly different from the previous stage?
Yeah, I think we have talked about this enough. You may talk
Yeah.
about the Puyo
Yeah.
Fever duck twice. Thanks, chat.
Okay. So, ready for submission 15?
Yes.
Is this also about the dub?
Frick.
What is this?
Another
Oh,
wall
boy.
text. Give me a
You-
moment, please. I need to
you want-
rub my
I could-
temple for 5 seconds.
I can read this if it helps.
I'll do it.
Okay, let's
right.
let's let Mamono do it.
Let me grab the mouse so I can do bouncy ball sing along
Oh!
style. No, I'm not gonna do that, just boing. I'm not entirely sure how hot a take of this is, considering that this character is kind of obscure, but Tartar is far and away my least favorite Puyo Puyo character. Aside from the run courses, every single cutscene involving Tartar has been him being incredibly creepy for Rafina in some way, either by straight up harassing her or harassing other characters because of his obsession with her. Now, I'll fully admit that there are other Puyo Puyo characters that are defined by their crushes, Rulu, Feli, Minotauros, etc., but they at least aren't as creepy as Tartar, or actually have something else going for them. Rulu is a badass martial artist that doesn't take shit from anyone. Feli is an occult fortune teller, and that makes her pretty interesting when she isn't pining over Lemurus. Disagree. Whereas Tartar has absolutely nothing else about him that would make me want to ever see him in a Puyo Puyo game again.
Poor guy.
I think Sega agrees. But I think Sega agreed because the quest storyline kind of goes out of its way to make sure that Tartar doesn't do that.
I think, I think Sega agrees that they kind of screwed up with Tartar's characterization because, like, if he has showed up in Quest semi-frequently, and they've pretty much rewritten his character from scratch. They've made it so that,
For the
like,
better.
yeah, they pretty much have refocused on his actual profile, his character profile, and now his character is that he's actually a gentle giant, and that he is actually really sweet about his crush on Rafina, and not trying to, like, impose on her or anything. Now it's
Yeah.
more like,
Actually, there's even a.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, now it's more like, do you want to train with me? No? Okay. Something like this. Or like,
There's also-
Aww.
yeah.
But there's also a bit in the storyline where Rafina says, "I'm going to kick this tree down." Liddell says, "Please don't," and then Tartar joins in and says, "I also say please don't."
And
which
also,
is like,
also kick
that's
me
not the-
instead. Also kick me
That's-
instead. Yeah.
Yes, there's that. But the point is that Tartar did kind of go against Rafina, which
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
seem like the thing. Which is kind of contrary to how he is in the Fever games.
And also in Quest, he's much more focused on what his profile says that he's focused on, and what he's focused on in the field story in Fever 2, which is like gardening and protecting flowers and such, you know? Which I think works a lot
Yeah.
better for him. It's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
nice to just
Gives
have
him-
him like be the, and also it's seen much better that he's friends with Liddell. Like his friendship with Liddell is like
Good.
given a lot more focus. Like even to the point that he and Liddell prepare their presents for the award ceremony. There was a whole award thing. Never mind the spotlight, alts, whatever.
Oh right, yeah.
But like
they,
for all their
they
friends,
prepared-
they prepare
they
the
both
gifts
prepared
together.
the flowers for. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it doesn't excuse his actions. That is true. But like, I'm glad that they're at least writing him better now.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
My position is, if Feli cannot get out of juvie, so can Tartar.
Yeah.
And
Bert,
Username in the
Boy
chat.
has had them great.
Username in the chat. I'm sorry, but I shouldn't have to know Japanese and get involved in a Japan exclusive mobile game to appreciate a character.
100% agreed.
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 This is
No
just
one's
a
saying that
Puyo
you
Puyo
need to.
problem.
Keep
This is
saying.
just a Puyo Puyo problem.
We're all saying this.
We need an anime. We need an anime where that consolidates all of the lore together. Please,
Yes.
Sega.
We'll write it for you if we have to.
Yes.
You don't have to apologize, username. You really don't. You don't even have to swap your stance on this.
No, don't apologize. It's just we agree. You know, it's just annoying
Yeah.
for all of us.
If it
because
helps,
it's
if
just
it helps, Rafina could kick his ass always.
she will always kick his ass, regardless of
Yeah.
even when he doesn't deserve it. But then again, he deserves it enough. But it's just, it is so nice that they like, it's not just Tata. I will say this now, but like, there is a character in Madofia. I'm not saying who. I've actually said it on other streams already, so you might already know, even if you haven't seen my streams. But there is an important character in Madofia who has the whole single-minded crush on another character thing. Not only is that character gay, so that is a big improvement. It's not a straight straight romance again, but they handled it a lot better. That character, they played it in a way where it is A, actually funny, and B, doesn't make the character look like a creep for the most part. So it's a lot better.
There's the only thing that makes her makes them seem like a creep is things that are kind of part of their culture. So it's like it's not really them.
Yeah, exactly. It's not them. It's the culture. But it's not even creepy in the usual way. It's in a what the hell is wrong with your people? Yeah. But yeah, we have
Yeah.
Yes, gay people are real in this franchise now. I mean, they have been for a while.
I mean, they've been real for a while now. Who?
But
did
this is a
forget
gay
Dapper
party.
Bones?
This is a gay party member. Just saying. You're
True.
a gay party member. So that's all I'll say.
And they're a great character. They're a lot of fun.
I don't think
Love those
anyone's
characters.
made a mistake about Dapper Bones. Huh.
Dapper Bones is not a party member, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
No,
but he is fabulous and gay. He has
Okay.
fabulous gay skeleton.
Okay, it's not a big spoiler, so I'll give it away. A is yes, I'm talking about the dragon lady. That's all I'll say. That's all
Yeah,
I'll
I
say.
figured.
Yeah.
Who's ready for take number 16?
Me.
Me.
Okay. I have no idea what to say, so Puyo Puyo 7 has the best OST in the series. I don't even know if this is a hot take.
It's not a hot take because
He
I think
has some great music.
I think everybody has like. I mean, you guys don't hear it right now. We have a track that is also in Puyo Puyo 7. Well, it is the Yon version that is playing right now, but it is the one track that 7 takes from Yon is playing right now. So yeah.
Oh, the Ruins theme.
Yeah, the Ruins theme, which is weirdly named which is okay. That it has an incorrect name in my playlist apparently, which is bad. But whatever.
Oh, mine has that too. Don't worry.
Okay, I should probably fix that at some point. In any case, I think everybody has a different favorite OST in the Puyo series, and that's completely normal because everybody has like different tastes in music. And I've heard everybody say all kinds of takes on what their favorite Puyo OST is. Mine is actually Puyo Puyo Tetris. I'm not sure if it's Tetris 1 or Tetris 2. I like
Probably 1.
actually my favorite tracks
Yeah,
are like
I personally think.
my favorite tracks are actually all across the series. I don't think I have a singular favorite OST.
Mine is
Agreed.
20th.
Oh, cool.
Just flat out 20th. But there's a
I
take
do-
regarding that later on, so.
I think Tetris 1 had some stronger music, had a stronger OST, but it's compared to Tetris 2. But I also know that I'm in the minority for that one.
I will say this:
I think
my
more
favorite
people like
my
1.
my favorite final boss theme in the series is actually the one from 7. Like that is just such a banger.
That is a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Tet 1 has a few more bangers than Tet 2 does. Is all.
It has an accordion Tetris theme.
That is true.
That's all I need. Regarding Puyo Puyo 7, my opinion is it has some really high highs, but a lot of the songs are just audible chamomile tea to me.
Okay, fair. That is also fair.
It's just cozy.
Sherelle in the chat says
No, sleepy.
Sherelle in the chat says my hot take is that Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 is the best tutorial music in any video game ever. Which one was
I
the
can't
tutorial
remember.
theme?
I don't remember what it is.
Is it the lessons theme? Because did that even change? Oh god, I need
Let
to
me
listen to
check
it
my
at some point.
phone. Let me check my phone.
Yeah.
I have it. If you're okay with it playing through my microphone for
I'm
a
not.
second.
I don't mind, but I don't mind that. I'm just looking at the chat right now. Ease in the chat says, when I first beat 7 and heard the Puyo Puyo song for the first time, my jaw legit dropped both in disbelief and amazement. Well, I will say this, Asami Imai is a really good singer, which is kind of funny given the running joke that Ringo isn't that good a singer.
She just hasn't been trained yet.
Oh, hi, Bearlander. Nice seeing you. How long have you been in the chat? I didn't... God, there's so many people in chat, I can't catch up. But it's good.
It's gonna be real.
Keep talking, everybody. We love seeing you talk.
Okay, it looks like I don't have the Puyo Tetris duology on my phone anymore because of
technical issues. So
I can look it up in.
I mean, I have it in the playlist, so let me just... the playlist that we're playing, so it's probably me who should do it. So let me just go through the playlist. Until I'm there, I have almost all of the Puyo soundtracks in this playlist, so... So Puyo Puyo Tetris 1, is it the lesson mode theme? Let me see. This is not it. Sugie, let's go. God, I wish that they were like ordered better. There is, okay, let's begin the lesson here. This. Oh yeah, this is actually, okay, I'm gonna hum along with it so you guys know what it is when the melody starts.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cozy.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I like that one.
It's a really nice one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can agree to it. Okay, that is a really nice one.
but only
I'll
because
accept
I
that.
don't remember the other ones. Who's ready for take number 17?
Are you?
No. But we must brace ourselves.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
We need a Puyo spin-off that isn't a puzzle game.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
I want that
Not
fight.
much-
Agreed.
I want that fighting game that the Sega people wanted to make. I want that racing game that the Compile people wanted to make. I want the sequel to Puyo Puyo Da, and I want a Monogatari game that is actually a Monogatari game and stars established characters, and another Puyo RPG, but one that plays more like box and less like Chronicle.
And I want a racing game.
We all want
I want-
racing games.
You cut out a lot for me, so
Okay.
Yeah. You did for me too. But yeah, fighting game would go hard. I think even a visual novel would be great. It would be a good way to adapt the novels and audio.
system isn't a visual novel?
I mean a standalone visual novel.
I think they could just do a visual novel Manzai as DLC for an existing game and put the drama CDs in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Please do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. that would be cool.
That would be
So-
great.
Yeah.
Not much to say about this take, I guess. Just our wish lists.
I mean, it is inspired by Madofia, which, look, I love Madofia, but it's still like, I still want an RPG with the characters we already know, with no time skip. I love Madofia,
And
but it is a time skip game, and I wanted to see this
And
stuff.
first
yeah.
person.
And I wanted in exactly, I wanted in first person.
Yeah, and
So,
fewer numbers. There are too many numbers in FIA.
Also, Shoel says would be nice if Puyo had a bigger presence in Sega crossover games. Agreed. Sega, pay attention.
Yeah.
Yes,
Agreed.
please. Puyo FPS. Puyo, use Game Maker Studio 2. I mean, we're already doing that, poking around. We're already doing that.
are we ready for a submission 18? I don't think we can draw out 17.
XCO in
Yeah,
the chat.
no, I think
Yeah.
there's not much to discuss.
Yeah. I'm just saying, XCO says put drama CD man size into Puyo Champions Monkey Power Curls.
That would be decent, actually.
Shadow Dating Simulator.
It would-
The chat has so many
it would
ideas.
it would actually add content to Champions.
That is true. Champions
Moving
would
into-
actually be worth buying then. Zing.
Moving into a cave simulator.
Well, that's after you. That's after you've dated Chezo and have married him.
Okay.
Let's continue.
Rafina is not lesbian.
Oh, that must be. That must be the person who removed the take that Rafina is a lesbian from the TV tropes page, because that happened recently.
It's.
God damn it! Why,
Ah.
guys?
No one fessed up.
Okay, to be absolutely fair, she might be bi, which is not necessarily the same thing as calling her a lesbian.
I mean, look.
But she's
Yeah.
but she can't. She's not heterosexual. Like, look at
Did you see
like,
her?
come on.
Did you see her reactions in Puzzle Pop? That is not a straight. That is not straight. And we can't
She's
just.
not-
See the
she's
reactions
slut-
in Puzzle Pop, they can't play Puzzle Pop.
Well, yes, but still, like she gets all flustered and embarrassed, and it's like oh well. Whereas whenever a male character does it, she's just like, I don't care.
I think this is just the age-old issue of. It's just the age-old issue of heteronormativity, where everyone is assumed to be straight
Puppets.
until everyone is assumed to be straight until proven otherwise. And like, I get that mindset because it's the mindset we've all kind of been born into. But if you think about it, it's not a mindset that makes sense, because like.
Yeah.
Why do we always assume that everybody is like this? It doesn't have to be, and Rafina has never shown to actually have interest in men beyond as a status symbol. And like, I'm
And
sorry,
she's-
but wanting somebody as a status
When
symbol is not the same as loving them.
Also, when she says something like I want to meet a handsome prince someday, that's compulsory heterosexuality. She doesn't actually want that. She just thinks she wants that.
I mean,
It's kind of like it's the
I mean,
whole
it could- yeah,
it's
that's
the
good.
heteronormativity thing.
it's either that or she just wants the man as trophies. I mean, if you read the novels, the way she talks about men
Yeah.
in the novels, she wants them as trophies. She doesn't actually want to have somebody that is her partner. She just wants a trophy husband, which is not the same as being straight, you know?
May I play devil's advocate for a moment?
Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
This is a lot of psychoanalyzing for a take that's only 4 words long and with no name or reason attached.
To be fair,
There's a lot of evidence against it.
I mean, the bigger thing is like, I'm asexual. Maddie is, I think, are you a lesbian?
I'm asexual, but I'm
Okay.
biromantic.
Okay, biromantic, asexual. Sorry, I don't know. We're both asexual.
It's fine.
We're kind of sick of it always being portrayed as everybody is straight until proven otherwise. Because like, I'm sorry, I was never straight, even when it was not proven otherwise. I've always been asexual.
I was never straight because I was never right about my gender. I don't know if Mamono is ace or doesn't want to put a label on it or whatever. I don't know. Or
I don't
straight.
care, neither should you.
Okay, fair.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
that's
straight,
fair.
but you shouldn't care.
Fair. Okay, yeah, okay, but yeah,
Absolutely
it's
fair.
it's.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
players are annoying.
Wait, hang on. Wendy, the chat says, as somebody who's mostly straight, I just assume that everyone is gay until proven otherwise.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay,
Let's
ready for
get-
number 19?
Yeah, now we go to the O take.
players are annoying, and I've never met one I haven't wanted to wipe off this miserable little rock we call Earth. Bang, bang.
There are O players?
They tend to be pretty good at the game.
I played O yesterday because of this reason.
Just for this.
I've never met somebody that plays as O.
I've seen. Look. I'm in ranked fairly often. There are O players. They tend to be pretty good at the game. They are not that much better than Rafina players or Ruler players. I've never thought. All Liddell players are merciless. But like, just because when I lose to a player, I don't think they're annoying. I think I should get good. That's what I think.
I think O... Personally, I just think O is inherently annoying. Look, I'll state my case right here.
Okay.
He is a character. He is a genuine character. He's worthy of being a trio with S and T. Mm-hmm. That's fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But all he says is high-pitched P's and repeat what T says.
I think that is another case for why we need a solo Tetris game with these characters, so we can actually learn what the hell O Steel is, because as far as we know, he's just a dedicated smartphone of the captain of the SS Tetra, and we don't even know where the ship came from.
In Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 pre-release, I assumed he had something to do with Marl, and honestly, I'm still surprised he doesn't.
True.
Oh, because of the
He's a-
cloud.
He's a circle in a cloud. True.
Yeah.
So,
But yeah, but even setting aside what we think about O the character, that doesn't really reflect on the people who play as O.
Yeah. And I think O could be fascinating if we had a solo Tetris game. That is the main problem with the SS Tetra crew. They don't really get the spotlight anywhere because they only appear in Puyo games that
Get on it,
Don't
Tetris
take-
Company.
are not on their own turf. The Tetris Pikachu.
I also think he has a bit of the Harpy effect.
True.
Or as you would put it, psychological warfare.
The thing is, he sounds better in Japanese because it's not beep beep, but it's beep 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 beep. He's supposed to sound like a cell phone
More
tower,
robot.
basically. It's like
So I
yeah.
am not wrong for planning to make him a literal Morse code machine.
Yes, you're
in
not
Puyo
wrong.
Puyo Tetris nutshell.
Telegraph.
You are not wrong
Okay.
about that. That
Telegraph.
is the intention in Japanese. Beep 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 beep.
Okay,
beep.
I'm glad I picked that up in the English dub. I'm glad I picked that up in the English dub then.
The word you're looking for, by the way, is telegraph.
Yeah.
No, Morse code. Beep 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 beep.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that is called
Yeah,
a telegraph
yeah,
in English. It's called a telegraph in English.
Okay.
Game Tune Entertainment.
You use Morse code to communicate.
Game Tune
you
Entertainment
use
in the
it.
chat says Cindy Robinson was too high for you.
High pitched for you.
Yeah.
Yes. She was.
She did great as Ray in Puzzle Pop. Holy moly.
Cheryl in the chat says someone should make a what this character says about you series of shorts. Aquad made something like that already, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was for shipping. That was for shipping.
Oh, that was just for
specifically.
shipping. Well, Aqua could make more.
She doesn't.
We could all make more.
So, guys.
I have
Okay, yeah, let's
Yeah.
continue.
Okay. Submission number 20, so we're 20% of the way. Puyo Puyo Yons. Sorry,
Puyons.
it's a tricky name.
Yeah.
It's weirdly spelled. This is not how it's spelled.
Yeah.
Puyo Puyon's art style doesn't have the same level of charm as the other games in the series. The colors feel moodier, and the way the characters are drawn doesn't feel like they're from a Puyo game. It just feels out of place. I much prefer the styles from the other era Puyo games. Fever/15th, and yes, even 20th onward. Yeah, I said it. I'll die on this hill. Before you two say anything,
Valid. That's perfectly valid.
Before you two say anything else, you've been in a bubble you don't want to be in. That's all.
Yeah, because actually,
Yeah.
the thing is, okay, the character illustrations and design in Puyo Puyon was done by Suna Hotobe, who also did the character art and illustration for the main party in Madomo Monogatari Fia. So if you play Fia and if you play Yon, you see the art style similarities. Obviously, a lot of time has passed in between, so there's some differences, but you can still tell it's the same person.
More
who drew
color.
them. Yeah.
More color.
Right.
More color, mostly.
Yeah.
So
More detail.
more detail, more
More
color.
digital.
I mean, it's still very detailed here as well. But the thing is, like,
Well, yeah, but it's like
Suna Hotobe's
there was
art
a lot more
style,
frills.
Yeah. More frills in Fia. There's more frills in Fia. That's true. Suna Hotobe's art style isn't bad at all, but I agree that it is.
It really isn't.
It is too JRPG for Puyo already, which is weird to say
Yeah,
because
I like how the characters look in this game. Just because I think it's a very fun. It's a very I wouldn't say necessarily say unique, but it feels like a very it's a very personal style for this artist, and that it reflects it in how they show the characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
That said, it's like I like it, but I completely get why someone wouldn't.
I think it's a good art style. I mean, visually, Yon is all over the place. That the UI design for Yon is terrible. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
When we made the translation patch for Yon, or visual artists for the UI had to outright gimp their own talents to make it look worse, just so it matches the Japanese designs. It was a
Wow.
whole situation.
And then there was the fact that the opening doesn't have subtitles.
Yeah, we fixed that. But the whole thing is like,
Yeah.
Suna Hotobe's art is beautiful, but it doesn't work super well for Puyo. There's a reason she went for a brighter colors in Fia, because it wouldn't have fit Fia either if she used the same color palette as she did in Yon.
Yeah. It's good art, but it's just like, yeah, it's like it's perfectly fine to not like it.
But that said, I think
It
she's
sucks.
still.
It sucks that you feel like that you had to have to. It sucks that you feel like you have to die for this because you really don't.
You really don't. I think
No.
I think it's even still kind of a problem in Fear to a degree. Not. I'm just saying this because it makes the characters harder to draw, and I've been trying to draw the characters, and it's just always like, wait, there's still whales here.
Very
Wait, there's
recently,
one
in
more
fact.
layer. There's one more layer here. Ah! And I always feel I always want to simplify the designs down. I love these characters, but why is Lena wearing 4 layers of cloth? Help! So yeah, it's beautiful, but I agree. Asuna Hotobe is not the most fitting artist for the franchise. I prefer Ichi's art. Ichi did for 2 and Ichi did for the early Madomonogatari games, especially ARS, and for Puyo Puyo 1 and Puyo Puyo 2, and for Sun. Those are the games that Ichi illustrated. Then also
And they're also very pretty.
yeah, and Akira Mikame is the one who currently does the art direction, not all the art, but the art direction. And I am a big fan of the current style. I think they could vary it up, but I'm also a big fan of it. So yeah, Ichi and Akira Mikame is what I think of when I think Puyo.
Yeah.
So my take on it is not just about the art style, it's also about how the manzais are done in Puyo Puyo before. Let's just call it that.
They look
honestly kind of the birth of the current 2D manzai
yeah, they started
style.
it. Yon started
But
the whole
still-
static. Yeah. Yon started
But
the...
also the birth of the Fever 1 and 2 style.
Yeah, but I think
And
Fever
it's
1
not
and
as
2 did it better.
lively.
Yeah.
Oh, that's irrelevant. But
like-
it's not as lively. Is the thing. It's kind of like how I animate my videos, but with much less life.
As you said, Yon introduced the static manzai that we were cursed with all the way until Puzzle Pop. And even then, Puzzle Pop hasn't entirely broken out of it. And it's a shame because Fever 1 and Fever 2 were closer to Sun in how they did the manzai. And I liked that a lot better.
But the thing is about the manzais...
It started with Yon, but it's really 15th that really just kind of made it
But the
recurring.
thing is, with 15 onwards, there's so many manzai, you can't all individually animate them.
But that's
And I do
true.
get it.
With more
But
budget.
this is kind of off top.
With more budget,
This
they
is kind
could!
of top.
Sega, give
said...
Puyo team more budget!
Yes!
This is off topic now.
No, it's just the truth!
It's true, but it's off topic now.
Well,
21?
Yes,
sure.
let's keep going.
We're almost nearing a break. The modern English voice acting isn't as good as the Japanese voice acting or the Fever voice acting. I'd rather listen to the Fever voice than the modern English voice.
This again!
Hey, who did that? Who did that art?
I don't know. Ask the credits.
Okay.
This again!
They seem pretty good.
Why does
But
this
yes,
keep coming
we are
up?
back to. We're back to
Because they're
this.
unique, guys. Only one of you. Like, the first two had a minute difference, but this one doesn't really.
Yeah, we
This
kind
is
of already
time
talked about this.
Time is a flat circle! God damn it!
You're allowed to
skip
have
this
your
one?
voice act. You can
Everyone
have
in
you can have
fa-
your voice actor opinion,
You
but it's
can.
like
Again,
Okay.
Please
it is
try to be more-
again for the last time. Hopefully, Fever 1 voice acting English is very charming. It would not fit at all with where the series, with the more serious parts of the series. At all.
I guess I will say since this one specifically says the modern English voicing it just isn't as good as the Japanese voice acting. I have heard people say things like some of the primp kids sound like they're way too old, and it's like I get that, but it's also like they're like English dubs have had a problem of having way too squeaky kid character voices, and it's to the point that it just became annoying.
Yeah.
So it's like, as someone who had to live through that, it's like, I think this is the better alternative.
Look,
Monk
I
off
get it.
Valley.
I get it. Sig doesn't sound as cute in English as he does in Japanese. So
Good.
he's
But
still
he does
cute
sound
enough.
tired.
He's still cute enough, in my opinion, and he does sound tired. Yes.
He sounds very tired, and that's what makes him cute.
And also Amity.
And Clute's voice sounds hilarious.
Also Christine Marie. Oh god, Christine Marie Cabanos and is like a perfect as Amity, and I would not replace her with anyone ever.
She's great.
Yes, she's the perfect Amity. Like
Same thing with
Same
thing with Ringo, honestly.
I mean, Cassandra Lee Morris is great as Ringo, but I think she isn't at her full potential as Ringo yet.
And
fair
Erica
enough.
Mendez voices Arl.
Oh god, and Romello in the chat.
She's fine.
And Romello in the chat. Nanny's Amity voice is way better than than both the Japanese and English voices for her. I don't really agree with that. I don't think I'm a voice actress, really.
So nobody wants to own up to this take?
No.
I don't see why not. You're
that's total
Let me say this bluntly. You're not special. It's fine.
Wow, are we really? I thought we weren't going to insult people.
We're not
Well,
insulting anyone.
It's open to interpretation.
I'm just saying that there's apparently a crowd here, so they can group together. Oh, thank you, Crimson
So shall we go to 22?
Yeah, let's keep
Shall we
going.
go
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You and Ray died from an accident. 1. It's Sega. Why would they say it was suicide in the for all ages game? Shazo exists. 2. It makes sense for them to be more traumatized and not remember a sudden unexpected death.
Is
Who
that a
said
hot take?
They committed suicide.
No, it
Who
says
said they
no.
committed suicide?
It doesn't say anywhere.
Look,
What is
yeah,
this?
but it's not an assumption. It is an assumption you can come to.
But I don't. I mean,
I don't know how you came to that assumption.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know where they got this, but
okay, I will just say this. Why would the fanbase hunt you for this? I don't know anybody who has that headcanon, and your headcanon is fine. All we know about that death is that, all we know about the death is that it was traumatizing, and Felly doesn't want to talk about it. That is all we, even though she's seen it.
She thought it was fucked up.
Yeah.
I have seen a lot of Pixar fan art that give you a murderous bend, or at least
that is just fan art.
maybe not murderous. I know, but maybe they've gained it from that.
I always got honestly, I always thought that they were murdered by somebody, like both of them.
Yeah.
And I always thought it
Like
had something.
Jonathan Carr.
And I don't think it was a car, but
that would be manslaughter. That would not be murder. Murder is by definition premeditated.
I always thought that they were like murdered by that they were like the heirs. That is my headcanon. I always thought that they were the heirs to the what is the mansion called again? Oh yeah, the clandestine. The clandestine mansion. I always thought they were the heirs to the clandestine mansion, and the rival sorcerer killed them in an attempt to get their hands on the library there, because the library of the clandestine mansion is apparently extremely valuable, from what the Fever 2
But
says.
they didn't get it because nobody can get in the thing,
Yeah.
Nenny,
or at least not navigate it.
It wasn't.
today's another episode of What is Puyo Puyo lore the games don't explain to you? What sorcerer?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always assumed they were murdered. I never thought that it was you. I never thought it was her. She was depressed, but not that depressed.
I'm gonna assume they were flumped until proven otherwise.
I'm with Annie. I think they were murdered. I think that's why it was so painful for both for them and for Felly when she saw it. I mean, if I saw someone wanting intention going out of their way to murder children, I'd be pretty horrified too.
Yeah.
Ace Attorney crossover when?
Oh god,
Sure.
that would be such a cool Ace Attorney case though. Who murdered the ghosts a couple of hundred years ago?
You have to bring in Rafa though.
Oh no, not her!
Oh no.
God,
No,
not her!
we're not doing that. We are not doing that.
Oh, but
You guys are mean.
why do we need her? They are already here. We already have the ghosts. If we need a host body for them, there's always Clue.
Well, except that you might take a soul while he's swapped out.
True.
She's tried it before. She'll do it again.
Yeah, she's true. Anyway, I think we can move on. I think.
23.
Yes.
Last stream was kinda ass. Allowing non-collab characters on the forum was done, and so much of the PowerPoint presentation on the characters was obviously half-assed and shows no actual passion or love for what you're doing. Also, was that a script?
I have my take on that take is, if you can do it so much better, then do it yourself. We would welcome you. Anybody doing more content in this community is welcome to do so. I personally put in 10 hours of my time to host the last stream, and I was dead afterwards, and also the day after I found out that my grandmother died. So if you can do better, please do so. Oh yeah, she was already in hospital. My grandmother was in the hospital and dying while I did the stream. Sorry if I'm being mean about this, but this is not a Puyo Puyo take. This is just a personal insult against us, so yeah.
I allowed it because it was one of a kind.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't think
many wanted
my take is
it in.
My take is that there's really not anything to talk about. It's like, okay, that's what you think. Okay, great.
Also, who in their right mind scripts a stream? What? That is not the point of a stream.
Yeah. I mean, I had my phone on me to check what was next in queue, something I don't have for this one because I want to be half surprised.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's not all too wrong. My sense of passion is kind of stunted. I was basically on autopilot for pretty much a lot of the 10 hours.
Yeah, and it was 10 hours. Of course that ended up happening.
Nobody is psyched for 10 hours.
Like, that would have made anybody tired.
I mean, it was one of the most fun moments of the year for me at that time.
We had a fun stream. We had a lot of viewers. Even now, we have like, I never have 65 people watching at once. So, okay. If you can do better,
Probably
please
more.
do it.
Probably more people because YouTube, that's just a number on YouTube.
No,
Who knows what's on
it's
Twitch?
the combined number. I have a tool that combines the numbers.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then again, the numbers tend to be off, so maybe you see more on your end.
Oh, hi Azzy.
Oh, hi, Azzy. But yeah,
That's my big sister.
I'm so sorry for going so hard on this, but like, this is the kind of take you get from people who have never streamed, you know?
Yeah. So, I guess we're done with this one?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay. You'll get 5 more seconds of me and a lemon.
Oh god. Game 2 in the
3,
chat.
4.
Nanny was the writer of Soul, Rendered Soul Mended, one of the best fanfics of all time. Don't make me cry, that's so nice.
It's really good. It's really good.
It's a good fic. It's a good fic. You should be proud of it.
I am proud of it,
Yeah.
but it's also always so nice to see people enjoyed it because, gosh, I just love writing, and I'm always worried if I can. If writing is communicating for me, and like this is also communicating for me, and I'm always glad when I have communicated with someone. Thank you.
Writing is a very personal thing. So
Yeah.
it makes sense to feel vulnerable about it. But you're a good writer.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are. You really are.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Anyway.
Who's ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Who's ready? Who's ready for Puyo number submission?
Me.
Green Puyo is best Puyo.
Take.
Okay, so I can talk about this because I've actually fought a lot of Puyo in a lot of RPGs. The green Puyo tend to have the funnest gimmicks. Because because they tend to have the gimmick where they call more friends, and then they keep calling more friends, and when they have 3 friends, they delete themselves.
Oh yeah, that.
They sadly don't do that in Madofia, which is a downside. But also,
the game. It looks like the game kind of goes out of its way to make sure that they don't have enemies for enemies of the same elemental affinity. So never formatting Puyo.
Yeah, that's
probably for that exact reason.
Yeah, probably they don't want to for matching Puyo on field at the same time to not have to explain that. But my favorite Puyo color is actually purple. That said, I totally get green is like the OG. I mean, technically yellow is the OG if you look in MSX, but like the expression is from the green Puyo, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's either green or purple.
Judgment in the chat.
I like green just because green's a color that I like.
Judgment in the chat. Garbage Puyo is best Puyo, more relatable. Don't say that yet. Well, you're cool, Judgment.
But also Churro is very, very awesome.
Look, you can easily spin language around that the garbage Puyo sounds awesome.
Oh god.
Because
Churro is awesome.
Yeah, Churro.
It allows you to win.
Churro the garbage Puyo is oh. No, I take everything back. Green Puyo is the best Puyo because Puyo Lin is a green Puyo and Puyo Lin is a great character who deserves better.
Decent
Alright.
logic.
Nope.
So, submission 25, the last one before the first break?
Yeah. Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Alright.
Satan hasn't just aged horrifically, but his character also has been reduced to something one note and boring. Earlier games tended to represent him as both a broad womanizer and sometimes a genuine threat, and now he's literally all about Arl and almost nothing else. I have similar complaints about Rulu, but to a lesser extent. Just in general, flanderization of the compile cast has been an issue in the modern games, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was about to say, first question, how many compile games have you played?
I have another problem. I wish to erase the term flanderization from the collective vocabulary of everyone on the internet, because I think in my entire time of having used TV tropes, I've seen the term flanderization used correctly maybe 2 times. This isn't... Flanderization does not mean character turned bad. That is not how it works. Flanderization means the character was focused in on a specific aspect of the character. That can mean that an unfocused character suddenly became focused, which is what is the case with Satan. But that isn't an issue, because Satan was an unfocused AF character early on.
At the very least, he was always a doofus.
He was a doofus, but he was like unfocused AF because there were so many different writers on him. So what Sega did was streamline it by cutting out the less common takes and unifying the more common takes on him into something that makes sense. And that is, yes, by definition, that is flanderization. But that is flanderization that is there to improve the writing, to make it unified and stronger, not to make it worse. What are you talking about?
A lot of people also have a fundamental misunderstanding of who Satan is, and that misunderstanding just comes from his name.
Yeah.
Conflation with the biblical Satan. When he isn't. Even when I played my first Puyo game, that is actually Puyo Puyo Tetris 1, even I was like, oh, you're nothing like your namesake. I probably guessed that from your appearance alone.
He's just a guy. It's like in the same way that you would call a vampire a Dracula. We're just calling this demon overlord a Satan.
Okay, let me just.
This is why.
Let me just go a little. Let you talk. I'll let you talk because mine is longer.
I've said this several times, but this is why Dark Prince, him exclusively being referred to Dark Prince, is a good localization, actually.
Yes.
Because it's because Satan doesn't have that what's the
Baggage.
word? That
Yeah.
instant stigma and baggage in Japan as it does in English-speaking countries. And in the same way, Dark Prince, well, it obviously means Satan, doesn't hold the same baggage as just saying Satan outright.
Let me just go for those who don't, because a lot of people, again, we're lacking context because so much was never brought over. That's why oh, it's playing Final of Puyo Puyo, that's nice. Anyway, that's fitting. Anyway, I'm just going through how Satan has been portrayed in the games. Mado 123. Literally the first impression of him that we get outside of the manual is finding his freaking Tinder bio on the wall of his lair. I'm not even kidding. It's his Tinder bio.
Yeah, I know.
And it's
I know.
hilarious
Don't
AF.
worry, I'm very handsome.
Yeah, he's bragging about his looks and telling what he's looking for in a partner without even mentioning the gender, so that's fun.
But
And there's this joke about of how it starts off being very grandiose and very verbose and well thought out, and then he says, "Oh, by the way, but I'm also very handsome."
Exactly. Then
A
you
10 out of
actually
10.
meet him, and he's just like, "Oh, look, somebody swiped right. Now give you're my type. Give daddy not daddy, but like give honey a kiss." And Al is just like, "Ugh, go away. I want the dribble crack jam." And then he's like, "You're going to kill my car, Bunny, die!" And then Al just beats him up. And it's the most pathetic thing ever. In the MSX version,
Because he skipped breakfast.
yeah, exactly. In the MXX version, he even screams, "I shouldn't have skipped breakfast." He's a loser. He's a loser who with a Tinder bio and a pet bunny. It is hilarious. But he's also an incredibly powerful demon lord. I love this. I love the contrast there. Then in ARS, he is he just shows up to help Rulu beat up a guy because the guy kidnapped his bunny and he was angry about this. And then he says to Rulu, "By the way, want to ride home?" And she's like, "Yes, dear."
Warlander
Like
says,
literally all Satan did to the count was turn off his magic hack that made it so that Rulu couldn't punch him, and then said, "Here, young lady, punch him as much as you like."
Yeah, exactly.
Warlander says, also gonna be honest and say Satan in BPT2's post-game chapter, in particularly, is him at his most respectable.
Yeah. Like there's this.
Yes.
The thing is, then in Puyo 1, he doesn't really have a plan. His plan is just, "I am going to battle
Absolutely
Al."
nothing.
His plan is, "I am going
He
to
throws
battle
Echo
Al."
under the bus. He throws Echo under the bus for no reason.
That is not Puyo 1. We're not there yet. Puyo 2.
Puyo 1. Oh, I thought you said Tetris 1. My bad.
Puyo 1. His plan is, "I am going to battle Al," and then step 2, step 3 unknown, step 4 prophet. I don't know. Puyo 2. His plan is just, "I am going to battle Al on top of a tower so I can
Date her.
date her." Yes, that is our date.
Sun's plan has nothing to do with Arl directly.
Yes, but he still wants to impress her.
We made a whole
among
video
others.
about how goofy and weird Satan
Yeah,
is.
the son, he just
Yeah.
wants a tan. He's just really bored and wants a tan because he wants to be
And
swooned
Puyo,
over
he is
by women, which he also wants to be in 20th, by the way. So the womanizing thing hasn't gone away. He still has this in 20th.
In Puyo
Yes.
Puyo 4, he's innocent.
He's innocent. He's just being controlled the whole
Well,
time.
in the console version of 4,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what
in,
he was doing in the
Game-
Game Boy version.
version
Neither
of-
do I.
Yeah, no one knows. I don't think the writer knew.
No, I think the writer had a plan, but the plan was very convoluted and did not pan out because other games were written.
Well, right, and that's why they didn't know what Satan was doing either, because they couldn't do what
The
they
thing that was
originally
planned,
wanted.
Yeah. Then then in Box he is goading Al to another tower to date her. I'm noticing a pattern. In Mina, he's goading Al to a tower to date her?
But not forcing her.
Yes.
But not forcing her. That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never forces her.
In
15th
the Nazi,
anniversary.
in 15th anniversary, he threatens to send everyone to Puyo Hell, and including Al if she refuses to date him.
Also, the most dickish thing Satan has ever done was in 15th, and that's just taking Rafina's rightful medal prize.
True.
That's the most dickish thing he's ever done. On purpose.
Yeah. Then, in, also, the Nazu-Puyo games, if we were gonna mention those, Nazu-Puyo, Super Nazu-Puyo 1, he wants, Al to make him curry, and not Rulu, and that's it.
But he's really innocent in that game.
Yeah, he just wants curry.
There.
And in Super Nazu-Puyo 2,
He's just at a vacation home. Not many of those.
In Super Nazu-Puyo 2,
he's at a vacation home. That's it.
Yeah, he's just at his
just hanging out.
He's just hanging out at his vacation home and making Puyo puzzles while wearing a mask. For some reasons.
No, wait, did he have a mask in that game? I thought he...
Yeah, he did. He was disguised.
In Puyo 7?
In Puyo 7, he gets angry at Ekolo for for possessing Al. So what is this about?
And
I can't imagine why.
It's overall the most friendliest Satan up until that point. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trentia.
He spends a significant chunk of the game just vibing with Ringo.
Trentia, he invites Al, he goads Al to a tower to date her. I'm noticing a pattern!
And goes grocery shopping.
And goes grocery shopping.
And makes it just amongst the tackiest thing you've ever seen.
Actually,
Yeah.
Tadwan.
He throws Ekolo under the bus, but otherwise doesn't really do anything except
But he doesn't
bringing
mean
in...
to. But he doesn't mean to. It's just an assumption on his part.
Yeah, he gives a wake. Oh yeah, and he saves the day by helping just
Deus Ex Machina.
machinaing with Ekolo. Yes.
Literal X.
Yes.
Which is, by the way, that's not the first time he saved the day. Oh yeah, Saturn Mado.
He endangered the world on purpose.
He summoned Yok Sothos because he was bored and wanted to watch Al save the world.
On purpose, but he didn't let the inciting incident happen. He just let it... Okay, he did let it happen, but he isn't the reason it happened.
Yeah.
There's more precise wording. There's more precise wording here.
Exactly. Madosa Turn, he summons Yok Sothos because he's bored and wants to watch Al save the world. That is the opposite of a Deus Ex Machina. That is, but it's... Oh, and then, Mado, chaotic final exam.
You don't need to talk about what happened in final exam.
He gets beat up by... He accidentally gets beat up by Al and falls unconscious for the rest of the game and doesn't do anything.
We don't really need to talk about what he was doing before that
point.
It's really irrelevant, though.
Yeah. You heard my Dark Prince boss fight.
I think we've said enough, though.
Yeah.
Satan... Satan has not aged bad.
Yeah,
You can argue his attraction to Arl has aged badly, and that's fair, but how he goes about things.
The thing is, he was originally based on a character from 10 of these Tales from the Flat Earth fantasy novels, Azathoth. And Azathoth has, basically, Al is not Al. I mean, Satan is like a child-friendly version of Azathoth, because Azathoth has a lot of the same personality. The difference is that Azathoth actually gets people killed with his antics, mostly. And
Satan has never done that. He just threatens hell.
Yeah, he just threatens them. He doesn't actually get them killed.
And it's pretty much it's almost always an empty threat, pretty much.
Also, he's actually a more serious character than he is in most of the games, bar maybe Madosa Turn in both Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 and in Puzzle Pop. Because, by the way, this is like 2 games in a succession now, where his immediate suggestion to the problem was that he suggested murder as the solution, and everybody shut him down. And he was like, "Yep, I thought you would say this. So here's the other solution that you can do. My solution that I can do right now is murder the problem." And everybody's like, "No!" And he's like, "Sure, here's the solution that you can do that does not involve murder." And I'm like, that is actually pretty impressive, because he shows, yes, I have the power to resolve this, but my power results in somebody in at least 1 corpse, a minimum of 1 corpse. You can.
Yeah, it's like one thing that really struck with me when I was writing his character summation that I have on Tumblr, because I've done a lot of those. For those who don't know, was that Satan really doesn't like to do things that is either making a choice for somebody or taking a choice away from somebody.
Yeah.
And that includes killing people.
He's big on free will,
He
which actually suits
Yeah.
the mythology. So yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I usually call Satan just God, because he is pretty much the god of everyone here.
I mean, but he's still I think he's still under Mal. I think he's still under. I know we disagree on that. We disagree on that.
Yeah.
It is right there in the Bible that says he's the strongest character in the series. So he could overpower Marl. He could overpower Marl if he really wanted to.
Charles says.
Doesn't have to mean he predates her though.
Cheryl in the chat says.
Predate her?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
That Cheryl in the chat says that is legit a great character moment in Puzzle Pop, albeit it was sealing away forever. Look, eternal sleep that cannot be broken is death. Basically, you're basically a vegetable.
So,
at that point.
we talked about Satan enough. There are gonna be way more Satan takes.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
It's great. Satan is a great character.
He
This take is misinformed.
Also, I just would like to point out that Kid Named Parmesan says Azran is he got no reason to be doing any of that at any point. He goes from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. I mean, you can see where Satan gets it from, what he was inspired by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, on to the next slide.
Yeah. I think the next slide is then probably a break. Yeah.
It's break time. It's gonna stay on this screen for a while, so do what you must to break. I'm gonna sit out this first break from playing Puyo to go to the bathroom.
Well then, I'm going to turn on, for those in the chat that have champions, I am going to turn on, open a room in champions, and you can play Puyo against me.
You have you have a Steam champions,
yeah,
right?
I'm doing it on Steam because I don't want to switch to the Switch, because that would mess with my audio setup.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. See you later.
I do not have Steam, any Steam Puyo games, so I shall sit out.
Peekaboo in the chat, I want Lina. God, my vocabulary is spreading. Lina is a word that I use. It's like lunch, between lunch and dinner.
Oh well, it's also written in the slide.
Oh!
Independently from you, by the way.
I love that vocabulary is just spreading. Anyway, I need to turn off the music because we're gonna have we're gonna have champions on for a bit now. So I'm going to open let me just open the game first, because if we don't open the game, it is not going to play.
I'll be back. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
So play game. So here's the game.
I'm gonna go heat up some leftover butter chicken.
Yeah, do that. And I'm going to I need to change this to Puyo Puyo Champions. Click. There we go. Here we go. Don't eat Lena. Oh my god, why are... Okay, my... why doesn't this update properly? Why is this Discord? This is not it. Story circle. Is this working? No? Hang on. Oh, there we go. Now it works. So I'm opening a room in a bit. Hang on. We're doing a Fever room. Just because I feel like I haven't played Fever in a bit. Create a room. It's public. No, it's locked. It's locked. That's better. Allow for spectators. Cheer effects on. Player count 4. These all stay the same. Create room. Oh, can't I do a password? Okay, then I have to do it. Then I have to do it public. On. Allow. Then I'm just doing it like this. I'm used to using the Switch, so I'm not used to this. Anyway. But that was fast! That was fast! And it's all sick! It's all sick! It's all sick!
Oops, all sick!
Oops, all sick! Oops, all sick!
Yaru no ka.
I guess we're all sick. I'm sick.
勇者に敗北はないやるのか
But we're not oops all sick now. Okay, that's fair.
It's 50% sick.
It's 50% sick. Oh, I forgot it's fever, so but that I'm sick is actually matters. Okay,
It's fine, just offset in the fever.
true. There we go! Sick Shigo time!
セレストシレスティアルバイ
Bye! Oh, crap. Oh no, I'm being Hartman! I'm being Hartman!
大変だ
Feienda! Hare! Well,
Hare! Why the hell is Champions almost 10 gigabytes, by the way? High-res Quest PNGs. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. That's legit why. I don't know why they're that high. Oh, I know why they're that high resolution. Because this game is meant to be played at tournaments, so it has to be projected on a big screen.
For more than a year.
Mama, no,
More than a year.
For more than a year.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。
10 out of 10 animations. I know. I wish there was like a better tournament standard. Wow, Pika beat Shirl. That is badass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder, maybe. Well, Cho might not be as proficient in Fever as compared to Tsu.
True.
I mean, that's a wild guess.
No,
wild
no,
guess
no.
on my part.
I should have built that up. That was my mistake. I should have built that up. Ouch! Pika, why are you shaking? You just beat Shoal earlier. Wait, it's just me versus Shoal now. Oh no, I'm so scared.
I'm back.
Well,
So Shoal's in the game.
yes, and I'm scared. I'm deaf.
Rip and pizzas.
So I think that means Shoal. Oh, Shoal has not won yet. Okay.
It was
Wait.
nice knowing you.
Comeback assist. Where those icons just now the items? Since when is that in the game? Did they update champions? They can't. Did they update champions?
Not only did they update it, but they apparently did it without really saying anything about it. Which is like, how are you gonna get people to notice these things?
What the
If
fuck?
you don't say anything.
What the fuck? I mean, maybe this was already there, but what? Huh? I didn't
never
see
played,
that before. I've
Team
never
Online.
seen comeback assistance before. Since when is that a thing? Why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep just shadow dropping updates? Bye bye.
I know why. It's because Sega is bad at marketing.
Yes, Sega come to market what you do for once in your life. I don't like that. I have played Fever in a private room on. Hang on. I need to check the patch notes. Why do they do this? Okay, I can't actually check the patch notes. I'm in the game. Katanoka. Wait, we're still playing? Oh, because Patcho's won! Can somebody please check the Steam patch notes for champions? Because why is Sega shadow dropping a big gameplay change like this? And I didn't realize that was even there. Like,
Why do you do this to us, Sega?
Why do you do these things, Sega? Why even advertising this? I don't think I'm gonna win. It's very nice of you, Ease, but I don't think I'm good enough.
You really do seem to attract the hardest hitting Puyo players into these things.
I think it's more of a matter that she's attracting Puyo players.
Fair enough.
Which makes me happy. I like playing against high-level players. Wait, what? What?
You just knocked out Shoal and Pikablur! And, wow, you did win!
Oh hey, the Mr. Man is in the chat.
Wow! Well,
you're
now,
saying-
and are you ready to play a match where you don't get to come back?
Mr. Man, we talked about your take. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck has... Now I'm dead!
Joel and Pikablur. And wow, you did win.
Oh hey, the Mr. Man isn't...
大変だ
Oh god, I can hear myself for a minute.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, that was
On your end.
that
yeah.
was me checking on the live stream.
Okay,
Yeah.
God, I
Tablet's out for a bit.
it's fine. I think, Pikablur...
I hate to hear my
Yeah,
own voice.
we won!
Wow.
Pikablur, congratulations, you won the break! You won the break, Pikablur!
So break over?
Yeah, I think so. This was a fun one.
That was fast.
We need to continue though, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not
Let's not
get
even
too
overdo it.
cozy.
Also, while you set up for the to break to continue, I'm going to check out the patch notes on what the hell? There has to be patch notes on this, right? Comeback exists is actually absurd. It is, but like, when did they add this? Okay, let's news maybe. Okay, there were minor bug fixes. Wait, they just called it the... Cheryl, was comeback exist in the game already? Because because there was an update last year, but they just called it minor bug fixes. This is not minor bug fixes.
Unless it was implemented from the start and a bug kept it from being seen.
But it uses the same, like, kind of interface like Puzzle Pop, so... Huh?
That is true.
I'm so confused. You think the comeback mechanic was always there, but I've been playing FIFA. I've never seen this before.
I mean, it might only happen in 3 and 4 player.
Maybe.
Fever battles.
Maybe. Anyway, this was fun, guys. Okay, it was already there. Maybe I'm just blind. Or dumb. Or both.
Well, you're not dumb, that's for sure.
Thanks. Okay, yeah. I would be ready to continue then.
Before
But
we
thank
continue,
you guys for playing. I like playing with good players. Before we continue,
before you continue, check the group chat now. Crimson Slushy sent something.
Okay, let me check that. They already drew it! That's so cute.
Yeah.
Adorable.
It's the blue demon with cookies.
Yeah.
Are they subbing in for Santa Claus?
So cute.
Blue Santa
They're
Claus.
also they're also upset about a certain take.
We're not
Look,
ending.
I
It's not the end. It's not the end. We're continuing.
I was also a little kayfabing about this. It's just a repetition of the take. And I've seen it so much about, even beyond this little project here.
Oh,
Yeah, voice actors. I think voice acting is just going to be one of those things that nobody ever agrees on, especially in English-speaking countries.
okay. So
Yeah.
Shell says it was a post-launch update, but it happened a while ago. Maybe I just... I don't play it that often, so maybe I just didn't notice. Oh, hang on, I need to full screen this again. How do I full screen this? Oh, there we go. Okay, it makes sense now. So, yeah, we're ready. We're ready to continue.
Okay.
Mr. Man out. Okay. See ya, Mr. Man. Bye-bye.
I don't
Bye.
care for shipping much beyond finding something cute, but I don't like the chemistry of Lemmers and Shazo and find Lem Shaz quite dull. Another not related to shipping is what fans want. Is that fans want something more of the current plotline? And while I agree, you do have to remember that the tone of Puyo. You do have to remember the tone of Puyo. Killing God is not on the agenda. It's friendship and love.
I mean,
that second part is true.
it is, but also, if it was up to Satan, killing God would very much be on the agenda.
Well, I mean, I think he only suggested it so that anything else sounds better by comparison.
That's why we tell Satan no, and he immediately says, okay.
So, okay, about this. This is actually 2 takes. Interestingly
Yeah,
enough.
but I let it slide. I let it
Yeah,
slide.
fair. So, I think shipping is just up to taste. Okay, see ya, Joel.
Hi, Shoal.
Oh,
Thanks for coming.
Hope to see you,
Joel will,
hope to see you in
Joel
episode
will-
3.
Yeah, Joel will wait us after that. Cool. See you later, Joel. So, okay, so, Lamchas is a ship that you can like or dislike. And that's all it is. Literally.
Yeah.
It really is. I still don't
It just
really understand
happens-
what.
It just
I still don't
happens to be a
understand
ship that's popular, and then you're going to hear about it a lot.
Because they're both two conventional. They're both two conventionally attractive older male characters.
And it's also that they're
And
both dark
they're funny.
mages. Even if Lambros doesn't
And
want
they're
to be.
funny.
And they're funny, yes, that's true. They are funny. The funny is also always a good dynamic. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't find it a dull idea for a dynamic, it's just not for me. See you next stream, Mr. Man. I love the sneak of this alley sick. Cute.
Oh, you can thank Werelander for
Yeah,
that.
I saw- yeah,
He
that's-
first combined it too.
Yeah, I saw the Verlander. That I was reading from Verlander. That is so cute. Yeah. Ace Shazo also means a lot to me, Lamo. So I also think that that Shazo is Ace, but like, shipping's gonna ship. Deltrix, shipping is just up to taste. Shipping is up to the postal service.
Oh, I got a shipping
That's true.
joke. I got a shipping joke. I got into Ace Attorney recently. They talk about shipping, but that ship in case Great Ace Attorney case 2 is really massive. Well, never mind it. That one sucks.
It kind of kills any potential shipping, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah.
Tilianis in the chat says Puyo Puyo is just My Little Pony. I mean, in what way?
I can see it.
Yeah, kind of.
It's very spicy.
I can see it being a refugee space from My Little Pony fans.
I mean, a
For
little
me,
bit.
it was
I
a
hope it
refuge.
doesn't become that.
For me-
Like MLP, My Little Pony fans can't
Oh, I forgot the music. Somebody
find
remind me.
refugee, but it's just like, please don't, please behave yourselves.
True.
For me, Puyo Puyo was a refugee from Skullgirls for a bit.
Seriously, Skullgirls. Interesting.
Oh, I see a lot of parallels, including a lot of voice actors.
Fair.
I recognized Amity's voice actress as Philia
Right.
immediately.
That makes sense. Yap Alonso in the chat says, killing God is no longer on the menu, but it used to be. It was on the menu once. They killed God once, and it was Yog-Sothoth. And I don't know why was Yog-Sothoth there, and why did they kill the Elder God Yog-Sothoth? I have no idea, but they did. They killed Yog-Sothoth one time.
Oh, hi, Beach.
I beached. Oh! Okay, that was beached. Interesting. Anyway,
You get away with 2 takes.
fair. So yeah, they killed Yog-Sothoth. That is the one god they killed. That's fair.
And the Phantom God.
Phantom God is not dead. Phantom God survived very much.
Oh, right, true. He's
Yeah.
he's still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Satan didn't eat breakfast.
He did not eat breakfast. There's also some
So he
people
falls home.
commenting that they find Lamshaz a bit creepy, but I think, look, the thing is we don't know Shazo's age. We know Lambrus is high school aged. We don't know Shazo's age because Shazo canonically does not know his own age because
We just
he
know that
stopped.
Chezo's older than 14.
Yeah,
That's
he's-
literally it.
That's it. He stopped counting at 14. That's all we know. We know he has not kept count since he was 14. So we don't know, unfortunately.
And his hair grayed before that.
His hair
No,
great.
his hair's always been white.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
So
it's like I just feel like it's quite telling that even though everyone seems to recognize Satan immediately as an old man, they still call Shezo, or treat Shezo like a young man.
Yeah, that's true. Also,
Oh yeah.
Sackplex says Puyo Puyo was my refuge from Tamagotchi, believe it or not. Amazing.
So
Didn't
my
they kill a
opinions
god
on
in
these takes.
Sorry. Sorry, can I still say? Aqua in the chat says, didn't they kill a god in Owl's Adventure? No, that was a genie. They killed a genie in Owl's Adventure. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so my opinions don't really care about this, just be healthy about it. True. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all.
Submission number 27?
Yeah, let's go. Keep going.
I generally prefer using Soriri and Lagnus when talking about Sorili and Ragnus due to Minna. Ironically, despite having some degree of a similar stance for the Fever cast, I don't have this issue with Rafina and Liddell.
I think I know who. Yeah, I think I know who that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Lyria.
Hi, Lyria.
Hi, Lyria.
So.
And it's like that's.
This is
it's
a perfectly
fine to prefer what you first heard. I think that's a normal human thing.
I think the thing with Ragnus versus Lagnus is a thing that, like, the name could be either. The name really could be either from what it is in Japanese. There isn't even anything in the name that is a reference or a pun to anything. So it really could just be either. But so really, I think even.
I mean, it does almost sound like the first half of Ragnarok, but that's kind of a stretch.
I think with Cyrilli though, I think I like Cyrilli better simply because it sounds more like a name.
It feels more like a name.
Yeah, same thought.
It also just rolls off the tongue a lot more naturally.
Yeah, agreed.
Soriri.
Cyrilli just sounds more like a name, and it sounds like a name for a mermaid to me. But that is just personal. That's personal, yeah.
It's better than the mouthful mermaid name.
I also spell Rokia with a K instead of a Q, unlike many people. So yeah.
This is a perfectly benign take. I have nothing to say about it.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, people! Hey, somebody in the chat is plugging your fanfic now, Maddie.
What?
Yeah, Game 2 Entertainment is plugging your Cyrilli fanfic.
Oh. Well, yeah, I did a fic about Cyrilli. She's not very funny in that fic actually, which is kind of a shame. But like Cyrilli, as I've learned, as I found out by writing this, is very hard to make funny.
That is true.
There's not really much to make. There's not really anything.
She's a sad character.
Yeah.
Randy in the chat says that he agrees with Maddie that Ragnus sounds similar to Ragnarok, and that gives the name more purpose.
Yeah.
That is fine. That is true. That makes sense. Anyway, I think we got that take then.
His name should have been spelled with a D. Dagnus.
Why Dagnus?
Because I want a reaction out of you people.
Thank you.
You would not have gotten you did not get a reaction out of me. I was just like, okay.
Good. You're like me. I hate it.
Dankness.
I am like that. Ready for 28?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, another wall of text. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, this is gonna be a long one, and I'm not even sure if you'll put it in when it's essentially 2 takes in one. Fever 2 and Tetris 2.
It's actually well thought of.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Puyo Tetris 2 each took a step forward and step back in character art. In Fever 2, Nino Mia.
Nino Mia.
Usually played it. Nino Mia. Played it way too safe and made almost everyone's poses look boring. And whenever she didn't, they looked genuinely bad. Amity, Rafina, Arl, and especially Klug suffered from this the most. Saul's Minnow form is the only one whose artwork had genuinely improved here. So, shall I read off the other one?
Yes.
Or
should I read this
okay.
because I can't speak? Okay, I'm reading the whole thing because I speak Japanese and I think it needs to be heard together to be coherent because it's actually one take. It's basically what they did is an analysis of how the character artworks have changed. Because I mentioned Akira Mikame earlier, but Akira Mikame just does the direction. These two are doing the actual artwork. So, this is about how their artwork influences the series. Because you will not believe it, but Sega actually has a lot of different artists doing different takes on the styles too. Anyway, let me read this. So, in Fever 2, Nino Mia usually played it way too safe and made almost everyone's poses look boring. And whenever she didn't, they looked genuinely bad. Amity, Rafina, Arl, and especially Klug suffered for this the most. Solda's Minnow form is the only one whose artwork had genuinely improved here. In Puyo Tattoo, Kanemoto made everyone's proportions reverted to how they were in 20th. This completely disrupted the sense of progression that each post-Mina game had. Even Fever 2's art at least tried to look less childish than Fever 1. This sudden regression isn't quite as bad as the quality whiplash in Fever 2, since it isn't just the character that looks better than in the prequel this game, but Kanemoto ended up overcompensating with some of the taller characters like Rulu and especially Shazo. The Mensai poses being traced over from Tet 1 only emphasizes how some of them just don't work with the 20th anniversary proportion. So, this is a very well thought out take. I think the issue is a little bit misdiagnosed. I don't think that Tattoo reverted to the 20th proportions, because 20th actually had a lot more loose, played a lot more fast and loose with proportions and with line work in general. It was like, it had also a lot sketchier style. I think what they did is they over-streamlined. What Kanemoto did is over-streamlining the art. I love the art in Tattoo, but especially the animations. But I love the animations for the animations so much, and the artworks in general look gorgeous. But the Mansai art is over-streamlined. And what do I mean by over-streamlined? I mean it is way too safe. As they said, it is way too safe. And as a rounded, every single line looks like it came straight, like it was a vector drawing, where you can just move every point around. It just like Kanemoto was so scared of making mistakes with the lines or having the lines unclean that they made the lines too clean. And as a result of that, everyone is way too on model. And being on model with Akira Mikame's concept drawings means that everyone looks super rounded, which is in stark contrast to how everyone looked in the Mansais for Tet 1, because Tet 1 took a lot from 7's art, which has a lot of edges and a lot of sharp edges, and that just stands out really harshly.
And there's also the fact that Tet 1's art was probably made before 20th to begin with, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like Tet 2's art takes a step back from Tet 1. It's just like it's like, well,
too
like I get the idea that they look older in Tet 1. That's how I thought too. For a while, but it's also like once you look at them all side by side, after a while it just.
It's not that they look old. Yeah, it's just that Tet 1 is more stretched out because it's closer to the 7 style. But this is an issue only in the Mansai art. In motion, in the animation, it looks gorgeous. These issues and like the splash art for the characters, like the character select screen art is also very pretty. It's really only an issue with the Mansai art, especially with Amity. If you put like Amity's Mansai sprites from the different games next to each other, you will notice that she just stands in a way too straight in Tattoo. Oh god, you put it there. Okay, yeah. In Tattoo, she stands way too straight. She doesn't have the slant that she usually has. And the other, I'm not reading who put it. Oh, I just saw it. Whatever. Also because they brought up Fever 2 as well. I actually think that in Fever 2 the streamlining helped actually, because Fever 1 was just so overly pop art that it seemed more like an art piece than something that could actually like express emotions super well. Like it was too poppy. So I think the streamlining for Fever 2 actually works really well. I don't mind the streamlining for Fever 2, but especially for the Mansai art. But with Tattoo, it is over streamlined. That is my take.
Let me think.
I'll be
Yop
right back.
Alonso brings up this is something about the questification of Puyo Puyo.
Oh.
And I don't disagree with that. Ever since Puyo Puyo Quest, the 20th designs must be the default designs.
But the
And I
thing-
hope that kind of changes in the future.
That is true, but also Kanemoto is I don't think Kanemoto is working on Quest because none of the Quest art is as over streamlined as Tattoo, like even remotely. Quest is actually
I don't
way
know.
better at not over streamlining. So
I have nothing to say about Puyo Tetris 2, I think. And I think they're talking about the pelvis forward and the finger pointing thing in Fever 2.
possibly because everybody uses very similar, because people use very similar poses. That is true, but it doesn't bother
I think
me.
it's charming in
I think
Puyo
so,
Fever
too.
2.
I think so too. I think Fever 2 is like just streamlined just enough to the point that it looks clean but not boring. And Tattoo, while in the animations it looks really nice, in the Mansai it's just way too safe. And I would like it if they experimented with some style changes again as well, like with bigger style changes than just having a different illustrator, you know?
Agreed.
Verlander says in the chat, Tattoo has some layering weirdness in some animations, mainly thinking of the one where Venus chain animation where one finger is behind her hair in an unnatural way that isn't in Tat 1. I don't notice that emotion, honestly. I think that might just be a quirk of the puppet animation.
Yeah, he's talked about that before, and I believe him. So apparently I inspired this take with this video here. Shall we take the excuse to watch it right now?
Sure, why not?
Sure, I'm turning the music off, hang on. Music is
Okay.
off. Now.
Today is a good day in hell. I'm happy. Look at the darkest of princes here. Can you identify what he's wearing? Of course you can. But you couldn't in 15th anniversary because that game is pretty bad at posing. What am I looking at? It's a downgrade from Fever 2 at least. And it flatters the Prince of Darkness pretty well. I love it. And he's not rude. Which is good. The worst thing about hell is being greeted by a dark prince who's being rude. Let's hold hands and celebrate peace on hell. Also Carbuncle.
Also Carbuncle!
I had nothing to say about Carbuncle.
It's Carbuncle.
Whoops.
Today is a good day
Whoops.
in hell.
I think we already had that.
I'm a little confused at the moment.
Okay.
What's happening?
It's fine, it's fine. But generally, just go back again for a moment because
I'm confused.
it's fine.
There.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
Just take a breath.
So Andrew Mello in the chat also says my favorite art style is Puyo Puyo 7s. That is a spicy take. That is a very spicy take. Oh, also absolute carbuncle.
I never noticed my preferred text-to-speech voice has so much bass up until now,
Well, now you do.
because of these headphones.
Yeah, headphones will really do some things to to the bass you hear.
Yeah. So, do we have anything else to say?
Nope.
Not really.
Okay.
I think the art. I just think the PO characters look fun.
I will say
Yeah.
the only thing I will say is that I think in 7 and Tet 1, the Man's art looks too sloppy. In Tet 2, it is too streamlined. I think 20th had the exact sweet spot that I like.
I like the sloppiness of Puyo Tetris 1 personally. There's something fun about imperfections.
Yeah, of course. That's true for pretty much any form of visual media.
Yeah.
Like Iron Giant, Iron Giant. If you've ever seen that movie,
Yeah.
the
No.
giant. Well,
Go ahead.
well, the Iron Giant is a giant robot from space, like kaiju size
I know.
giant.
Yeah, we know them. I've seen
Okay,
them.
yeah, but it looks hand drawn, but it's actually CG
Yeah.
because
I know.
and
It
that's
looks
so cool
great.
because they made that work because they deliberately added imperfections to the model so that it wouldn't look so perfect.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it works so well.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is
That's next level.
because reality isn't perfect, and that's what I mean. Like over streamlining can actually like hurt. Like looking at Amity here, look at her legs. In Tet 2, her legs are just
Which one?
two. Look at in Tet 2, her legs are just like two straight rods. Look at every other.
Yeah, this one has a slight bend.
Yeah, 20th
A really
is like perfect.
barely
there.
noticeable bend.
Yeah, 20th is like perfect there. 20th has the exact amount of bounciness and dynamic that it is needed.
I see that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I never noticed that she had... Oh, that's because you reversed the art there. Okay, never mind. Continue!
So, Ringo socks aren't special, I guess. Okay.
My headcanon was always... We don't see it in the game, but my headcanon was always that... Like, all of the Quimp students are wearing, like, uniforms that Ringo stole for them to blend in. And Ringo just gave Amity some of her socks. That is just my headcanon there. Yeah.
Today is
Oh, no, not again.
We're
29. Puyo Puyo 15th anniversary has the best character roster. Before we comment, all the substance is in here, right here. While Tetris 2 roster could be considered better, I think the 15th Annie is better because not only it fully brought back the Compal era of characters, besides Arl, back into the series, it included the best Fever era characters. It is a perfect blend of legacy and new characters. Now, some of the characters are forgotten about, which makes me sad. I think Sega should look back and follow 15's roster's footsteps. Blend of old and new with both popular and unpopular picks. I feel alone with this one, since people rather take Tetris 2 roster, and most people that I talk to don't like 15th.
I'm of two minds there.
Okay, so it's like I get where you're coming from, but on the other hand, 15th has Zodaima and Nasugrave. Who asked for those characters?
Look, So Daimo is surprisingly a bit of a mainstay.
Yeah.
Only really skipping out Yawn, so I get that one.
That's
I mean,
what
I get it. I'm not saying I don't get why he's there. It's just like where are these the characters that you bring in to celebrate the return of the Compile cast? The eggplant?
the eggplant.
Oh, okay, I get it a little more from Nazugrave that way. But
I'm
still.
of two minds there. I mean, generally, I'm happy for every character that gets in. There's no character there's no character I don't want to be in. I think there's just some concession stuff to be made. And what people need to realize is that Sega takes the character polls regularly to decide these things. So this isn't actually something that Sega just does on a whim. This is why they have yearly character polls. The character polls actually started shortly before 15th, and the roster of 15th was chosen based on the character polls. Then after the 15th, the character polls changed, so the roster changed. So it is ultimately kind of up to us.
So nobody has been So nobody has been picking cool creatures as of late. Got it.
Yeah.
So people actually voted for the eggplant.
I think
I guess.
some of the compiled characters got in because of favoritism on the cast's part, though.
Which is fine.
That-
Which is fine.
Which
Like I think Rich and Draco got more votes than most of these compelled characters back then, but somebody
No duh.
on the staff back then, I think it might even have been Hoso Yamada, wanted more of the compile era creature characters, so Draco and Rich were skipped.
Which I do not object to.
Yeah,
I get you.
it's
I want some of the creature characters back in general, but that's one of my takes. Not one of the takes I submitted, but still.
honestly, if it was up to me, we'd have like every single character ever, which is something that Ina Ken tried to do with Pocket Puyo Puyon, but like you can't really do that. It's kind of impractical.
Good effort, though.
Not with a Game Boy
Good
Color
effort.
game, at least. No.
Yeah, it's very impractical.
It's you could do something like that, but it would but you would either have to take the Champions route, where it's like no minimal animations, or you spend a lot of time and resources making everyone's animations and art, and it's just like
Or you stop.
pick your poison.
Or you
Pick
stop,
your poison there.
Or a third poison, you stop making new art of all of the characters and just build upon what's there.
Ooh, that's also
And
very
I don't know-
poisonous.
I don't know how to feel about that.
I think we have a good chance of getting like some old characters back next game, because I think basically they can't use the the SS Tetra characters for plot reasons and for license reasons in
Yeah,
in
for
the
the
next
better.
games. Mile and Squares have maybe a chance of getting in, but that still leaves a lot of slots open, and I think they will want to keep most of the ones, Puyo mainstay ones that are in that one, so there is space to bring stuff back, I think. I think they have
So-
space, yeah.
They have
What is-
they have as much space as they want to put it as they want to put in the
they-
resources for.
As they have the budget for, is what you mean. And
So,
that's
what
yeah.
are our
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I
what
said.
are our preferred rosters?
Well, Nenny,
And
never mind.
what are our preferred rosters?
Honestly,
Or what do we think is better?
Oh,
And Tetris
just
2?
as in the games that actually
Yeah.
exist. Honestly,
Yes.
probably Tetris 2 just because of the size.
honestly,
Okay,
I mean,
Yeah, that's too simple an answer. Give me a second
Fair enough.
best.
Fair enough. You go first, Nenny.
my take is just that for me, I haven't seen my ideal Puyo roster yet, because every single game that has a lot of characters I like also doesn't have a lot of characters I like. That includes Puyo Tet 2. I would have loved to have Akuma, for example. I love Akuma, but he's just kind of not present, which is he could be brought back easily because he shares Lember's voice actor, so that is not the issue.
Yeah, Akuma is a great character.
Yeah.
We do need to have him back.
Yeah,
Him
Yeah.
and Dapper Bones.
and
Bring
I,
back the
Ooh.
and I would
bring
like
back the queer
yeah.
skeleton.
Yes, queer skeleton. And I generally, while I like the humanoid characters a lot, of course, it's also nice to have like the creature picks that are kind of like missing in Tattoo. So, yeah.
Yeah. Creatures are less likely to have same face syndrome too.
So I don't think there's like an ideal roster, and I think the roster will always be limited by the budget
Okay.
that the series get.
I miss Baldanders too. I miss Baldanders too. Good
Baldanders.
puppy.
Baldanders got mentioned in Felly's Spotlight alt, by the way.
Yeah, I did
Good.
see that.
Yeah. So basically that she was nice. She was so happy on that day that she was nice to him, even though he dragged mud all across the carpet. Felly
Proud
can,
of her.
Oh.
Felly can be a good dog owner when she wants to. Generally, yeah, there's no ideal roster for me yet. And as I was saying, the roster is kind of limited by the budget. And as it has come up in the chat before, and I'll agree with it, Sega Sammy as a company, not the Puyo team who actually developed the games, but Sega Sammy as a company is the problem, because Sega Sammy don't really allocate a lot of resources to Puyo. They always want it on the back burner, just giving it just enough that the team can keep working and can keep bringing on in the nostalgia bugs, but never giving it enough so it can evolve, and that is part of it.
Lame.
Yeah,
Which is just an absolute shame.
it is.
So they give they're blood donors, but not generous blood donors.
Yeah, pretty much.
Submission 30?
Sure.
Okay. I think the Puyo Puyo IP should expand to other genres other than puzzle.
We already
had
we had that one already.
Yeah. But also, it's still true.
It is true.
Yeah.
But I think we can Mario Kart. I mean, I really hope that there's Puyo in the Sonic. What's the new Sonic racing game called? I hope that there's Puyo in there when it comes out.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yes. But that said, yeah, we already gave our take on that. Absolutely agreed.
So, 31?
Yes.
Sure.
Well, I forget I have these intermission.
Why do you have them?
Oh god, I forgot to turn the music back on. Why do I always forget to turn the music back on? We haven't had music in a while.
Okay.
Meditative.
I'm not too sure if this will be hot, but some of the shit that people come up with kind of confuse me in ways that I can't understand and won't name specific. Also, some people I've seen have shipped some characters together that are problematic, but complain about other problematic ships. In short, shipping is weird and you should not get too upset over them.
This isn't really a Puyo take.
It is, yeah, that's just a
Yeah,
general
this is kinda
fandom
general.
thing. General
Oh, you're
fandom
right.
thing.
Yeah, Puyo isn't even brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we legally obliged to not expand upon this?
Honestly, I say the same thing I always say when the topic comes up. Fandoms are gonna be fandoming. That is just... Also, I absolutely love that there is, that you put that Ahead in Time ship in there. I love this ship so much.
I love it.
It's
I
one
need
of
to
the-
play Ahead in Time again.
I think this is actually my favorite level in the game.
Your
Anyway,
favorite what?
my favorite level in the game, my favorite stage.
I agree, actually.
That said, I'm just gonna say something about that take to be nice, not to be nice, but because it's a pretty obvious one. Shipping. Fandoms have always been way too serious about ships. They are still way too serious about ships. They've been way too serious about ships since I was 12. And I am now, God, how old am I? I'm in my early mid 30s.
Don't say it. Don't think about it.
Yeah, I'm too old. Anyway, for most of my life, I have known that shipping is being taken way too seriously. It's okay.
The wars that people have gone over over ships is insane.
Yeah.
I've seen when I was
32?
in the Kingdom Hearts fandom, people were actively making murder out of Shion just because they thought she got in their way of their Roxas ships. And I'm just like,
Kingdom Hearts is about friendship.
yeah. So yeah, I it's shipping. Please chill, everybody.
32.
Yes.
32.
Self-shipping /
Oh my God.
shipping with Puyo character is completely valid as long as it's not inherently problematic / harmful, and can be a good form of comfort for some people.
Okay, first things first. The terms problematic / harmful, that's therapy speak, and it doesn't really mean anything outside of therapy. So that is really not how we should phrase these things, because that is an easily abusable phrasing. What you mean is as long as they don't perpetuate ideas that can harm younger audiences, is what you mean. That is how you should. That is how you should phrase that. Don't just throw around
Yeah.
problematic / harmful. It's a pretty useless
Yeah.
terminology. Yeah.
And that aside,
It's-
yeah, that's pretty. There's nothing wrong with this take. That's perfectly true.
Yeah,
like,
it's a completely.
as long as you're not hurting
Yeah.
anybody, do what you want.
It's a completely normal. Yeah. Oh God, you love a fictional.
Oh, hi, Liz.
Hi, Liz. It's you. Oh God, you're in love with a fictional character. So are most teenage girls. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Have you
I
ever
have
seen?
nothing to say.
Have you ever seen fans of the movie Titanic? Have you ever seen fans? Come on, it's fine. Yeah. So yeah, it's
I have.
yeah. My only issue with the take is the language used, but that's just an issue of the internet in general. So yeah.
There's another ship-related
the-
take that has a language problem.
Oh gee.
The spice level is actually pretty accurate for this one, though.
Yeah, this is the mildest take.
I
to
mean,
ever mild.
it's one spice. It's one spicy for a reason.
Yeah.
33.
Continue, yeah.
Let's go.
I honestly think Nohoho and Minotaur should come back as mainstay characters, and Feli should just go already. I would much rather have a funny, shady salesman con artist over yet another love-struck girl with very little boundaries. Okay, first things first. You don't have to do Feli that dirty.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Feli fan, formally, but you don't have to do her that dirty.
Feli has
But I
had a
do
good,
agree.
Feli has had good character development. It's fine. She's
She
fine.
has.
Yeah.
She's
But
like
I
she's
do
not. She's not
agree.
the. She's not the. Like she's not a lot of people's favorites, but you know she's not.
Yeah.
20th was a fluke, okay?
Yeah, that was a fluke.
Yeah,
And it never happened
but I do
again.
agree.
Yeah.
They can, but I do agree. Nohoho and Minotaurs can't stand to.
I
It's
have
not
no-
mainstay.
Okay. Mino has been around in Quest, and it shows that he actually works really well with the current cast. There was even like an episode where he had a wrestling match against Rufina. I think it's really
Oh.
cool. It's really cool. And I think using Mino even just as a background character, as an assist character for Rulu, similar to how Otomo is for Zelda, would be really nice.
Yes.
As for Nohoho,
Noho is a bit more dubious
if
of
they
use.
bring Nohoho back, I would have him like as an NPC who has like a little joke that he like has weird business dealings going on with the Acorn frogs, and nobody understands it.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
I also
That
want him
would
to
be a
be
lot of
shady. I also want him to be shady with Witch together.
Yeah.
I also. But personally, I think if we're gonna have a recurring merchant character, we should have Momomo,
Yes. Yes.
because Momomo is my friend.
Yeah, Momomo is better than
Yeah.
Nohoho in every regard. But Nohoho, if Nohoho comes back, he should just be like, he should just be like engaging in trade with the Acorn frogs, and nobody knows what he's even trading with them.
I think
Why are you doing? Why are you doing this? You didn't see anything. I wasn't here. I was never here. Damn it.
Acorn frogs are sadly plotting to overthrow the Primpian government with help of their weapons smuggler Nohoho.
And then it's very it's like quietly implied that the acorn frogs have started a mobbing underneath No Ho Ho.
You talk about a mafia Dongeri-Geru
Yes!
as if it's not
Yes.
something I've come up with a story that has been on the back burner
Oh.
for ages now.
I want,
well, I did not know
I
this,
want
but
the
I'm
frog mafia.
intrigued.
Right, the frog mafia. I demand frog mafia.
That
You
would be
should
great.
demand-
I want to see.
Nanny?
I want to see it.
Nanny, you should demand for Sick Flies a Plane Part 3.
Okay. Sick flies apart.
Demand for that regularly,
Okay.
and you'll eventually get Mafia Frog.
frog mafia.
Promise.
Okay.
Rockfia.
So my last 2 cents on this bit, Minotauros and Momomo should be Liddell tears of regularly on the
Yeah.
roster.
Yeah.
Well,
Not always.
Liddell needs to be. Liddell needs more attention
I know.
too, though.
I know, but Liddell just has a weird relation with the roster. Sometimes she is there, sometimes she isn't.
She's kind of become like.
I think part of the problem is.
She's kind of become like Rafina's best friend who hangs around her a lot, and I think that's a role that suits her fine.
It might also. It also might just be that she's hard to be funny with. Like I mentioned this with earlier, but like it's hard to really make. It's really hard to be fun. Like when the character's main deal is that they're very shy and anxious around people. It's kind of hard to make jokes about that.
Yeah, Cerelia has that problem.
Yeah, and Liddell also has that problem.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cerelia and Liddell really need a hobby.
I think Liddell was really well in Puzzle Pop. It was so funny when she just like got implanted with the Rulu Rafina personality and like everybody's.
I need Mina to show up more to have more shenanigans
Yeah,
like that.
and everybody's reaction was like, "Oh no, 3 of them!"
Yes.
Mina's a good character.
I love Mina so much.
Yeah. So we're 1/3 way through.
Hooray! Yeah, let's go to 50 tonight. I think we
Yeah.
can make it to 50 easily.
That sounds fine.
Yeah.
Glad I made a good choice. They should have put more focus on the fever and expanding around them instead of relying on the Compile era characters for the sake of nostalgia. It feels a bit redundant.
This is the opposite take of Dex! And this just shows the issue. You can't please everyone.
Yeah. So, how much do we have to say about this?
I have to say that this is a huge franchise with a lot of characters and a lot of settings, and so much of them the serves expanding. Madovia did like a good job expanding the magic system and the Mado world, so I'm really happy with that. And Puzzle Pop is showing good promise for the Fever era dropped plot points to be picked up again. That said, we desperately need another game that is just entirely set in Primp's world,
Yes.
where we don't suddenly get spirited away to another dimension, even if it's just the dream
And
dimension.
actually walk around it.
Yes!
And actually
Yeah.
walk around it.
Yeah.
Or failing that, let's have a game where we go to Limerick and Felix Town, or
Yes!
to where Solid is from.
I want an RPG. I don't care if it's Madomonogatari, if it's called Madomonogatari, or if it's just a Puyo RPG, where we are just on the map of Primp's world, and our main hub is Primp Town, but we can move along the continent and go like to the Ocean Kingdom, to Elite School, to Kluk and Lambros' hometown, to the Giant Realm, which are all places that have been mentioned, by the way, to the Forest People Village. That would be Forest Folk Village.
It would be great.
There's so much
There's
there
so
we
much
can
potential.
see. Yeah. So it would be so cool to just have like an adventure RPG set entirely in Primp's world, and maybe we can also go to the other dimensions a little bit for some late game stuff. But Primp's world deserves to be the focus again. I mean,
It does.
to add Primp, Suzerain would be better. Suzerain is Japan. I can go to Japan in real life. I don't need to do that in Puyo.
The main thing that Suzerain has that we don't have is a global train line system.
True. I envy them so much.
That said, it would be nice to see. At the very least, it would be nice to see at least a couple more Suzerain characters.
Suzerain doesn't really need world building, but it needs to be populated. We only get background voices, but no faces. At least give Amanatsu
I'm
a
gonna
face.
play as Ringo's dad.
Oh. So yeah,
Why him specifically?
because she has a
I
dad.
just needed to. I need to say something, okay?
Okay, fair
That's
enough.
all.
Fair enough. That
Only
makes sense.
thing I want to add that's only tangentially related to this Compile era nostalgia. The series feels at odds with itself because the higher ups want that, but the creative staff don't really want that per se. Not all in at least.
True. So, very true.
There was last year's how they did last year's popularity poll. They were like, "We're so tired of the Mado casket always winning."
So we're splitting it up
Yeah.
by colors, and then it was still like the everything dominated by Mado characters.
It was the Mado set that won. The
Yeah.
singular set.
The singular Mado
Yep.
set. And
It's like,
I
I
get
don't
it.
think they're good.
I get it that there's a lot of millennials playing Puyo who grew up with it in the 90s and whose favorite characters haven't changed since they were 10. I get it.
Ugh.
But like
Sorry,
at the same
Jan.
time, there's also new characters who love their stuff. And I mean, if you look at what the artists draw, the tastes are very varied. And I get it. We need solo compile stuff as well, like not compile Mado era stuff as well. But like, I'm glad that Puzzle
Yeah.
Pop at least focused mostly on FIBA era plot threads because those need developing as well. I think.
Yes.
It all comes back to
Yeah.
the series needs a bigger budget so they can do more stuff.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think somebody. Hang on, I just had some. Let me just check what that was. And on dashboard. Wait! Oh hi, it's Shell. Hi Shell.
Hi, Sho. Welcome back, Sho.
He said he
Welcome
would
back.
raid.
Thanks for the raid. This is the first time I've gotten 2 raids in one stream. I'm so happy.
You're welcome.
It's a landmark.
Hi Shell. Welcome. You did say you would be back. You did. Yes. Welcome back. Thanks for the raid. A shout out to. Okay, thanks for the shout out to Shell. So, how was the tournament? And somebody gave me a hydrate. Okay. Thanks, Anna, for the hydrate.
I kind of like how in black and white you can't tell 6 eyes apart.
True.
That's what you. Yeah, that's where that's same value but different hues and saturation.
Oh, it's a leak. Well, I hope you performed well.
Yeah.
They probably did.
So,
They seem to be
yeah.
pretty good.
so to
Hopefully it all went well.
yeah. Anyway, to finish off this take, I think like the Sega, the Sega era, no, not just the Sega era, the Primcast, the Suzerain cast, the Mado cast are all equally valid and all equally deserve attention. And I think actually Sega has been surprisingly good about giving that. If you take Quest into account, which is hard if you don't
Which
have
is very hard to do.
Yeah,
It's very hard.
the swap rate.
35?
Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah.
They should make a Puyo game with exclusively characters that debuted in Quest, calling it like a Gaiden game.
Again, they would need more resources for that.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is another. This isn't a
It's
bad
pretty much-
take.
It's not a bad take.
This isn't a
pretty
bad
much
take,
in the-
but it's just like it's like
Resources.
We've
how
been
do you
indirectly
expect them
talking
to do
about this already.
Yeah. I mean, I would love it, but resources are hard. Sega Sammy, give Puyo resources.
give them everything they need?
Yeah.
Also, Dora appreciation moments, everyone.
Oh, true.
Or
Hi,
appreciation moments.
Yeah, I think we have nothing else to say.
Yeah.
I mean, we all agree
Thank
we
you
want the
for
series to grow.
submitting the take.
We want the series to grow.
Thank
We
you for
want-
submitting the take.
We want everybody to.
That's
Yeah. We want everybody to be
It's-
catered to. Sorry. We keep talking
Yeah.
over each other.
sorry.
No, it's not your
Yeah,
fault.
no, nothing to be sorry
Yeah.
over.
It's just Discord has a slight delay that makes it hard to know who is talking right now in time, you know?
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just
So,
I'm just saying we want everybody to be catered to. And the series is big. I think that's also part of why they allowed the cooperation with Compile Hard and D4 Entertainment for Madofia. But also Madofia just added more characters instead of expanding on the ones already there, so...
I mean, it did have older characters in there too. It's just mostly new
We now
characters.
know that in about 70 years, Skatodara will hit a midlife crisis. That is what we've learned.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Not the immortal fish, man.
So, 36?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is the worst mainline entry in the series.
Goodbye!
That's a
Paul! Goodbye!
That's certainly a take. I don't
if
agree
you-
with this take at all, but you're entitled to your opinion, I guess. It's a wrong opinion,
It's-
but it's still an opinion you can have.
It seems influenced by the gameplay only stuff.
Okay, yeah, so there wasn't new gameplay. Yeah, sometimes sequels
And-
do that.
And
It
the
happens a
engine
lot.
is marginally worse. Marginally.
Like, this is not a unique thing, a unique problem
No.
Puyo has.
When Nenny comes back, let's give her the option to skip this. We have
I
nothing
think
to say about this.
I think she's saying enough as it is. She said, like, her responses already said volumes.
I don't speak door slam. Or desk slam.
I've decided that
She got booze.
I'm decided that I'm not doing this sober.
Okay.
Stibitz.
I'm glad for breaking.
Stibitzer apple cider. No, apple pear cider with 4.5% percentile alcohol.
I'm glad for splitting up this this episode into two.
Yeah,
This is the only cool booze
Yeah.
that I have in my fridge, so don't worry. So,
Okay.
take so ass that
Anyway.
Okay. What the hell? What? What the hell?
It seems to be gameplay focused.
Okay, I understand that, but also,
No.
yeah,
no.
It
has-
has Tetris.
it has more
That
content
makes it
than most of the main
automatically
series.
better than OPP. Yeah.
Also, you took a poll once to see how many people got into the series, and a surprising number still got into Tet 2, right? Even though nobody expected that.
Yes.
So, like,
Yes.
why would you... Yeah. I don't think there's such a thing as a singular the worst Puyo game. And I generally
isn't.
don't think that...
It's not.
I don't think that about any game series, because art is valuable. Variable. Anyway, booze.
And every series does this. This is not a Puyo thing. It's like, this is gonna happen sooner or later with pretty much anything.
Moth in the chat says personally Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 is the worst.
I don't agree with that
Also,
either.
no.
I thought that's
I don't.
I-
Yeah, that's.
Okay, if I had to
Puyo-
list, not the worst, but my least favorite game in the series, Yon.
Agreed.
I don't
It was-
dislike Lon. I don't don't dislike Yon. I mean, unless we're counting at the Engage Puyo, because Engage Puyo is like this is okay. This is absolutely the
I
worst
thought you
game.
said no, never. I thought you said Neo Geo Pocket Color Puyo Su.
No, I meant Engage. The Engage one is
Okay.
probably okay. Maybe you can call the Engage one the burst, like the burst, but like, Yon I don't like
There's
because the UI is a mess. The controls are weird. The physics are garbage, and
Slow.
it
There are
has
too many gimmicks.
too many games, and
Slow.
it has less content than a lot of the games that came before it.
Slow.
Slow. Yes.
The acting puts me to sleep too.
Anyway, let's move on.
No,
37. Huh?
No,
Unless
I just
anyone-
want to say this. I understand why people would say this, because if you look at the gameplay, aside from skill battle being added, if you only are into Puyo for the gameplay alone, no art, no voice acting, no story, no nothing, then I guess Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is just a carbon copy of Puyo Puyo Tetris 1.
With a marginally
Same thing with
worse
Fever.
ending.
Same thing with Fever 2, I guess.
Yeah, but the thing is...
Yes.
But the thing is that goes for a lot of game series. If you don't care about story content, then there's so many. I can't even choose. I mean, most of them are RPG series, and I know that RPG are different. But like, this sort of thinking is why Panel the Pawn died, because they were like, well, we have one Panel the Pawn. We don't need to bring out the sequel, so they never released the sequel, and it languished until they finally ported it to GameCube with an emulator, and then the series just died because they didn't.
And it never left Japan.
Yeah, and they
It didn't even get a makeover or anything.
Yeah,
it just stayed in Japan.
It just, yeah. This is how Panel the Pawn died, and I don't want Puyo to die. This kind of thinking is how. This kind of thinking is how one of the puzzle game series die. So yeah.
Yeah. So 37 finally.
Yeah, please.
In a row?
Sig is overrated. Is my least favorite main character in Puyo Puyo.
I'm so glad I
You're allowed
brought this.
to
I'm
think
so glad I
that.
brought this booze.
You're allowed to think that. That's you really.
They have-
That's. There's going to be a lot of people that disagree with you.
I mean, I think
You're allowed
Mamono.
to think
Bother
that.
to fill it in.
I mean, Mamono. I don't know. I know that you think that, or did you that you think that Sig is overrated? But
I'm not saying he's. I'm not saying he's my least favorite character.
I mean, I can see people saying that he's overrated because, let's be real, he has been dominating the popularity polls ever since Fever 2 came out.
Yeah.
Which is like ridiculous. But I also get it because he's a lore character, and lore characters tend.
And he's also.
Yeah.
He also is very relatable. He's too
Yeah.
tired for anything.
He's a very interesting
Who
character. is the
couldn't
thing.
relate to that?
He's a very likable, very interesting character. He's like he's the Rei Ayanami of Puyo Puyo.
Gesundheit.
You don't know who Rei Ayanami is?
Gesundheit.
How do I even explain Rei Ayanami?
It's an Evangelion, right?
Yes, it's an
Yeah.
Evangelion character.
Gesundheit.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, but he is the Rei Ayanami of Puyo Puyo in both in design, in personality, and in popularity. Yeah.
I pretend to agree.
Deltrix,
He's fine.
Puyo Connect had all Sig. Yeah, Sig is just really popular. And if you don't like him, that's fine. Every character will be
Yeah.
somebody's least favorite character. That's just how it is.
My problem with
True.
this take is that it's kind of worthless.
Yeah. Because
Like
this
it doesn't
is...
add it. It doesn't invite discussion.
Yeah,
Indeed.
it doesn't. It's...
I mean, we can invite discussion now, but there's another sick overrated take later
Okay,
on.
probably
so
a better one
we
to
could-
discuss with, yeah.
Yeah. So, 38?
Judgment in the chat. When my arm became red, I didn't become popular. I just got told my eczema was flaring up again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
38?
Yes.
We're almost
Oh.
I wish that Fuyocast had more genuine relationships with each other. I don't mean everything has to be deep. I just wish the relationships between the other characters were explored more. Suzerain is pretty nice, and the people in Primp are okay, but in the Compile era, Arl has barely any constant friendships that don't involve rivalry or murder. It makes me sad. Sad face. And at least she has Carbuncle, though.
Oh god, that
No,
I think we've had this. We've had this take
But
already.
this is interesting. You see how varied the takes are. You have people who love Compile, who hate Compile, who love Sega, who hate Sega. This just shows how this is not just a one-size-fits-all issue. How everybody needs to be catered to how everybody needs to be catered to a degree. And
Yeah.
I find that interesting. I will say, I don't think it is an issue that most of our relationships revolve rivalry and or murder/violence.
Yeah, the ones she has are funny,
I think,
But she needs more.
She does need more.
She's just a character. She's just a character that just kind of wears people down until they don't want to kill her
yes.
anymore.
Yeah, until they like her actually. And I like that Arl's just this weird vagabond who just barges into people's lives, and she happens to them, and they happen to her. And everything happens to each other. I like that it's fun. You can't do more with it, as I said. I would like to see whatever is going on between Arl and Lemris, that they know each other so well by 20th.
I want more.
Yeah.
Those little droplets of interactions between them is like...
If 7
beautiful.
was a longer game, imagine if there was like a bit more than just Arl coming on the roof and saying, "Hi, this is how you play Puyo." Oh my head. Imagine like Arl actually spent some time with the physics club first.
It would be. That'd be so cool.
That would be so
That'd be
cool,
so cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
That being said, there is one bone I have to pick with this take, and that's the idea that Puyo casts doesn't have many genuine relationships with each other.
Okay,
I mean,
that's a little hyperbolic.
yeah, it is.
yeah, it's.
I think it's just
I
a
mean,
lot of...
again, there's the lack of context problem, but like, I assure you, it's there.
I think a big thing is that I noticed this when playing Madofia, is that aside from the Susodan cast, most of the character friend groups have some touch of rivalry with each other, where they love each other, but they also like have these moments where they're just like, I need to prove my superiority to these people. Which is like, this is very, facilitates a lot of the Puyo battles. But I noticed this because in Madofia, that is not the case. And that was actually surprising to me. The main party in Madofia just, there's a little bit of that in the beginning, but they get past that so quickly. You're like, oh wow, these people are like pretty much just a team at this point, wow. So yeah, cool.
They are.
Yeah. And it's nice to see a different type of dynamic, you know? But that doesn't mean that I don't like the other dynamic too. It's just interesting that you can handle this differently as well, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Moving on.
Arl's a no fun zone. Got it.
Ah.
I mean, I wish it weren't so. Oh,
I need to turn off the music first, hang on. Oh, okay, this works with music, I guess. Okay, let's keep going. What is the new challenger?
Arl isn't allowed to be a character. She had more spunk and bite and compound, sure, but she had that in Chronicle 2. Because she was meant to be a player avatar, she kinda lost that with Fever onwards. That player-character connection is just gone a lot of the time, even in her own anniversary stories.
I don't agree with that. I think Al is a very good character. I think she actually has interesting character development even. Got the others.
Also, look, a character. She's not a complicated character. She's a very simple character with very simple pleasures who doesn't really, she doesn't ask for much, but that's fine. Some people are just like that.
I think the interesting thing is that from the Compile era to the Sega era, Al has kind of Al's role has kind of changed. She was, yes, as it is, she was like this fun girly who just runs into everyone and makes commentary on them in the Compile era, while also just having adventures for fun. Now she's this fun girlie who has adventures for fun, while also acting as the older sister mentor character to younger magic students. And like, I guess a part of why that doesn't come out as much as it should is because we never saw her school days, or at least not much of them. If we actually saw more of her in magic school, then maybe that would come across more. But since that part of her life was kind of skipped over unceremoniously, she just suddenly ends up in this big sister role without much of a transition of how she got there. And I think that's what throws a lot of people off.
I would agree if that.
I can't help but notice that this take is unnumbered.
It's probably Mamonos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for letting me talk in this kangaroo court.
letting you talk. The accused may speak.
Look, I don't see it. That's it.
You would
Don't
agree
care.
And that
if... You would
This
agree...
is all I have to say.
No, you said you would agree if...
I forgot. I forget. This is why you talk over me.
No, I'm sorry.
sorry.
What happens if you
Please,
talk?
Sorry.
Please,
I'm
please, please
sorry.
continue. I want to hear the rest.
I just don't remember anymore. Look, I just don't agree. I've played some Puyo Puyo Su on PlayStation 1 the other day, and it kind of clicks still again, because Sue and Son, I played that the other day, and it kind of clicked again. There's just something about being in Aurel's shoes that made her work for me. But in anything else, just a mere smidge of detachment from her, she just doesn't work anymore for me. This is why I like her in Chronicle, because you're forced to always play as her on the overworld, so you have a bigger connection with her than you usually do. So you side more with her when she talks.
I get why you
I hope-
say that. Will you still continue? Sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay, I get why you say that, but I also just think that doesn't discount that my take that when she isn't the player character, she's sort of a mentor character to the others around her, and I think to a degree she's also that in Chronicle, because it's not like she's gone back, you know.
Okay,
but
Nanny,
yeah.
point to me where she mentors, and if you say drama, CD, or novel, I will drink some water.
I'm not talking about drama cities or novels. It's just that every time Amity has some sort of issue, for example, it's Al who talks up and tries to put it into context, or cheer up and say that what people's strengths are, what their weaknesses are. Meanwhile, with Ringo, she's the one who teaches Ringo how to play Puyo Puyo. She's the one who explains to Ringo how Ecolo needs to be stopped. Then later, when Ringo ends up in Primp again, they go to Al to explain, to figure out how to get Ringo back to her own world, where Al then immediately explains the plot that Ecolo is back. The song is good, yes, I agree with the chat. So
This sounds
yeah.
like a list of stuff that happens with Aurel around.
It's things
and
that
not
she
some-
does. She does those things.
I believe it, but
She-
that's
she's-
it. It's a list of stuff she does, and that's a list of stuff she is.
Yeah, but she does really.
She's easy come, easy go. She just kind of does stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't
because
mean
that's
she's not like a mentor
who
type
she
character.
is.
She's very much like a big sister type, mentor type character that like calms the others down, cheers the others on. She's also the first one to have like
That's something pretty. That's something pretty.
She
much
she also
anyone can
frets
do.
over. She also
No, I
frets
don't
over the
think that
characters a lot when she thinks they're in trouble. She's like very anxious about them. She tries to help them. She's the first one that wants to jump up and try to help them out of a jam.
that is not really what I
So?
think. That is not really what I think is like what marks her as a mentor type character for me in the Sega era. It's more that people have said that she is the straight man, but it's not that she's the straight man in a situation.
No,
It's
she
that
isn't.
she isn't in the Sega era, especially not. It is that she is the one who has like more of an overview of what's going on. Like, for example, in Tetris 2, it is her who tells Mal to slow down because Amity can't follow. So it's not that she can't follow, it's that Amity can't follow. So she's like, this is what I mean by big sister type character. Then in Puzzle Pop, she's the one who kind of basically backs up Amity. You can tell that Al has experience that other characters just don't. And yes, it is in the drama CDs and in the novels as well, but it's not just there. I will admit that it's...
I only excluded those as an example for the layman, because the games is where the layman is gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
I mean, I do get that that the older sister mentor type doesn't get across so well because Al's experience compared to the other characters doesn't get across so well because we skipped over her school days, and I wish we didn't skip over her school days to this extent because then it would get across better. But I think if you read her
Counter argument.
Yeah.
I think I really connected with Arl in 1, 2, 3 on MSX when I did research.
Yeah,
for that.
because she's very
and that's before she goes
Yeah.
to school.
That's where she's inexperienced. And I think that might
Okay.
that is also how she works best as a player avatar. And I don't disagree with you that
yeah.
that is a different role for her
Look.
and a role that might resonate better with people to a degree.
May I present my solution, which I think everyone will like anyway, and I'm not setting up for a joke here, just to be clear. Just give Arl a more overt interest in magic.
Yeah, I agree. That would be good.
Yeah.
That's all I need to be satisfied with her.
It would be good.
Yeah.
Really all I need.
I agree. She should.
Because
Would be nice.
when her stories start, all she's really doing is playing with Carbuncle in a field or a place, and that is nothing of a start for any story with her.
It's especially because I agree with this, especially because Mordofia actually implies that, I'm not saying how because spoilers, but it implies that Al was actually kind of a prodigy during her school days. So it would be really interesting to see her talking about magic and seeing how experienced she actually is.
Yeah.
And that we don't
Like,
get
I
that
want
is a shame.
Lammers-
Yeah.
I want Lammers to cast a magic spell in a Monzai, and I want her to ask some questions about it. That's all
Yeah.
I really want.
And
It'd
to see her tutor Amity in magic. I see her playing the big sister role to Amity.
I would like
don't
that
see,
too.
But I don't see her tutoring her, and that's something we should see. Yeah.
It would be nice to see. We need to see more of these characters be characters, be people.
Yeah. I mean, we see a lot of it, but we don't see all that we should see. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And it is a big problem with Al, especially because again, Al doesn't talk about herself. We don't know what happened exactly before she got into Primp, because
She barely talks to anyone.
except Carbuncle and Shazo.
Yes.
And the thing is, the thing with Al is we skipped over her entire education days. Why did we skip over that? I wish we could have seen those.
Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah.
I also wanted to say, even with this stance, as I typed it now, the thing I proposed to not fix Arl, but is improve a better word?
Yeah, maybe just bring out her potential, maybe more.
Yeah, bring out her potential. I had that even while typing this out, and I want more of that. If I were to write Arl, that's how I would write her to begin
Me
with.
too. I mean, that's kind of how I usually write her myself. I agree that we should.
Same.
I agree that we should see more of her magic, of her using her magic in a way that is skilled, that shows how much. Because Amity even mentions that Al is a lot better at magic than her. But we don't see her tutoring her, even though we do see people use magic with each other.
We don't even see her use anything beyond basic spells.
Which is weird, and it has always been my headcanon that the reason Amity can use Bio-N is because she learned it from Al. But can we see that maybe? How she taught her that?
Yeah, it would be
Anyway,
cool.
Yeah.
I think we said all we've needed to with this take.
Yeah.
I can tell it upset you to a smidge.
No, you didn't upset me.
I'm-
You didn't upset me. It's just, you're completely in your. As I said, I completely understand why Al as a mentor doesn't really come out well, because as you said, we don't see anything connected to her education, which is a glaring omission.
She's always doing absolutely nothing with Carbuncle when a story of hers starts.
I mean, that was already a thing she did in Compile.
I think we're
but
talking in circles.
No,
I know. I'm talking about most of Puyo here.
I think they're like scared of advancing her character too overtly. They have advanced her character,
They
but
don't.
they're
They
scared
don't
of showing
have
it.
to advance her. They just have to give her the quirk of enjoying seeing new magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
do
like to see that.
I do like that they make a big deal about how much she likes finding dungeons and exploring dungeons. But
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
I want more
That
of that
is
too.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like,
that
that
is fun.
that is something that comes out, and I'm sorry I have to say this, especially in the drama CDs and the novels, where it's like everybody gets their favorite, gets their dreams, like what they dream of manifest, and for Al it's just like a dungeon entrance, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna go in there now, and Aunt Domingo's like, oh no!
Amity and Ringo still have to keep her away from it, even though she knows it's a fake and not in a trap.
Maybe this is another reason why we need a proper Puyo RPG that is not just a Saitan's LARPing session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have we had enough of this take?
Yeah.
I think we.
And it's a good take, it's not a
Yeah.
bad take, it's just like, I see what they're trying to do with her, but I see why it's not necessarily enough. You know? That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best theme
Oh, we have
songs
another
in
hope.
the spongy of any video game are freshly composed ones or the ones that were composed for the characters to begin with.
I think Satan had a better theme in 15th.
Okay, but
That's my
it
only
doesn't
counter.
change the
That's only
fact-
my only counter argument.
Doesn't change the fact it's tailor-made for him.
Hang on, I'm just trying to, hang on, I'm just trying
I also
to...
think Rulu had a better theme in 15th.
Oh, I missed a follow. I missed the follow 11 minutes ago. Okay. I missed the follow 11 minutes in the 12 minutes
What?
ago. Hi, Francois. Sorry for missing your follow. Welcome here.
Sorry,
No, let's continue.
we were
sorry.
too busy talking about Arl.
Yes,
Arl does this to people.
she does this to people. So, yeah, I'm reading the take now because I was earlier reading the thing. Best thing. I don't think I disagree with this take at all.
Because I made it so it's undisagreeable.
Why did you... Oh, it's
I mean,
another one of your takes, gosh darn it!
Because
Oh,
I
alright,
want to
so-
flex. I want to flex my writing skills a little, okay?
But yeah,
Look,
Alright.
meaning all these theme songs are pretty okay. Even Lemris, who's had the same theme song since Fever 2. And these two are bootstrapped and don't fit their characters as much.
I noticed Sig isn't here, even though his character theme in 20th is kind of like iconic by now, because it has only even become a boss remix.
I pick my favorite.
Okay, fair.
I pick my favorites.
Okay, completely fair, completely fair.
That's why Liddell's so big here, because she has the best one.
Liddell is precious.
Yeah. So I have nothing to say about this. I made this so undiscussable as possible. Because I need to flex my writing skills every now and then, okay?
understandable.
Alright.
Perot's done dirty.
Why did you put
Are we
so
going?
many...
Are we going to get back to the? Are we going back to the
Number
the
takes?
takes that were actually submitted?
Nope. Nope.
Were you planning to have the stream on April 1st or something?
Look, this one I added a day before the intended original date because we were talking about it
Okay.
in your server.
Yeah, I did.
But I
I
do
did see
think
this
so.
conversation. Yeah.
I wish there was more done with this disguise, and that's all I'll say about it.
She gives feedback on a circus in Quest in a storyline. So she clearly is passionate
Good.
about the craft.
Good, good. You know, actually, this is kind of linked to the R1. This is kind of what
Oh my
I'm talking
God.
about. This is a
Oh my
character
God.
trait Doppel has that makes her more endearing and gives more stuff to talk about her.
Can we?
What is going on, Maddie? You okay?
Go ahead.
I think we should move on.
No, are you okay?
No,
Look.
no. I am okay. That was just what I was
Oh,
trying to say.
Maddie, you don't need to be
Okay.
nervous. It's fine. Yeah.
Look, I'm messing around a little here.
Yeah.
This one is a genuine take. This one's half a farce. this is a quarter farce. No, actually 3/4 farce.
It's fine.
And this one's explicitly made to rile people up. Fever Mode has an aroma of a raw
Wow.
in a nearby underground parking lot garage beneath the shopping center, but I missed the Fever entry sprites.
So that's a lot of flexing you've been doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give context for this for people. Mamono can't play Fever because it gives him sensory overload due to all the effects that the mode has.
I'm being hyperbolically mean here.
He's being mean because he literally can't play Fever 1 and 2 because it's the only mode in those games, and the mode gives him sensory overload because neurodivergent.
And that's why
yeah.
And that's why I proposed to the Puyo team that there need to be accessibility
Yeah,
options
probably.
that turn off the extremeness.
Yeah.
Because that would just
That would help a lot.
there are people like that who just can't deal with that with
Yeah.
all the lights and noises and.
Yeah.
I mean, like even when I play Endless Fever or Big Bang mode, all the Puyo garbage noises going.
Yeah. And the background just constantly changing as if it's trying to give you an epileptic seizure.
Yeah.
I get it. There should be accessibility options for Fever. I totally get it.
There really should be.
Also,
I mean, for all modes, but especially Fever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, thank you for falling for my writing trap again. Because I made the first paragraph so hyperbolic, we've completely neglected the actual topic.
You missed the Fever entry sprite. I mean, the Fever entry sprites are really cool. I'm just looking at Possessed Cloak here. God, the Crimson Soul now knows how to be dramatic as heck.
I like
That's
this
all
shit here.
That's their main thing is being dramatic.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
Absolute drama queen.
Okay, we should continue though, because we need to get back to the actual... Okay, yeah. I think they're needs.
I think they're needs. Your
I
favorite
think-
uncle. The
Okay,
mole.
let's just continue then.
Time for the mole to go back into his hole.
This is actually kind of cute.
That's it. Oh my.
Oh,
Oh my God,
we have another ball. Another ball, everybody! Ball
Oh boy.
tile! Into the ball.
Okay, give me a moment. Let me read. Actually, I need some drink, I think.
You want
well.
me to read it?
I can read
Okay,
this while
okay.
you
Yeah.
drink.
Maddie, go ahead.
I'll be
Alright.
on my mic for a bit. Go on.
Okay.
Sega really needs to clean up the lore. They love sprinkling in random motto elements, often for the worse, and callbacks to the plots of those games, yet at the same time commit to a completely detached pair of settings, Premp and Suzerain. And anytime someone tries to address the discrepancies, it gets aggressively hand-waved to the point where Quest has a character being dragged away for bringing it up. Yet at the same time, Sega seems to want to keep all that canon to the point of having to get dimensional travel shenanigans whenever they need to bring their flagship character into a plot. It's this halfway solution that doesn't benefit either side. Honestly, they should just decanonize Motto era stuff as an AU/different timeline and stick all friends in their own town like Amity and Ringo circles. But either way, for a franchise that loves continuity and callbacks, they need to figure something out and clean things up.
If they
Wow.
decanonized Mado, then they would be shot in a dark alleyway and nobody would look for the body.
Yeah, there would be riots in the street if Arl was not in a Puyo game.
I'm not nuclear, but just go back so we can focus on what was actually written there. But this is very nice art. This is very nice art. I'm not going nuclear because I understand it. It needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be streamlined. But
Yes.
I don't think that will be done by decanonizing or retconning anything hard. We need either a game that goes through the entire plot in a concise way so everybody can understand what happened from there to now. So we have like a complete overview of everything that has happened. Or we need an anime.
Yes.
Anime would be nice.
And anime would be really nice. Not a book! People don't read. I'm very sorry. People don't read. It's just a fact. They
But
don't.
a manga would be nice.
Okay, a
though.
manga would work maybe. But people
that
also...
would yeah.
But anime would be like easier to digest for most people. But no,
Give me
they,
both.
they can't decanonize. They cannot decanonize Mato. They will.
They would
They will
have
hang.
so many riots.
Yes.
Yes.
They should do something. Okay, Magia Excedra is trying to like consolidate all of the Madoka Magica lore, which is also pretty split up, into a single game. Now, Quest could be that if Quest wasn't just in a single, in 2 territories and nowhere else. So Quest can't be that. But it would be nice to have an anime for that. Yeah, and Studio Trigger should make it. I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
We don't need to throw AUs into it. It needs to be streamlined for an understanding of and sake of the world. I agree, Randy, 100%. I think it can be done. They just need to actually put some money into it. Sega Sammy, please.
That's pretty much been the theme this whole night.
Or
That
they give
they need more time and resources.
or they give IDW this and an outline of everything that has happened in the franchise overall and tell them to make a comic
yes,
series.
Please.
I'll write it. I'll write it.
I will write it. No,
I have
me,
a great way
me.
I want to write it. I want to write it. I know how to. I know. I have a great way to introduce it.
No, I'm already started with the.
Ladies.
Can we both write?
Did
Can we
you-
both write it?
Okay.
Ladies,
Yeah.
did you know that Udon is bringing back Archie Mega Man?
Oh gosh.
Uh,
I should read that.
it's good.
It's
It's
great.
like they're not continuing it, are they?
They are continuing it.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
First they're releasing everything that has been made before that, except probably the Sonic one.
Yeah,
And then they're gonna continue it.
that is pretty badass.
Is Ian Flynn in on it, or someone who
Yes.
actually
Oh my-
knows
Yes.
Mega Man stuff?
Ian Flynn gets to be happy for once again.
Do you think we can?
All right, cool.
Do you think we can get Ian Flynn into Puyo Puyo? Do you think that's possible?
I don't think we could.
Ah, shit.
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
I don't want to bother the man.
Fair.
So take 40.
Yeah, let's keep
Let's
going.
go.
We have 10 more.
We got 11 more.
Oh, this
okay.
is actually a small wall of text. Most of the quest characters just don't fit the world of Puyo Puyo. Funny story about that. Especially their designs. Many of them follow the let's over-design them philosophy of typical gacha games, especially compared to the more simplistic designs of the normal cast. A lot of them look like characters from other franchises drawn in the Puyo art style, rather than natural Puyo designs. Funny finger bucket. It feels like looking at the Puyo artist's commission page. Meanwhile, the SS Tetra crew, despite them being an explicit crossover, unfunny thing about that, fit the character design philosophy of Puyo Puyo and are integrated much more organically.
Okay, I will say one thing.
Yeah,
Sega's
yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
I will just, the first thing I'll say, go back for a moment. A lot of them look like characters from another franchise drawn in the Puyo art style. For one character, that is actually true, and I'm not talking about a call-up character. Alex is literally just Saber from Fate Stay Night.
Yeah, she is. She's a saber face. She's absolutely
She's just
a saber
Saber from
face.
Fate Stay Night. So in that regard, okay, I'll give you Alex. She's Saber from
Yellow
Fate.
saber.
Yeah, Yellow Saber. That's it. Aside from that, I think that is just a super subjective take because, I mean,
I used to agree with this, but then I
yeah,
just kind of relaxed on it over time, and now I don't really care because
Yeah.
they're literally all from different worlds.
yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of the
They're
point.
not only are they all for different worlds, but they don't have to be animated, so the designers can go as ham as they want to.
And I mean, to a degree, you could say all of the same things about Madofia. As I said earlier, But the thing is,
I do agree, but I don't care.
Yeah, but the thing is, I love the characters in Madofia, so I don't care. And it's the
They're
same
great.
with the Cresties.
They're adorable.
And it's
I
the
love
same
them.
with the Cresties. And
I want to hold them.
as you said, they come from different dimensions. That they have different aesthetics is actually a boon, because it means that you can tell that they're from elsewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Same reason T from the SS Tetra has skin-tight clothes.
yeah,
Nobody else
and
wears that, really.
and also I don't really agree that the SS Tetra crew fits into the regular design philosophy of the Puyo cast.
A bit more than Hardman here, probably, but...
they
But-
don't
but-
look like the Primp characters. They have like more.
Yeah, they look like Star Trek characters.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Now I
intentionally
kinda need a
so.
Now I need a live-action 70s parody of the SS Tetra based on Star
That'd be
Trek.
great.
It would
Oh,
be
but
great.
it would probably really need the S for no reason.
If you go back for a moment, I just want to see if we're not missing any aspect of this. It looks like looking at the Puyo artist commission page. I don't know what's so bad about that. I mean,
Not much.
the thing is,
Just
like,
depends how good the Puyo artist is.
like, I agree. Some of them are over-designed, but it only really is an issue when they are in the mainline games and in motion, because then you can tell from the animation here. But like from the animation,
That's why
that they are-
the questies in Champions had a lot of outcry.
yeah.
Because a lot of them just don't fit.
Also, which Puyo artist are you talking about?
There's a lot of Puyo artists. Yeah. Also, Randy,
That's what I'm saying.
Randy in the chat, reason number 1000 why we need a Starship Tetra Adventures. I would love those.
Yes,
Yeah.
it would be great.
So, to sum it up, over-design not bad. It
Yeah.
actually has an artistic purpose behind it, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's okay if you don't like them.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is with gachas like this, and especially Puyo Puyo Quest, there's something for everyone. That's how they're designed.
Yeah.
If you
And
don't
they're-
like the over-designed ones, go for a regular main cast guy.
There's actually a funny story.
And they need to have as many. Go ahead.
No, you start. You start.
I was gonna say, they have to have all these sorts of designs because they need to get because there needs to be at least some that gets to each person so that they can wail. That's how gachas work.
The other
Yeah.
thing, I know I keep coming back to Madoka. Very sorry, but it's the other gacha thing with gacha units that I play. So, yeah. The Mario Record characters were specifically made for the gacha. And in the beginning, I also felt that way about that. Well, that they kind of over-designed or looked too much like existing characters, and I didn't really get what the point behind them was. I was just here for the mainline characters. But then I played Mario Record, and now Iroha is one of my favorite characters in the Madoka franchise. And for the over-design, it's not that big a deal. When Mario Record was adapted as an anime, well, actually just a bad timeline version of it, but it's complicated. They actually had to change one of the main characters' design a little bit because it was too hard to animate. Like Yachio, one of the main characters, has like a whale made of pearls in her design, which as you can tell, is hell to animate. They changed that for a whale made of cloth. It still looks great. So in the end,
Something complicated. Something complicated was in Madoka. You don't say.
So, if the characters, they could always simplify their characters by giving them different outfits if the need is there. It's not like characters in Puyo have never switched outfits before, so yeah.
They should do it more.
True!
It would be nice. It'd be great.
There's another
Meanwhile,
one
though-
take for you.
Meanwhile, the only gacha experience I have is with Fire Emblem Heroes, and honestly, I feel like there's too many OCs in that. But I stopped playing like 3 years ago,
Oof.
so in my opinion, isn't valid anymore.
My opinion of Fire Emblem Heroes is swimsuits and Christmas suits.
I mean, it's a gacha game. What were you going to expect?
That's an opinion on
some-
all of gacha.
Honestly, I was gonna expect less cleavage from Nintendo, honestly.
For Fire Emblem? Have you
Look,
you've played
Look.
Fire Emblem?
yeah, I played Awakening, and I love the art styles of the older games more, but...
Awakening sure had a design direction.
I know Fire Emblem has this reputation of being horny, sure, but...
Randy in the
I
chat
know.
screaming about Fire
Listen,
Emblem.
it's Fire. We can't stay on this for too long for obvious reasons,
Yeah,
but
let's move.
but there's Fire Emblem has a lot going on in its background. So
I know.
yeah,
Let's
we'll just leave it at that.
Let's just say that Fire Emblem Fates is perfectly representative of the series and move on.
Yeah, let's move.
Fair enough.
You guys are just gonna take that?
Yes!
Okay. Okay.
I don't tremble. That's why all my comparisons are magical girls.
I have a lot of opinions about Fire Emblem, but this is not the time to share
Yeah.
them.
Let's continue,
Give it
please.
time. Submission 41. We're almost done with this session. Oh, yeah, this screen. Forgot about that. Competitive play should not be the end-all be-all / end game of being a Puyo fan. Not everyone is interested in tournaments and super specific rule sets. One of the reasons why I'd gladly take a rough but patched and content-heavy Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 over a super polished but otherwise empty champions. The latter's roster nearly being half filled with quest characters does not help.
This is in response to the Missing No video, isn't it?
How did you know?
Because Missing No has okay, I need to say this.
Because
I would not say this if Missing No allowed for actual discussion. But if you comment anything that Missing No doesn't agree with on Missing No's video, it will be deleted. Why do I know this? Because I've tried multiple times. You literally... Meanwhile, Missing No goes on everybody else's videos about these topics and just keeps posting his talking points without ever engaging with what anybody else is saying. So
He wants to be a preacher so bad.
Yeah, so I have to say this here. Missing No is over-focused on the competitive scene and doesn't realize that the competitive scene has woefully little to do with how... Sega handles the franchise, because franchises with a lot less support from their own developers, that haven't had support from their own developers since the 90s, have a healthy competitive scene. Why? Because those competitive scenes are inter-networking, promoting themselves to outside scenes, and are always in contact with each other. And that is something that Missing No does not understand. Missing No had one tournament that, in his own opinion only, had a poor turnout in an in-person tournament, and that made him so left him so shocked that now he thinks the franchise is dying. I mean, he obviously thought it beforehand, but now he's just panicking about it.
This sounds like a Batman villain origin.
I don't think he's a villain. I just think he's very misguided.
I said it sounds like. I'm not calling him a villain. It just sounds like it.
And I'm sorry for him. I've also had a Puyo in-person tournament before. Not a professional one, but an amateur one. And I've also had only a modest turnout. But that's fine. Because I know it starts with modest turnouts, and you go from modest turnouts to bigger turnouts, and that's how it goes. And you need to put in the effort yourself. This is not something Sega can do, because these fighting game, puzzle game, competitive communities are not really something that It is not really something that... I mean, Sega is definitely trying to foster it in Japan, but even then, I think unofficial tournaments are always more popular than official tournaments. And I don't think that has much to do with how Sega is running the tournaments, and more to do with the fact that fan-made tournaments just tend to be more fun because you know the community and you are tight-knit in the community and you're bringing more people in. And that's why it's always better to have the community put these efforts in. And I think...
And that's why...
Yeah. And I don't think this can be put on how Sega is treating the franchise. Like, at all. That's why it makes me sad that that video has so many views and upvotes, because I feel like people are just watching it unreflected and just absorbing the takes without really thinking about what they mean, not even thinking about the logical errors in terms of how game development works and how game marketing works, and are just starting to parrot them unreflected, regurgitate them unreflected, and that just drives the community
granted, that's
apart.
the internet in general.
Yeah. And that just drives the community apart further instead of bringing it together. And I think that's a big issue, and that's why I think we should actually don't attack Missing No, but like when people bring up these talking points, then ask people if they have thought about them. Ask people if they have thought about if that actually makes sense, you know? Because it's often things
and
like
Sega
is maliciously dismantling the Puyo Puyo community.
No.
And like, how would that make sense even from a capitalistic standpoint? Sega Sammy is a capitalistic conglomerate. They don't dismantle a community for fun. That's not how it works. They are just not marketing it because the games have a big nostalgia factor in Japan. So they don't need to market it there because people will just grab into the shelf. And they don't see us as a viable market because we don't act like a viable market. The more we act like a viable market, the more they will see us as a viable market. How do we act as a viable market? By showing engagement with the games and the community, by building up our own community spaces that they see are there and that they can plug themselves into, by having and I know we shouldn't just have to do the work for them, but like sadly this is how it works with Sega, because Sega has never shown interest in a franchise before the fans have built up their own hype for it. It was the same for Ryuga Gotoku, also known as Yakuza, and this is also the reason why Sakura Wars is struggling in the West, because Sakura Wars has never really built up a big community in the West. That is why Sakura Wars has been left in the dust, especially in the West, but also in Japan by now, because the communities there have kind of dispersed over time, because it doesn't really have the nostalgia factor that Puyo has. This I might actually clip this entire section to put that into a video of itself. Maybe it's just so to have a counter to that. But yeah, over focusing on the competitive aspect is not how we are going to grow the community. The community needs to be grown to bluntly capitalistic casual fishing methods, and then out of the pool of casual players that grows that way, the competitive community created by the community itself needs to fish potential pro players. That's how it works. And having a new
that's why both
Yeah.
And that's why both competitive and casual is important, and both need to be emphasized and strengthened.
I will just say this again. I was actually trying to get into competitive Puyo, and I dropped out because of people like Missing No. I wouldn't have gotten far because I'm not that great. But just think about this. I lost interest in partaking in Puyo tournaments because people like Missing No were there and were making it not fun by constantly complaining about the games I love.
Yeah, that's not how you win someone over.
And this is a problem because the competitive community is pushing away the lore community and the story community and the character community and the art community, and that is how they get less and less people in the competitive.
It makes people want to disassociate.
Yeah. So this is
you want to bring people together, not spread them apart.
You can tell the casual community keeps growing and growing, and the pro community isn't growing because the pro community isn't giving the casual community any incentives to take the next step. And that is like the worst thing you can do. Mm-hmm. And the video would be less frustrating if Missing or didn't delete comments. Yeah, it wouldn't, because his comment deleting makes Puyo Puyo look like an echo chamber that is uninviting to any newcomers who like the new games. He is actively contributing to dismantling the community.
And we could even say that he's doing to himself.
He's doing it to himself, yeah. And it makes me sad
Yes.
because I can tell he wants the community to grow, but he is extremely misguided on how
He's
to do it.
going about the wrong
Yeah,
way.
he's extremely
It's
misguided.
self-sabotage, really.
And also, it's good. I'm not saying you can't criticize Sega's treatment of the series, but then don't make a YouTube video about it like that. But if you're going to address your video, this video is clearly addressed to the community, not to Sega. That is the issue. Then address your video to Sega and get opinions from all over the community, not just from your own the back of your own head. Get opinions from all over the community, not just your little corner, and address a video as an open letter to Sega. That is what Arlo is doing with his Nintendo stuff. That is what most of these YouTubers are doing. Those are the videos that actually get the attention of the companies. This video is not going to get the attention of the companies. This video is only going to get the attention of newcomers to the franchise who will be driven away by it. It's a bad video, and I'm sorry to have to say this, but it just is.
It is.
Somebody who did a much better video on the topic, who brought up a lot of issues that that Missing No also has, but in a much better way, is Cosmic. Cosmic Popstar did a much better video on the same topic, where they brought up a lot of much more differentiated points. They ignored some points, but they admitted that is because they didn't have any reference points on that, which is good. I went into the comment section of this video. It was flooded with replies by Missing No, who's trying to pull everyone to his own video.
Ugh.
Annoying AF. And not helping the case at all. Yeah.
Speaking as a YouTuber, it's kind of behavior that disgusts me. Look, I'll admit, I'm not really looking to make a more welcoming community for Puyo Puyo with my videos. It just kind of happens. And I'm not even putting anything malicious in it. Or, okay, I'm not calling it malicious on his part. It's just, how do you say?
Also, let's not forget that this was made primarily in response to Puzzle Pop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Moth and Crimson Slushy, Moth and Crimson Slushy, please make videos. We need more well-constructed videos on Puyo Puyo. Please do it. We need well-constructed videos that aren't
we
just
need more,
like
we need more
spur of
voices
the
that
moment.
are encouraging and bring more voices and more insight.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
And that
here.
direct the feedback directly at Sega, not at the community, complaining to the community about the games they like. Direct your feedback at Sega as an open letter from the community.
Yes.
Do not yell down
any...
at the rest of the community. Band together with the community to yell up at Sega. Please.
A rule of conversation is just never attack or threaten the thing people like. That's not how you get someone on your side.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You can have the correct opinions, but if you phrase it wrongly by saying, and as a quick unneeded aside, that something you like you don't like sucks. So, something that a lot of people do like.
Yeah.
That's not how you get someone on your side.
Exactly. And also,
let's say.
Yeah.
Let's use Smash Melee for example.
Okay.
Using Smash Melee is only for straw man, of course. This is a straw man. You're a competitive Smash Melee fan. You think all Smash Brothers games suck. Even if you think that, you should never say that to get people on your side.
Exactly. But Smash Melee is generally a very good game to bring up here because it's actively a game that Nintendo does not want you to play. Nintendo is not supporting that game at all. In the least bit. And the community is gigantic. So that just doesn't fit with Missing No's narrative at all. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, for some late transparency, I've only watched this video once when I put it on this slide several weeks ago. I don't remember all the details, I just remember it gave me a headache.
I watched it once and I can't watch it again because it just made me want to yell constantly.
I can't even watch similarly titled games videos.
Also, Crimson Slushy, if you need help with Mado, again, I've played most of the Mado games, almost all of them actually. I can help you anytime if you want. Even with
I'll
my
help.
streams are also there. Yeah.
And,
I'll
and
help you too if you need it.
Yes. I mean, Mamono
like
has
thing with me.
Mamono has made so much.
Like I don't have a lot, but but I've just been listening to these two ramble for a long time now, and I'd love to be able to help however I can.
Yeah. So I know I'm being very passionate about this. It's just I've had talks with Missing No, and I feel sorry for him because he seems like he was really shocked by what he perceived to be a low turnout to his tournament, and like I'm sorry that happened to you, but at the same time, you're not helping. I'm sorry, you are not
You're really
helping.
not. We don't want to say that, but you're really not.
And I wish Missing No was just open to discussing this and coming up with ideas. I even tried to appeal to Missing No to get together, work on something, try to help, and it's like, no, my last chance was already over. I've already lost my chance. It's all over. And I'm just like, then why are you still making these points if you think it's
just
over?
Textbook defeatism.
Yeah. Why are you still trying to plug your video if you think it's all over? Do you want to
And
to
why
just
are you going
destroy
around
the
like a
community because
preacher?
you think, but if I can't have it, nobody can? What?
And why are you going around like a preacher preaching the end times for Puyo Puyo?
Yeah,
Don't.
it's just very frustrating. And again, people have made better videos about it, where they actually acknowledge that the situation in Japan is different, where they actually acknowledge that it's more frustrating than an actual issue, and where they actually correctly address their feedback at Sega, not at the rest of the community, like blaming the rest of the community for liking something that they didn't like. Yeah, that's actually how
We're
Sega
not
responds,
guilty
yeah.
for liking Tetris like a normal human being.
I get it. I get it. We need we need the games to have more resources put into them. But that's not going to happen by yelling at the rest of the community. That is going to happen by yelling at Sega Sammy to allocate more resources to the Puyo team. And not even
Lift each other up.
Yeah, and yelling at the Puyo team themselves also won't help, because the Puyo team are not getting the resources. They can't work with what they don't have. So yeah.
Also, imagine if they heard that scathing feedback that's useless to them. What makes them so motivated to work on more Puyo Puyo in that case?
Like they can't,
all
if
you're
it
just
was
doing is
something that was in their power to change. Okay, I'll say one thing. I don't understand why the games don't have crossplay. I don't know at what point in the power chain that is decided. In the chain of command. I wish I could figure out where in the chain of command that is decided, because that needs to be changed. The lack of crossplay is ridiculous. It splits the player base, or worse, all drives them to a singular platform, and that needs to be changed. And I don't know who to turn to for that, because I'm not sure if Hoso Yamada has any sway over that. But if he does, then please do something, Hoso Yamada-san, please. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
I think we spent enough time
Yeah,
on...
we have.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Missing No, but this slide.
Yeah, it
let's keep
goes
going.
together with it. Let's keep going, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, be forewarned, we're gonna hear a split second of the video. There.
Okay.
The Puyo Tetris English voices are good. Sub-supremacists, especially those that refuse to give it a chance, the door is to your left.
You can see! You can tell how opposing all of these takes are! You can't please everyone! You just cannot! And yes, Crimson Slushy,
There's really
Yes, Crimson Slushy, please spread the awareness to the Spanish side of the fandom. Please do. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. This is just. There's what else is there to say that we haven't said before? It's just like you can like stuff. You can like the sub. You can like the Japanese voices. You can like the English voices. It's fine. I mean, yes. If you're just rejecting something without giving it a shot, then that's kind of narrow-minded. But it's like some people do try things and then just say I don't like this, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's as we've said before. the different dubs have different vibes. I get that the Fever 1 dub is extremely charming, but like the new dub is also really good, and I love it a lot. It's I don't think it's a hot take. I think people are too scared to just say their opinions sometimes. Let's just yeah.
All I have to say about this is the picture I used to represent it.
Yeah, okay. You feel like a possessed owl trying to get rid of the demons in her head.
Poor Marl.
Chapter 5 is the best written Puyo Puyo thing ever.
True.
Wait, what?
Chapter 5 of Tattoo.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like all of it, really.
Yeah.
So, submission, well, we spent a lot of time on missing now.
I will have to.
Yeah,
keep
we
that.
really did.
Let's continue.
Submission 43.
Yes.
Let's go.
Sega should make Puyo Puyo movies like Sonic already. Like Sonic is 3 already, for Lilith's sake.
Yeah, the thing is like.
I think I know who submitted this.
The thing is like, in order to go to yeah.
I knew it.
The thing is, watching anime is mostly free. Watching movies is not free. If you want to advertise something, do it as an anime first. If you build up a viewer base that way, you can make a movie. You cannot start out with a movie if it's an adaptation of a video game, unless you have an extremely well-known cast and director attached to it. Otherwise, it's not gonna work.
Let's not forget that there have been attempts to make a Sonic movie since the 90s.
And
it only just happened.
Yeah, it kept failing. So yeah.
So yeah, it's not as simple as just doing it.
And let's be real, the Sonic movie stumbled at the start. And I'm saying that as someone who thinks the first Sonic movie is actually pretty good, despite the lack of overt references.
But the reason the reason why the first movie is why it is because they had to sell it on something other than being Sonic, because video game movies were still considered box office poison then.
Yeah, because Sonic is lame.
If they made a Puyo movie that has Sonic in it, maybe.
And having movie adaptations shouldn't be the goal of every form of media that you like. It's like, yeah, movies are cool, but it's like, it's not the end of the world if something you like doesn't get a movie.
Yeah.
Sometimes
movies
that just happens.
And anime,
movies aren't the end game of media. Movies are not the highest form of media.
And anime usually...
And video games also need to learn that.
Anime usually works better to advertise a property. I mean, even freaking Blue Reflection got an anime adaptation. And that was...
Let me think.
That was...
I think this take is also so simplistic, it kind of falls on its face anyways.
Yeah.
Because you don't just do this. This is not guaranteed money making.
Yeah, it's not how that works.
Yeah. Also, there's just so much to be. It's like, how could you even condense it into a movie to begin with?
I mean, they made.
Well, first,
they made the stage
play. You take
play.
Mada 1 again, and then you cancel it.
True.
I mean, there was the Puyo stage play, which was aimed at pre-existing Puyo fans in Japan. And stage play
Japan
was
only though.
Yeah, it was decent, but like a big part of the problem with the stage play was that at the very beginning you had to have like a chord stand there and explain the magic system for 10 minutes for people who don't know.
That's not how you do.
Yeah, it's because they had no other choice. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have much more to say. It's just that something Puyo Puyo fans apparently need to learn. Puyo and Sonic are not the same type of success or recognizability. Who's ready for take 44?
Me.
Sure, let's do it.
We're almost there.
Yes.
Sega made the franchise bland and uninteresting for compile era fans by making the story as safe as possible and the art boring by making sure it all looks generic and reusable, so they only need to add minimum new artwork for each game.
Excuse me?
God, where do we start?
I am so tired. I am so tired.
I need to finish this bottle.
Look. Okay, can I start with the reusable artwork for each new game?
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't.
That's called what?
No, they.
No.
Even if they did, that's
It would be smart if they did that, but
They don't
just
do
don't.
that. Except for Puzzle Pop.
Reusing assets is being smart, not
They only really
just being
did that.
smart.
They only ever reused art for Fever 2, 15, and 7, but we can all agree those are super budget titles, right?
Yeah.
Puzzle Pop.
15 and 7 were.
Puzzle Pop reuses the models and
Fever 2 was a little bit more ambitious.
Puzzle Pop reuses Puzzle Pop uses the. Oh god, I think I actually have too much charcoal on my system now. Puzzle Pop reuses the animations and models from Chronicle. Yes.
That's how it cut its budget.
Yeah, exactly. That is because the budget was limited to whatever Apple gave them, and they were not getting anything more. And so they didn't have their art department available because they couldn't pay them. That's why. But that's just one game! That's one game!
And good, frankly, more time to develop the anniversary part of the game.
True. So I need to go through this. Sega made the franchise bland and uninteresting for compile era fans. What do you mean by... You mean by compile era fans, you mean millennials, right? I am a millennial. I love the compile games, I love the retro flavor, I also love Sega. The Sega Puyo games are not bland and uninteresting for me just because I love compile. There's also a lot of compile fans in Japan, not all of them. A lot of compile fans in Japan are Gen 1ers, as we've called them. But others appreciate the entire franchise. There's like a particular very well-known doujin artist who is a compile fan, who's most of them their fan comics are set in primp. They focus on the compile characters, but they're set in primp, and they combine the continuity in a way that it's very smooth and is a lot of fun. And I love their comics because they're really good.
Also, I have to ask, how many compile-era Puyo games have you actually played? How many Mado games have you actually played?
Because by making the story as safe as possible? What?
Look, Puyo Puyo Sega era always does something unique.
I've talked about it before, but like the stories in the early Puyo games in the 90s were extremely simplistic.
Are barely there.
That they were extremely simplistic, and
if there's a nugget of something interesting there, you have to question if it's intentional.
I guess the most adventurous thing that they did was the humor, but like Sega era Puyo also has some really adventurous humor, like drunk children and the entirety of Shesso. Yeah,
just less slapstick.
Less slapstick and less slapstick and more dialogue focused because of the Mansai system, and we already discussed that we want the Mansai system to change. So we do agree on that.
Yes.
But it's not the art is not the problem. The Mansai system being the lack of budget for more animations is the problem, and the lack of budget is not a problem with the team. It's a problem with the high ups. But like the story is. And I've played almost everything compilers ever put out, including the disc station stuff. There's nothing compilers put out that had an adventurous story, like ever, an unsafe. What do you mean? Like, okay, there's the one time they killed the Oxothoth. That's it. That's the most adventurous. That's the most adventurous they got. They killed the Oxothoth. Congratulations. The Digimon also did that.
Well, adventurous you could also describe as Mado 1, 2, 3.
I mean, yeah, that's because it was really new at the time. But it's also not a big story. That's the thing. 1, 2, 3 is like very focused. It is an adventure, but like that is not.
But it's not like Adventure Us. It's fun. It's a fun adventure, but it's not pushing any. It's not pushing a whole lot of boundaries. from
let's
a narrative
agree to disagree.
perspective.
I think we'll distract from the main point.
I mean,
of the,
I want more Mado games like 1, 2, 3 and ARS. I want
Yes.
that badly.
Yes.
Badly. But that has
Yes,
nothing
please,
to do
please.
with Sega making the stories safe and as possible and uninteresting. I mean, I guess Chronicle could have been a chance to have something like that, but it's Chronicle. It's Chronicle. But that is not really
Chronicle
a Sega
had-
Puyo problem as much as just a Chronicle problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as for the art being, we had a whole take about how different the individual art between the games is earlier.
Yes.
So if you don't
They
like,
haven't reused.
if you don't like
They
the art
haven't
direction, if you don't like Akira Mikama's art direction for the series, that is fine. It would be
Then
nice
just
to mix
say
it
so.
up.
Just don't lie.
Yeah,
Just don't lie.
yeah. It's not that
I mean, you probably didn't intend to lie, but you're lying.
It's not lying.
You are.
It's just being. It's not
Well,
lying.
it's
just
not
being,
lying, it's being mistaken.
It's being misguided. It's like the art. The art is not boring, and everybody outside of the fandom who sees the Puyo art always tells me how gorgeous it is and how lively it is. It's not boring, but the thing is, it is an art direction. We have had the same art director on the games for extremely long now, and
Yes.
it would be nice to mix up the art direction. I agree with that because it has been pretty the same art direction for a long time now. It would be nice to have the art direction mixed up. I can absolutely agree with that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But we do
I
have
kinda
new
feel-
artwork for every game. It's just you're not looking at
Yes.
it. Yeah.
You're really not looking at this too
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
Unless you only looked at 15th and 7, but
Yeah.
even 15th had new battle sprites.
Yeah.
I kind
And
of
it's
feel
like,
guilty.
and it's like, even if they did reuse art, so what? It's like, do you not realize how much work goes into making games in general? Like
Yeah, it would be smart.
It's not an easy. It's not a simple thing that you just sit down and do in a couple of days. It's a very long, time-consuming process with a lot of interconnected
yeah.
parts that
Everybody, let's sing together. The Puyo team needs more resources.
They do.
Resources.
It would be smart
There
of the
are 5
Puyo
people
team if they
with a
reused.
hand of borrowed people from the Sonic division. Yeah,
give them more money, Sega, please.
yeah. And
The
more
Puyo team
permanent
would be
members.
smart if they reused the assets, but
They
they
would.
just
That's what
don't.
I'm saying. Is that making
only
games is such,
assets
they-
The only
They-
assets
it's-
they
it's
seem
such
to
a- it's such
reuse
a-
are the Puyos themselves.
it's like they could use that and it would be great, and that would just be economic use of their resources, because making games is hard.
It is.
I've made a video game before. It's hard. It took me several years.
It's really cool. It's a
The
really
demon
fun one.
story is hard.
By the way, Aqua said that she drew Satan as possessed by a color. We need to look at that after the stream. Thank you, Aqua.
Let's
Ooh.
do that after take 50.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel guilty about this take, as you can read here. Oh yeah, and I also wrote in, name one non-quest adjacent example, and I'll reasonably explain why this take is needlessly hyperbolic and missing the forest for the trees.
Also, I see the
Don't
video.
name it. Yeah, I feel kind of guilty
Yeah.
because when I made it, a lot of people think this is just all of Puyo Puyo Quest.
It's really not.
It's not.
It really isn't. Sorry if I'm speaking loudly, the video is loud on my end.
God, that's some bass and Mario's theme. Wow.
A lot of this happened early in Quest, when Quest had
Yeah.
no budget whatsoever. Okay,
yeah.
but this is extra
Like
training.
this.
This is extra training.
Yeah.
That is a different situation.
But I mean,
That's something different.
that goes back to the idea that reusing assets is okay.
Yeah.
It is. It's just a good use of resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is just 7 and 15th. Oh, chess! Yeah, okay, that's just 7 and 15th.
This is the DS version of Magro's theme, by the way.
It sounds good. I love Magro's theme a lot.
And that's That's again extra training. Oh, hi, boy.
Hi, boy. But the extra training alts, like, I know that it's a joke, but this is hilarious.
Why are you... You need to be stopped. You need to be stopped sometimes.
Too late.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we're way too late.
I kind of feel guilty for accidentally making people believe that. Some people.
Some
of
people
course.
need to be a little bit more critical with how they absorb stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who gave this steak? Oh, I recognize that. I'm sorry,
who's
but
that?
you're wrong. I've seen that name about somewhere.
Gensei Kitan is not a Madone spin-off. Is it?
Yeah.
It's just another compile property.
It's just a different compile
Yeah.
property. Which reminds me, I
Remember
really need
Smash?
to... Yeah.
Remember Smash from that
Yeah.
series?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Compile had more than one franchise. Who would
Yeah,
have thought
people
it?
need
I'm
to
glad you. I'm glad you guys appreciate the X joke.
I do. So...
It's fun to rile people up for no reason, harmlessly.
I really need to play Madoshi Lulba because it seems really fun and I have it. I should play it.
Also,
So,
also, Lilibel looks pretty.
She does.
Don't at me.
Let's keep going.
Take 45. If I always seem like I need to think about how to say that number, in Dutch you reverse the number.
It's
so
same in
you
German,
say,
yeah. Same in German.
Yeah,
it's lame. It
numbers
doesn't
are
make
weird.
sense. 45. I mean, 54.
Oh, 45!
The Tetra crew should be in Super Puyo Puyo Quest. They fit right in.
I mean,
Licensing problems.
yeah, the problem is they can't reference Tetris in they
That's the
can't
real
reference
problem, yeah.
Tetris in Quest unless they have the explicit permission. And having the SS Tetra, who runs entirely on Tetris, show up without the license is not really possible. That said, I hope they rerun the Tet 1 and Tet 2 events, collab events for the release of. Oh, I just noticed the little felly, like the Salt felly.
So if the Tetra crew showed up in what?
If the
What happened?
there was a tiny Salt felly really briefly, but he's gone again. Thanks, Mamoto.
Oh, I
Where?
saw that. Yeah.
So I hope they rerun that when the Switch 2 releases. Please rerun it especially because Randy has been.
But also, if
gunning
they
to-
showed up in the story.
Especially because Randy has been gunning to pull for S for ages, and she hasn't rerun ever since he started his account. So
Oh, that's lame.
yeah, they should rerun them more. I know they need the license to rerun them, but gosh,
I will say T and S do look nice next to Atari.
they do. Atari has
They do.
actually interacted with Mal because Atari is currently on a mission from God. I think that's actually really fun in the story. Atari.
You cut off a lot of that, so I didn't miss. So I missed most of that.
Atari has actually interacted with Al in the main, not Al, with Mal in the main story because Atari is currently, as of season 2, on a mission from God.
Yeah, they're not gonna stop us. We're on a mission from God.
Yes, literally, that's literally season 2. Mal gave her the mission to fix the time-space distortions that she sent.
Crimson Slushy
But that
says
also brings
time
up
for-
another. That also brings up another good point, which is the fact that if the Tetra crew showed up in the Puyo Quest story, that means something has gone seriously wrong.
That
We
was-
had
yeah.
2 games about that.
Yeah, please.
That's kind of a problem,
Yeah,
yeah.
please leave the dimensional balance together for once. Crimson Slushy said time.
Crimson Slushy says Pepperclue.
Yeah, time for
Yes.
I would love Pep.
If it's not too trouble, I would love it.
I would love it too.
We can show it off for part 2, probably.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Let's keep going.
So, any idea
Yeah.
who this is, Nanny?
Screen name, preferred social media handle. Wait, hang on. Huh? It's not Wendy, is it? It's not Wendy, is it? Wendy, are you here? Still, Wendy, are you still here? That's not you.
This sounds way too
Yeah, it doesn't sound like Wendy, but Wendy is like the one person I know who has been who has been gunning to pull for S. It's not okay. Then who? Is it? I don't know. I'm so confused.
Maybe they'll show themselves in the comment section
please.
later.
Is it Lemu? Because Lemu is making faces in the chat. But Lemu, I mean, Lemu has a T PFP, so it's probably Lemu. It's probably Lemu. Okay, fair. Let's keep.
Okay, Lemu.
Okay, Lemu, let's keep going.
Who's ready for take 64?
Me.
Okay. Puyo Puyo 7 shouldn't have been a globetrotting adventure ending in Primptown. It should have just been a game where you explored Suzerain, its surroundings, and in unique locales, instead of Ringo mainly meeting characters from previous games.
That would have been cool.
I mean,
that would have been cool.
That's one.
But
way
also 7 has.
I was gonna say that's one way to fix 7. Continue, Maddie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say 7 had a lot going on in its production cycle. Like they had to restart multiple times. So honestly, I think it's a miracle that we got the game we did, and I don't regret having it as a game because 7 is a mess, but it's a fun mess.
It is exactly.
And
yeah.
That said, this would be a great avenue to have a new game. This would also, it would be nice to have a game focused entirely on Primp's World. It would also be nice to have
It's Yossi Coin.
to have Suzerain, a little bit more livened up.
Yeah.
It should have.
Look. There's a lot of 7 is messy AF. I love it to death.
It is.
But there's so many different better things they could have done with it. Yes, focusing entirely.
7 is so likable despite itself.
It is despite itself. I agree. Staying in Suzerain would have made for a tighter story. Also would have made for a tighter story? Sticking to the original plan of having it be a magical girl story, which would have tied in the transformation mode into the plot. Which didn't happen ultimately because of how much they messed around.
And for some reason they thought there were too many girls in the series.
Yeah, I find it so funny that they just hit Maguro and Rizukuma with the transgenderization theme.
It's like, have you seen what the series has been?
I do like the globetrotting, but if they wanted to do the globetrotting, I love it. I love the game. It's a mess. But if they wanted to make it a beautiful game that is not a mess, they should have made the story mode a lot longer to make this work.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think they did do that because I feel like there's one bit of Tetris 1 music that I feel that sounds so. Some of the Tetris 1 music sounds like it was written to be
in 7.
Written for Tetris to 7, and it was just like, the main battle theme and and one of the boss themes.
Yeah.
They both have motifs from 7, so it's like they sound like they were written for 7, but they just weren't because they just couldn't fit everything in because they were just trying to get something out on the table.
Probably. What were you gonna say, Mamono? Sorry for this is so chaotic.
I forgot. Okay, so they wanted more guys in Puyo Puyo. I think the real solution is make more human guys, make more human, non-human girls, and not Draco non-human, Skatodara non-human.
Bring back Mami and Wraith.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're girls.
Yeah, they are girls. Actually, why was Solda not a princess? They could have made Princess Solda Canal, Shelvik decide.
Yeah.
Same reason, probably.
Yeah.
At some point, they probably looked at the design and thought, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. The fish form came first.
Like, come
I
on,
was gonna
girls can be
say
fish.
they Yeah, but I have the reverse orders in mind. I was gonna say they looked at Salt's human design and thought, maybe we should make it a boy for a surprise. But that doesn't make sense because the fish form came a game earlier.
Yeah.
So
Would be nice to have more female creatures, agreed. I mean, originally, Momomo was originally supposed to be female, but like so many players read Momomo as a guy that they just switched Momomo's gender around. Yeah, that's an actual thing that compiled it.
But also we just need Momo back in general.
True, we need more
yes.
Momomo. Mami should
Who's
come
ready
back.
for the
Rice
next
should
take?
come back. Okay, I'm ready for the next take.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
The takes are all over the place, and I'm low-key loving it, but also...
I'll do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh boy.
The compile Puyo Puyo games suck immensely compared to the rest of the series. The AIs are pretty poor, with them frequently spamming small 1 to 2 chains to send minor pieces of nuisance constantly instead of having much variety in how they perform. I don't think I've ever had someone hit me with over a free chain in a compile Puyo game. Puyo 4 is the worst one out of all of them. Great music and art style aside, I love how the characters fight in the middle, I'll give them that. That sounds really backhanded, whether you intended that or not. It has the worst gameplay in the compile quadrilogy, hands down. The skills bring a unique spin on the gameplay, but some of them are either just completely useless, i.e. no-ho-hos, or completely broken, looking at you, Kikimora.
Kikimora.
There's absolutely no reason for her skill to be that broken.
If you pick
I do
Kikimora, you
generally
win.
I generally have no idea how people say it's one of the best Puyo Puyo games when in my opinion it fails at the most important part, being a fun game. It's a shame really, seeing that the compile cast house most of my faves. Before you two start, I think you're in a bubble that really likes Puyo Puyo 4 and you don't want to be a part of it. Because
Yeah,
Puyo Puyo 4
probably.
is not really that popular.
I think it used to be more popular, but then people played it with our patch and now it's less popular.
Yeah, it's yeah. Funny story. If people have different opinions about things that they haven't actually experienced.
Okay, so Puyo Puyo 4 pre-Nanny on the fanbase scene had this mystical aura about it. That it had this dark story and a lot of lore drops. But it doesn't.
It does not. It does not.
Doesn't.
It does. It has Sunaho Toba and Doppelganger Owl, and that's it.
And Doppelganger All is just there for like for
One
about
fight.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
A description that ran around a lot, or rather a myth, is that Arl was really agitated and short-tempered about everyone because Carbuncle was lost. And frankly, I wish that was the case.
Yeah, it's...
But it isn't.
No, she takes the time to watch a concert.
Yeah. So
Look,
anyway, you two can have it. I have nothing to say about it. I think it's bold to say the compile Puyo games suck for a change. That's refreshing.
The problem is that it is refreshing, but the thing is, like, this also needs to be seen in context of the time when this was made. Also, I need to point out, Sega was always, from the very beginning, tightly involved with the development of Puyo Puyo. A lot of the coding, especially for the Puyo code, came from Sega. A lot of it was in fact taken from columns. So if the programming of how the AIs are programmed and how the garbage system and such is programmed got better, it's because Sega got better at programming this. It's not because Compile was inherently worse than Sega.
Also, the fact that the AI wasn't as strong back in the early days is just because there hadn't really been a meta that had been built up yet. the AIs got better because there are people who had figured out the game, and then they could model behavior based on that.
The thing is, like,
have programs that imitate those play styles so that they can become challenging. Because guess what? On their own, computers are not that smart.
They are not.
No.
Chargeman in the chat, Puyo Puyo columns when? They actually released columns plus Puyo Puyo in a package once. So that actually
Well, they need to do it again.
They need to do it again.
They need to do it again and make it international.
Yeah, true. So the whole thing... also, the other thing is I collect retro games. I mean, I have my shelf with retro game consoles over there. Retro games just are like that. In fact, Puyo Puyo, the Puyo Puyo games, yes. The old Puyo Puyo games are clunky to play. They are less clunky to play than most of the games that released around the same time as they did. Which is probably why they were so popular. Because playing Puyo Puyo is less clunky than playing something like Mega Man. Or even Columns. Columns is actually more clunky than Puyo Puyo. Old Tetris...
You also have to remember...
Yeah.
Puyo Puyo is meant to be played with other human people.
Very true.
In the arcade, you're supposed to get a friend and you both toss in 100 yen and get at it.
That kind of goes in the face with a lot of console releases with people that don't have that option.
Yeah.
But still. That's still a big part of the series DNA.
And the reason the AIs are so freaking weird is because it's supposed to be an arcade mode that you can try to one coin clear and fail at. I've played Sewer in the arcade. It's actually a really fun experience, even if I never managed to one coin clear.
An arcade game was designed. It's designed to first make you think you're doing well, and then beat you to the curb so that you'll feel more pressure to give up your money so that you can keep playing.
And Puyo Puyo games at the time just feel a lot better than other arcade puzzle games of the same time. Like old Tetris, for example, feels nowhere as good as Puyo Puyo. A bunch of Bubble Bobble at the time feels nowhere as good as Puyo Puyo. It's just for the time the games were very good. They've gotten better because Sega has gotten better at programming this stuff. And it's good to acknowledge that they've gotten better, but it's like all in its right context. Yeah.
Anecdotally, I downloaded DuckStation emulator on my Steam Deck and played some Puyo Su on it. Puyo Su plays so smooth on PS1. Nobody told me. And I assume the arcade version is about as smooth.
It is not as smooth as a nowadays a Sega game is, but that's like because there's like 30 years of tuning in there, and it just keeps getting tuned. That is sorry for going back to this, but this is another point I raised to Missing Note that like they have been improving the gameplay, just not necessarily to tune it for pro play, but for casual play to make it nice
to make it more accessible.
Yeah, more accessible.
Casual play is important. Very important.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Both are important.
Play casually than hardcore.
Also, with Jan, you've already heard my opinion on Jan. I don't like it particularly, and yes, what the hell is up with the skills? I think a skill battle, Jan rule is basically pro to skill battle. Skill battle has never worked, and they should just stop trying to save it. It has never worked.
Personally, well, I haven't played Dion, but myself. But just as a game design perspective, the main issue I have with the skill system is that it's not very like it's meant to add a mix, to mix things up and to give a sense of balance, extra balance for people who are struggling. But you need to play well to get the skills. And if you're playing well enough to get the skills, you probably don't need the skills to begin with. And so you're just kind of like, you're losing to people who aren't even using the skills to begin with.
Yep.
Pick the maid.
Pick the maid. The thing is, Kikimoto's skill is overpowered beyond all reason. You're just free screen clear.
I think I have a different take on the skills.
Okay.
There's not gonna be a take about the skills otherwise, so...
I'm fine with the skills being unbalanced. And that's all I really have to say about it. You basically just really need to treat Puyo Puyo 4 as a party game, pretty much. Two out of the 3 main console versions support 4 players. One of them is literally called Party. It's supposed to be a party game, I think.
Fair.
Makes sense.
By the way, Moth in the chat said, I think Puyo Puyo should add women kissing. I don't give a damn about game modes. Well, you will be very happy to hear that Modofia has a lesbian in your party. So,
It's
I'll
true.
say this, yeah. There's a lesbian in your party, Modofia, so yeah. She is very lesbian.
And
Another point I forgot, it is rude to pitch you against Kikimora without having a skill. Her AI is probably low, but still, that's just rude.
Yeah,
2 more to
but on the
go.
flip side,
keep going. And yeah, it is extremely rude.
Pretty
Al
much.
should have her skill in story mode. Hot take.
yes. Why does she? Yeah.
I don't know, she was
80
having an off day. Maybe she forgot her booze at home. I did not forget my booze. I am full of MP right now.
48.
Here we go.
I had this thought when I was playing the Precise Museum fan translation, but I do really think that Puyo Puyo 20th Anniversary DS should seriously be in the discussion for the best DS games of all time. Maybe even amongst the Wii, PSP, and 3DS all-time greats. Admittedly, I haven't played that game in years, admittedly, but even when deep in my Hoyo-verse hell, Puyo 20th still rules.
Leslie, is that you? Leslie, is that you?
Oh, hi, Leslie.
Who else
This is
will
a
talk about
take
Puyo
that's
Puyo?
perfect.
Yeah.
There's nothing to add. I agree on the DS part at least.
Yeah, it's a good. 20th is a solid game. That's just a fact.
The thing is, like, I haven't actually played it on the DS. I just think that the 3DS version of 20th is superior because it has so much more battle
Look,
so
I
much
think
more
you
animations and
I think
yeah,
I mean, if
think
you
you're
have
still
to,
qualified to comment on it.
fair. I love the 3DS version of the game because it has so much animation and the animation style is just so good. It just looks so lively, even in a man's eye. Like just little things like Luke pushing up his glasses or Satan floating with his rings moving. Like, nice! Wow, I love it.
Yeah, this is a great game that gives you just a lot of stuff to do. And that's just great.
Randy in the chat, that is the problem. You were playing Hoyo-verse games. Anything else is a masterpiece in comparison.
wow.
That is so mean!
Wow.
That is so mean!
I'll pretend
Wow.
I know what that means.
Hoyo-verse are the developers of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail.
Okay, that was what I thought it meant.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, East gives a good point there. It gives a good counter argument. Ghost Trick.
Yeah, Ghost Trick is great.
Oh.
It's great.
Oh, this is what-
someone in the chat says.
Oh, I mean,
Someone
I
in
love...
the chat says Ace. Someone in the chat says Ace Attorney Investigations 2 even.
I
And
mean-
I say no.
No.
The thing is, like, the
Look.
DS and 3DS have amazing libraries, so it's hard to pick.
Yes.
It's true.
Investigations 2 has a good story. I want to admit that. I
Does it,
like
though?
that. Okay, I hate how it tells its. I hate how it tells its story. I hate it so much.
Yeah, okay.
But
that-
I
Okay,
think
that's very
the
fair.
final-
That's very fair.
That is extremely
the
fair.
final opponent just makes it work enough.
Okay,
for
can
me
I say
to be a
something?
little fun.
Can I say something? I hated Investigation 2 until I played Ace Attorney 6, and now I hate Ace Attorney 6 so much that I don't hate Investigation 2 anymore.
Oh, Investigations
Ace
tried
Attorney
really
5
hard.
Ace 35 and 6 did something to us.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ace Attorney
I have
6. Ace Attorney 6 personally drowned by goldfish.
I have a big soft spot for 6,
No.
but this is This is not an Ace Attorney stream, so...
I was asked to drink
just
one.
I think we should move on before we start having discourse in a different fandom.
Let's keep going.
Phoenix Wright and A Puyo Puyo, please. Aurel should have kept her blue eyes from Fever.
Interesting choice, but
What?
interesting opinion. But you know that's fair, I guess. You can.
Thank you for having a breeder take.
I mean, no, her eyes are brown. Golden brown. I do not accept anything but golden brown for all. End of story.
Also, this is like half joking, they say.
I know, but I'm personally. The thing is, like, look, lore is very important to me, and like the freaking manuals calls her a mage with chestnut brown hair and brown eye and golden brown eyes. So stay consistent with the manual.
Yeah.
Moth, are you okay?
Actually,
We have nothing to say about this. Do we want to speculate about why they're blue? Nenny, I think you had something to say about that.
I mean, Nenny can say it because
no.
it's the.
It's not so.
What?
Just say it first, Maddie.
All right. Well, basically, in the pre-release of Fever 1, there was a magazine pre-release that gave character tidbits of the Fever 1 cast, and for all they said that she had been in so many Puyo battles in the Motto world that her consciousness actually got split across the multiverse and projected itself into different worlds, and that's why Aurel was there. Aurel was at prep.
Yeah, it was like astral projected all.
And honestly, and you know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like comic book bullshit. The kind of comic book bullshit that you can pull out of your back pocket in case you say, "Whoops, just kidding. This is actually not real anymore."
Yeah, it was
because they had no idea how well Fever was going to do. They had no idea if people would like the print cast, and so they needed an out just in case they needed to jump back to what was established.
Yeah, they also said that that tidbit also said it was not sure if that was true. It was just a rumor in universe. But like basically the reason they set this up is so they could pull a retcon and quickly retcon all away in case people didn't actually want her to be in the Fever games. But then people wanted her to be in the Fever games, so they just silently shoved that rumor aside and in quotation marks aside and didn't use it any further. I'm not sure if that is why her eyes are blue. I think it might just be a color palette thing. I think they just want to.
It would make sense for it to be the reason, because it's like there's just some things like, I mean, this is also when we see Aurel get her hair become more orange. So you have the weird color hair, weird color eyes, weird color armor. It's like, it does kind of make you think, wait, is this actually Aurel?
Yeah, it might just have been an attempt to have her like be an AU owl that was not followed up on later on.
And they never got to turn her hair back. Honestly,
well,
I want to answer. Honestly, I want to answer why her armor is that color.
That's a good question. Honestly, I generally think Owl doesn't look her best in Fever 1.
No.
I mean, it's even implied when you play the DS version of Fever 1. The post-battle quote that also misgenders Owl has Amity act like Owl just faded out of existence after she was beaten. So I guess the implication was it wasn't the real Owl that she fought, but then they changed that.
Yeah, Carbuncle was there.
Because people liked Owl being there, so they changed that it was the real Owl.
Yeah.
So, let's continue.
Take number 50.
We're finally here.
The last one for the day.
This take is about Puyo Puyo 7. I think Dark Aurel could have been a partner for Ringo instead of simply being in the shadows for most of the game. For instance, maybe they could have had Dark Aurel meet Ringo from the beginning instead of meeting the real Aurel first. I agree with this.
I mean,
one.
I like the illustration with it. It would have been fun to have like this.
An idea.
This could have set up Ringo and Ekolo making friends later on. Like they were already bonding here, and then the betrayal, the backstabbing. It's like friends to enemies to friends again. Oh, Shadow Edge. That is that is we saw
I mean,
Shadow Edge.
I think I like 7 how it is, as messed up as it is, but this would be a cool idea for an AU.
Honestly, well, how I would, my personal rewriting or like handling of 7 would probably have it so that while doing the journey, Ringo keeps having visions, quote unquote, like dreams. Of a shadowy version of herself that like argues with her, and of course that's actually Ekolo messing around with her on the journey while supervising them, and that could also be a good way to set up that dynamic. But I agree that like having Ringo like misled most of the game by Dark Owl could also be fun. I think the main issue with that though would be that for all of the game the players would in fact know that they are playing for the wrong team. And that is something that tends to demotivate certain players. I know when I played Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, knowing that I am actually working for the bad guys, doing the bad things that make everybody suffer in Kingdom Hearts 2, really demotivated me from clearing missions. And so I kind of tried to clear as few as possible.
May I counter-argue?
Yeah, okay.
Dark Arl's giggling off screen always anyway, so you know you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, but
and
you're
Seven's
not...
Seven's breezy and lackadaisical tone might not make you care anyways.
That's fair. That's fair.
I guess so. But also the fact that all she does is giggle kind of just shows that it probably wouldn't have worked because Ringo probably wouldn't have taken her seriously. Like she couldn't take Limerick seriously, and Limerick had no ill intentions.
She asked for an adult.
Another counter argument. They could have just rewritten Ringo to be dumber. This is her first game after all.
I don't know.
I don't like that.
I don't want Ringo to be dumb. She's the one brain cell.
I don't like that.
We're talking about a hypothetical thing that did not
yeah.
happen. Relax.
I mean,
I guess.
If they,
but I love this girl.
If they did the original Magical Girl version of the plot, then Ekolo could have just posed as the mascot at the same time as also possessing Al somehow, and could have like moonlighted as both Dark Al and the projection that is the Magical Girl mascot. It was like playing both teams, you know.
Oh, that would have been cool.
That would have been really fun.
It would be really interesting to know what exactly the original plan for Dark Girl was, because you see her even in the concept art of earlier iterations of 7. You still see her even as you see other characters just wearing the Suzerain uniform. It's still just Dark Girl.
Yeah.
It'd be so. It's like what was the thinking there?
I don't know.
7 is so messy, but I love it.
It's food for thought, is what I'm saying.
That's 7 in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Video coming never.
Well,
I do want to make it. I'm still waiting on some stuff for Puyo Fever 2.
But you are progressing, so.
Yes.
Anyway.
So next slide.
I mean, we're done for the day, right?
Well, there's going to be an intermission slide.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may have a request, may I give a preview of slide 51?
Go ahead.
Because I think it's better for the thing I have prepared for it to show up late in this stream than early next stream.
Okay, give the preview.
All
Okay.
right. Let's see.
This is the recap for next episode. Don't mind me. I've prepared. Okay. Sega has an obsession with amnesia, and especially Puyo Puyo.
Oh dear.
Oh.
I mean.
God. Wow. Okay then.
I mean, it's a discussable. Oh god, we're starting off strong next time.
We'll discuss.
Yeah.
We're gonna have our work cut out for us next
Yeah.
time. Wow.
At least they admitted it's not just Puyo Puyo.
Okay, Aqua has posted that Archie was talking about. Let's show that off before we go.
Okay, let me just grab the art. Where is it? Where's the art?
Let me forward
Where's
it.
the art?
Let me forward it.
Actually, put it on your screen.
Um,
Put it on your screen, just. Please.
Okay. Okay, give me a moment.
Oh god, this is gorgeous. This is
Oh, I like this.
this is gorgeous. Holy hell.
Like, Ekolo needs to possess more people for this.
Ekolo has good
The
style.
same goes for
Oh,
Same goes
I also
for
like.
possessed Luke, by the way.
I also like
True.
like that that Echo's core replaces Satan's mark.
I love it.
This is so cool.
Really nice work, Aqua.
Ekolo has good
Yeah,
style.
good.
Oh, I think this is the end of it, unless
is the
there's
end.
some fan art. Unless
No,
there's some
this is
fan
the
art on
end of
Blue
this-
Sky or something.
This will be the
Okay,
end
we'll
of
show the
stream.
fan art next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good run. We're tired.
Well, so
Yeah.
wait, hang on. I need to check who we're rating, and so I need to make sure that apparently Shoel is streaming again, and since Shoel
Counter raid.
yeah, counter raid.
Raid counter raid.
Yeah, we're counter raiding Shoel. So raid Shoel the swap.
So let's recap. I think I brought the hottest take out of all of them just by happenstance.
This is so
Kinda.
kind of.
With the R one, because that got a violent reaction, I think.
Well, it's either that or the missing no one.
It does so much.
Yeah, but that's not because of the take itself. That's because of
Fair enough.
missing no.
I just want to
Fair
say
enough.
that throughout the entire stream, we consistently had around 50 people watching, and I'm really proud of that. Thank you, everybody, for joining.
Yeah.
So,
And you know what's funny?
that is
If we
fun.
did the rest of the slides, it may have been 2 hours still.
That is great.
10 hours still.
Yeah. Let's do that
Yeah.
next time. We have a good cutoff point. So, with that all
Yes.
said, I
Yeah.
need to cut the stream now before the raid itself initiates. I thank you all for joining. We are going to set up a date for the second part of this, so stay tuned. When we have the date for the
yes.
second part, we will announce it on our social media multiple times to make sure you all catch it. Until then, I'll say until next time. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.